Chapter 1051. Three supreme true inheritances, be it Dang Hun Mountain, Luo Pa Valley, or Wisdom Gu, they were priceless treasures, unique in this world, exceptional in their domains. Fang Yuan said they could be traded, but what could Langya Land Spirit use to buy them? Fang Yuan did not reject him. He was waiting in anticipation. Langya Blessed Land had a deep foundation. It was not simple. It had survived the eras of two venerables and existed up to this day. After Imperial Court Blessed Land was destroyed, it could be called the #1 blessed land in the 5 regions. When he was alive, the land spirit was known as the #1 refinement path immortal of all times. He faintly surpassed old eccentric Tian Nan and old immortal Kong Ju. Such a character. How could he not have anything worth trading? Like immortal Gu transactions, each one was unique. Unparalleled items could be exchanged using similarly unparalleled items. The assessment of their value depended on the individual's own circumstances. Dang Hun Mountain, Luo Pa Valley, and Wisdom Gu. These 3 were not objects that Fang Yuan would not trade away, as long as the gain was worth it. Langya Land Spirit started to pace around. He frowned, entering deep thought. If it were the previous land spirit, there would be no need for consideration. He would trade with Fang Yuan. But after changing personality, this new Langya Land Spirit had a different focus. The white-haired land spirit was formed from the obsession about space escape Gu. Thus he is only interested in refining Gu. He nurtured all of the hairy man Gu Immortals to be refinement path experts. But this black hair land spirit wants to turn hairy men into the dominant race. I can make good use of this point. Fang Yuan thought. Seeing this land spirit walking around, he patiently waited for his decision. Fang Yuan had a sense of confidence. He believed that Langya Land Spirit would not disappoint him. As Fang Yuan had expected, after struggling, Langya Land Spirit made up his mind and decided to trade with Fang Yuan. First Supreme Elder, I am not doubting your ability to trade with me, but it has to suit both of us. If the things you have cannot match my expectations, I am afraid, Fang Yuan purposely said. Langya Land Spirit stared as he said grumpily, don't worry, my Langya Sect's treasures are not inferior to those 3 things. Saying so, he handed Fang Yuan an information path Gu worm. Fang Yuan stretched out his arm, receiving this Gu worm. This Gu was like a silkworm, although it had a head, thorax, and abdomen, 3 distinct parts. Its body looked like a cocoon overall, round and cute. It was white and looked like a vase, with a shiny glaze on the surface. Fang Yuan held it in his hand. It was smooth and shiny. It had a good feel to it when handled. This is a bookworm. Fang Yuan was slightly shocked. He had seen bookworms before. They were a type of valuable rank 1 Gu. But what shocked him was, this bookworm was emanating rank 3 aura. Langya Land Spirit snorted, saying, this is something my previous self made. He broke the limits of the rank 1 bookworm, developing rank 2 and 3 versions of it. But what use do they have? If enemies attack, can the bookworms defend us? Even though he said that, Fang Yuan could hear vague smugness hidden in Langya Land Spirit's tone. Fang Yuan shook his head. Without speaking, he used a trace of the unlimited primeval essence in his immortal essence to use the bookworm, as well as sending a portion of his consciousness into it. He did not own the bookworm, but he had borrowed it from Langya Land Spirit. Thus he could use it without obstruction. Fang Yuan's eyes were shining. The information in the bookworm made him extremely excited. His heartbeat rose. As I expected, Fang Yuan praised in his mind. His thoughts were frothing about uncontrollably. Fang Yuan had returned to Langya Blessed Land and spent a lot of time recuperating. At this time, his immortal aperture's calamity was around the corner. Ing Wu Xie, He Lu Lan, who immortal Blessed Land, fixed immortal travel. All of these things did not matter now. His biggest obstacle was to pass this calamity. Once in a while, calamities and tribulations descend in a Gu Immortal's immortal aperture. The deeper the foundation of the immortal aperture, the stronger the calamities and tribulations. Fang Yuan's current immortal aperture had not been managed yet. It was empty. But it had an incredibly huge space and a large time path foundation in it. It was even not limited by the separate natures of the 5 regions. Such an immortal aperture far surpassed the 10 extreme physiques combined. The calamities and tribulations he was going to face would be unprecedentedly dangerous. One could say, this was a sharp blade hanging around Fang Yuan's neck. When he was recuperating, Fang Yuan had been training Fang Zheng as well as considering his circumstances. There was only a few days until the calamity. Fang Yuan did not have much confidence. He was uncertain about it. Most of his immortal Gu were left in his original body. A number were destroyed, while the others were left with Ing Wu Xie. Fang Yuan's strength was much lower now. Tai Bai Yun Sheng and He Lu Lan were nowhere to be found, while Fairy Li Shan and Blazing Heaven Demonis were dead. The only help he could get was from Langya Blessed Land. And Langya Blessed Land must have survived a lot of calamities and tribulations after existing for so many years. It was a successful example that had dealt with many tribulations. There was bound to be much for Fang Yuan to learn from it. How is it? Lang Yuan's spirit smiled and said. He raised 3 fingers at Fang Yuan. My Lang Yu sect has 3 major foundations. Firstly, the refinement path true inheritance left behind by my main body. It has the essence of my entire life's cultivation. Secondly, the luck path true inheritance left by Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. Thirdly, the theft path true inheritance left by Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. When my main body was alive, I had refined Gu for these 2 venerables. The payment I requested were one of each of their true inheritances. Fang Yuan gave a slight nod. The bookworm recorded details of these 3 true inheritances. No matter which one, they were deep and profound. Fang Yuan only saw their most superficial information and was already deeply attracted by them. They were extremely valuable. Lang Yuan's spirit continued. Among these 3 true inheritances, the Thieving Heaven true inheritance is the least valuable. That is because my main body created Space Escape Gu, but could not activate it. Thus, I returned a portion of the payment. However, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's true inheritances all come in pairs. If you are lucky, after getting this true inheritance, and if the other true inheritance is not obtained yet, you might get clues to the second true inheritance. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable left behind a total of 10 true inheritances, but only otherworldly demons can receive most of them. Only the one I have is an exception. Fang Yuan, you are an otherworldly demon. You can easily obtain the other Thieving Heaven true inheritance if it is still available. Fang Yuan gave a slight nod. He had seen the power of Formless Hand. Using theft path methods, he could steal the immortal Gu of others and gain the greatest benefits after every battle. And some methods that Fang Yuan relied on greatly, Unfamiliar Face, Vaguely Familiar Face, and Familiar Face, were also Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's immortal killer moves. Fang Yuan had experienced the benefits of stealing. This true inheritance would not disappoint him. After pausing for a while, Lang Yuan's spirit continued. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable had a total of 10 true inheritances, but Giant Sun Immortal Venerable only had 3. When I was alive, I refined the Immortal Gu House 88 True Yang building for him. Thus, this true inheritance's value is higher than Thieving Heavens. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's 3 true inheritances encompass all of his methods regarding luck path. They are self-luck, all living beings' luck, and heaven and earth luck, among which the self-luck true inheritance is with me. The all-living beings' luck true inheritance was inside Imperial Court, Blessed Land. As for the heaven and earth luck true inheritance, it is in Longevity Heaven. Self-luck, all living beings' luck, heaven and earth luck. Connect luck Immortal Gu, break luck Immortal Gu, divert disaster Immortal Gu. They were part of the all-living beings' luck true inheritance. After Imperial Court Blessed Land was destroyed by Fang Yuan, some of these immortal Gu were sent outside. As for the details of cultivation involved in it, they were already lost. Fang Yuan and Ma Hongyun had interacted. He knew about the power of luck path. Ignoring other things, if I had divert disaster immortal Gu, I could mimic Imperial Court Blessed Land and send my calamities and tribulations outside. Fang Yuan knew that luck path was very useful for his tribulations. Even if this self-luck true inheritance did not have Gu like divert disaster immortal Gu, the higher Fang Yuan's luck was, the weaker his calamities and tribulations would be, he could deal with them more easily. Fang Yuan, I would suggest you take the self-luck true inheritance, because your luck seems to be really bad. Lang Yuan's spirit said. Just now, how many problems and mishaps occurred when you came back from Southern Border? Even on my end, I lost 2 hairy man Gu Immortals. You can't even imagine the cause. In order to refine fortune rivaling Heaven Immortal Gu, old ancestor Shui who ordered the demonic path Gu Immortals in Snowy Mountain Blessed Land to collect materials for him. This act made the loyalty of his members drop. At a crucial moment, a traitor appeared in Snowy Mountain Blessed Land, stealing one of the most crucial materials. Old ancestor Shui who was enraged, he dispatched Gu Immortals to capture any suspicious people. The hairy man Gu Immortal I sent to receive you was implicated. As for the second Gu Immortal who disappeared mysteriously, I have not even discovered what was the cause of his disappearance. I believe that one day, the truth will come out. They will not be sacrificed in vain. Fang Yuan urged. Lang Yuan's spirit gritted his teeth. He did not continue this topic. He went back to the previous one. Actually, it seems to me that the true inheritance which suits you the most is the first one. Refinement path has 2 styles. Do you know of them? I have heard of them. Fang Yuan said. Lang Yuan's spirit continued. The 2 styles are the hairy man heaven and earth style, and the human isolation style. Us hairy men refine Gu differently from humans. We can use the Tao marks of heaven and earth to create the most conducive environment to refine Gu. and increased the chance of succeeding in the Gu refinement. Fang Yuan listened patiently. Lang Yalan spirit would have his reasons for saying this. Back then, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable and Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable had requested help from my main body. That was because my main body used the Hairy Men Heaven and Earth style to refine Gu. The success rate of refining Gu was higher than your human isolation style. My main body not only knew the essence of the Hairy Man Heaven and Earth style, I even used old immortal Kong Ju's true inheritance to break past our limits. Reaching a higher level, I conceptualized an immortal killer move, called Immortal Tribulation Tempering Aperture. Immortal Tribulation Tempering Aperture? Fang Yuan's eyes shined. He felt deep interest. Lang Yalan's spirit smiled with great pride as he continued explaining. As it turned out, this killer move, Immortal Tribulation Tempering Aperture, was a refinement path killer move that used several immortal Gu and more than 100,000 mortal Gu to form. It had an ingenious concept. It used the blessed land or grotto heaven as the target of refinement, using the killer move to connect the immortal aperture with the outside world of the 5 regions, influencing the calamity or tribulation and using it to temper the immortal aperture itself. The calamities and tribulations of immortal apertures can have all sorts of strangeness. It makes them hard to deal with. But using this killer move, one can restrict the type of calamities and tribulations that happen. Do you know why Langya Blessed Land was placed around Crescent Lake in the past? That was because the area near Crescent Lake has a lot of water path down marks and refinement path down marks. My previous self always used the killer move, Immortal Tribulation Tempering Aperture, to deal with calamities and tribulations. Most often, water path and refinement path calamities would occur. After passing them, the immortal aperture would gain water path and refinement path down marks. 180,000 years ago, Langya Blessed Land had no seas. But now, look at this vast ocean. The huge landmass has been reduced to 3 continents. This is the effect of a huge number of water path down marks. Fang Yuan heard of this and thought about spectral soul, using the myriad tribulations to refine the sovereign immortal fetus Gu. This killer move, Immortal Tribulation Tempering Aperture, is very similar in concept to Spectral Soul's method. No, Shadow Sect had spies inside Langya Blessed Land. Maybe Spectral Soul's method originated from Immortal Tribulation Tempering Aperture. Fang Yuan guessed correctly. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's method was derived from the killer move Immortal Tribulation Tempering Aperture, but his methods were more refined. He used Wisdom Path to deduce the type of tribulations before making additional preparations. It was not like this Immortal Tribulation Tempering Aperture. It could only influence calamities and tribulations. There was a chance of failure. In the calamities and tribulations that Langya Blessed Land went through, there were also Fire Path and Lightning Path tribulations. Not all were Water Path and Refinement Path. Alright, you have Luo Pa Valley, Dang Hun Mountain, and Wisdom Gu. I also have 3 true inheritances. We can do a 1-to-1 trade. Which one do you want to exchange for? Langya Land Spirit asked. This time, it was Fang Yuan's turn to decide. What should he choose? Chapter 1052. Listed on the board, Heavenly Court's Pursuit Central Continent. Gu Immortal Blessed Land. Fairy Ziwei slowly opened her eyes. She was adorned in a beautiful purple robe, which could hardly conceal her graceful figure. Her eyes were like deep, dark pools, with a sense of sorrow shrouding her face. Her skin was white as snow and her black hair hung down to her waist. Her whole body was brimming with rank 8 aura. Letting out a breath, she withdrew her Wisdom Path killer move and descended from the air. Greetings to Ancestor Ziwei. On the ground, Feng Jin Huang, who had been waiting for a long time, quickly knelt down on the ground respectfully when she saw Fairy Ziwei. The corners of Fairy Ziwei's lips slightly curled up as she revealed a rare smile. The sadness on her face immediately faded, and she seemed to blossom with radiance, giving off an immortal beauty that could move people's souls. Huang Er, get up, no need to stand on ceremony. Speaking of it, your mother and I have some blood relation. From the looks of it, she was extremely pleased with this junior Feng Jin Huang. Feng Jin Huang stood up with a reverential and admiring expression. The person in front of her was a rank 8 Gu Immortal. In Feng Jin Huang's mind, she did not dare to have extravagant hopes regarding the rank 9 realm. Rank 8 was her lifelong dream. This Fairy Ziwei in front of her originated from Spirit Affinity House and had extremely high seniority in the sect. She had lived for at least 1,600 years. She cultivated Wisdom Path and had joined Heavenly Court. She was dignified and beautiful, and it could be said she was everything Feng Jin Huang admired and was a realistic reference for the latter's ideal goal. Ancestor Ziwei, you have been deducing for 3 months in Gu Immortal Blessed Land. Did you find anything? Feng Jin Huang asked in curiosity. Fairy Ziwei gave a slight nod. At this moment, she had already descended in front of Feng Jin Huang and was only a foot away from the ground, slowly floating in the air. This was part of her personality. She had somewhat of an obsession towards cleanliness. It was not necessary for her to speak about this to Feng Jinhuang, but Fairy Ziwei still replied, "After these days of deductions, I am certain the original owner of Gu Immortal blessed land, Gu Immortal, was a member of the organization Defy." Defy? Feng Jinhuang's pupils shrank in surprise. She might be immortal, but with parents who were famous Gu Immortals, she was aware of many secrets. She had heard of this organization named Defy. It was a powerful undercover force of Central Continent, made from the secret alliance of some Gu Immortals. The 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent held the vast majority of resources and authority, controlling and suppressing other forces or lone cultivators. Where there was suppression, there would be rebellion. Organized forces rebelling against Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects were not few in number. However, these forces usually did not last for long, as they were either taken down by the 10 great ancient sects or they disintegrated by themselves through internal discord. However, this organization, Defy, was greatly hidden and was the force that had lasted the longest. It was not that the 10 great ancient sects had not targeted them, but there had been no effect. Most importantly, this organization was hidden truly deeply. Even the members of the organization did not know the identities of other members and only used code names and numbers to address each other. Right now, Feng Jinhuang suddenly heard Gu Immortal had been a member of Defy. She was truly surprised. On the surface, Gu Immortal was a lone immortal, and she obtained Danghun Mountain through fortuitous encounters and coincidence. Looking over it now, Defy was helping her from behind the scenes. Fairy Ziwei continued. Feng Jinhuang's eyes flashed. She recalled the scene when she was miserably defeated and under Fang Yuan's feet, guessing, does that mean Fang Yuan is also a member of Defy? No wonder he appeared back then so coincidentally. Fairy Ziwei, however, frowned slightly. I attempted to deduce this. The result seems to be uncertain. But no matter what, Fang Yuan must have a deep connection with Defy. Huang Er, you have been avoiding contact with Gu Immortal Land Spirit and haven't become the true owner of this blessed land. Are you thinking of returning this blessed land to Fang Yuan? Ancestor Ziwei. Cold sweat seeped out of Feng Jinhuang's forehead. Fairy Ziwei smiled and reassured. We are family. You don't need to worry. I know Fang Yuan undoubtedly saved Feng Jiugu. Your father has stunning talents and is astonishingly gifted. He is someone who will leave a deep mark in history. What's more, he repays kindness and hatred. He is loyal and righteous. I understand why he requested this of you. Feng Jinhuang quickly said. Ancestor Ziwei, you are magnanimous. Fairy Ziwei waved her hand, stopping Feng Jinhuang's words, speaking in a slightly meaningful tone. But you need to remember, Fang Yuan is a wanted criminal listed on the Demon Judgment Board by Heavenly Court. Should you want to repay his kindness, you should not overdo it. In the future, I won't stop you if you truly want to return Gu Immortal blessed land to him. I can even take responsibility for this. But that will be my bottom line. I hope that you two will not become too persistent and commit a huge mistake. Feng Jinhuang lowered her head. I shall engrave your words in mind, Ancestor. Fairy Ziwei gave a slight nod before lightly flying to the sky. As she flew, a gap opened up in Gu Immortal blessed land, which connected to the outside world. She then turned into a purple ray of light that flew out like a meteor, disappearing from Feng Jinhuang's sight in an instant. Fairy Ziwei flew straight to Heavenly Court. In Heavenly Court, halls stood tall and upright everywhere. The purple ray of light Fairy Ziwei had turned into cut through the air and entered a large hall. Inside the hall, Fairy Ziwei's main body was sitting cross-legged on a mat, discussing with 2 other Heavenly Court Gu Immortals. The purple light flickered as it landed on her hand. It turned into a will, several immortal Gu, and a few beads of immortal essence. The Fairy Ziwei who had been at Gu Immortal blessed land was merely a will of the main body. This will send the results of the deductions to Fairy Ziwei's mind. Fairy Ziwei stored the immortal Gu and immortal essence into her immortal aperture. She closed her eyes and went through the deduction results. Several breaths of time later, she opened her deep, dark eyes and lightly said, We have already found clues to Fang Yuan. An old Gu Immortal sitting in front of her, who was known as Myriad Tidal Dragon, smiled. Fairy Ziwei, you live up to your reputation of being a wisdom path great expert on the same level as Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord. You actually are able to use a will to deduce the crucial clues. The more a will thinks, the more it is consumed. Even Giant Sun Immortal Venerable Special Will left in 88 True Yang Building had to hibernate to prevent expending itself due to thinking. Fairy Ziwei's method, however, was mysterious and powerful. She used only a will to deduce, and not only did she succeed, that portion of will was not consumed by even 20%. Such an attainment was truly awe-inspiring. Fairy Ziwei's main body had a slightly sorrowful expression. She did not comment on myriad tidal dragon's praise, continuing. If Fang Yuan had not already been managing Gu Immortal blessed land for some time, I would not have been able to deduce any clues. Fang Yuan has a close connection to Defy. Although I was not able to obtain Fang Yuan's exact location, I know as long as we follow the clues and eliminate the core aspects of Defy, we will be able to find Fang Yuan. Myriad tidal dragon nodded. Fang Yuan has spring Autumn Cicada. He destroyed Imperial Court blessed land and has obtained inheritances of Red Lotus Demon Venerable, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable, and Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. He is also an otherworldly demon and was actually able to survive the battle in southern border. Such a dangerous variable must be eliminated. But if we want to deal with him, we must first deal with Spring Autumn Cicada. You can rest assured about this. After I woke up, I immediately made some preparations. I already successfully activated a killer move several days ago and have sealed Spring Autumn Cicada. It won't be able to activate within 3 months of time. The third Gu Immortal present in the hall spoke. His voice was hoarse. He had a middle-aged appearance with dark bags under his eyes and looked listless, giving others an impression of extreme fatigue. However, Fairy Ziwei and Myriad Tidal Dragon seemed to have confidence in him. The latter smiled. Since you, Wei Ling Yang, have made the move, then Spring Autumn Cicada is of no concern. Fairy Ziwei spoke. Then we shall go to Ming Tang Valley to capture Gong Sun Liang. At the same time, in Central Continent, at the banks of Pot River, Ing Wuxia was standing at the riverbank, looking at the green willows and feeling the gentle breeze. However, he was feeling erratic inside. After detouring around the collapsed area in Earth Abyss, he, along with Tai Bai Yun Shang, He Lulan, and Shirnu had moved quite a distance before he could use a Gu formation to transport them to the eastern part of Central Continent. This area was under the jurisdiction of Wind Cloud Manor. Ing Wuxia had Fang Yuan's body and, as such, was a criminal wanted by Heavenly Court and Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects. However, he still risked staying here and even had been staying here for 3 days. He was waiting for a person. Which person was worth him taking such a huge risk? A green shadow approached them while flying at low altitude. Ing Wuxia's mind jolted. He went to welcome the person. The green shadow landed on the ground and halted. It was not a real person, but a puppet. This puppet had a human figure with 2 hands and 2 legs. Its body was also robust, but its whole body seemed to be knitted with green grass and rough vines. Its head, shoulders, and even its rear had green grass growing all over them, all spiking up like knives. The green grass puppet looked at the Gu worm in Ing Wuxia's hand, and recognizing he was its objective, it hummed with a haughty tone. My master was invited to participate in Ancestor Kong Kong's treasure appraisal event, so he could not come. If you want to see him, you will have to wait 3 more days. Wait for 3 more days. Ing Wuxia's expression slightly changed. What? If you don't have the patience, you don't need to wait. I will quickly go back to inform master. The green grass puppet spoke indifferently. I will wait. Ing Wuxia hurriedly smiled. I have already waited for 3 days. There is no harm in waiting 3 more days. It is just that 3 days later, it will be a whole 6 days. If I somehow am still unable to see your master, then I can only give up on this transaction. The green grass puppet snorted before turning around and leaving. Several steps later, it lightly stomped on the ground, leaping to the air and turning once again into a green shadow. After he left, Ing Wuxia's expression immediately sank, his gaze flickering incessantly as he gazed at the receding figure of the green grass puppet. When the green puppet's shadow was out of Ing Wuxia's vision, 3 Gu Immortals appeared from the surroundings, gathering towards Ing Wuxia. They were Tai Bai Yun Shang, He Lulan, and Shirnu. That green grass puppet just now. Is it the rumored grass puppet avatar? Tai Bai Yun Shang asked in curiosity. Right. Ing Wuxia nodded. It is a grass puppet avatar, formed from the rank 6 grass puppet Gu with rank 6 battle strength. When Feng Chanzi ascended to immortal, his grandfather, Old Man Bei Feng, gave this grass puppet immortal Gu to him as a gift. Feng Chanzi is wildly arrogant. We waited so long for him, and he isn't even coming to meet us? He only sent a grass puppet avatar to meet us. He Lulan was dissatisfied. Shirnu sighed, saying helplessly, to refine fixed immortal travel, we must have the light of the immemorial era. All Gu recipes of fixed immortal travel revolves around this critical material. And the light of the immemorial era, such a rare Gu refinement material, is one of the treasures of Wind Cloud Manor. We have no choice but to put up with them. Ing Wuxia coldly snorted, but did not speak. He wanted to rescue his main body, and to do that, he had to pass the regional wall. He was not like Fang Yuan, so fixed immortal travel was almost a necessary Gu to pass the regional wall. Right now, he could only endure it. He inwardly thought, Spring Autumn Cicada has already been sealed. It seems Heavenly Court has begun to investigate me. I can't stay for long in Central Continent. After I refine fixed immortal travel, I need to hurry to Northern Plains and borrow luck from Longevity Heaven. Perhaps I can even make use of the power to conveniently get rid of Fang Yuan. No. Considering the time, tomorrow should be the day Fang Yuan has his earthly calamity. The earthly calamity of Sovereign Immortal Aperture won't be easy to pass. Heaven's will cannot affect Fang Yuan, but can still make arrangements to deal with him. Most likely, not only will there be calamities and tribulations, there could also be human disasters. Chapter 1053. Fang Yuan undergoes tribulation, 1/5. To think that I am back here again. Fang Yuan sighed internally. He stopped flying as he descended from the sky. All he saw was white, an icy land filled with snow. Huff, huff, huff. Harsh winds blew around him. In this intense wind, countless snowflakes and even icicles were flying around. Because of the blizzard, Fang Yuan's vision was greatly hindered. Because the temperature was very low, Fang Yuan had to use many Gu worms to maintain his body temperature, to defend himself from the cold winds. This was still Northern Plains. But the location was at the northernmost end of Northern Plains. It was known to people as the Northern Icy Plain. This place originally had a grassland, but because of a devastating battle by experts, the entire terrain was completely destroyed, turning into a void of complete nothingness. After the battle, the victor, reckless savage demon Venerable, turned into an immemorial desolate beast ice phoenix and breathed out absolute profound ice to freeze and restore this place. Earlier, He Lu Lan chose this place to undergo her immortal ascension and become an immortal. That was because the icy plane had reckless savage demon Venerable's true meaning in Strength Path and Transformation Path. When Strength Path or Transformation Path Gu Masters ascend here, there would be a resonance of Tao marks. The Strength Path and Transformation Path true meaning would manifest using the earthly calamity. When the person undergoing tribulation destroys the earthly calamity, they would receive the infusion of true meaning. It was the same as receiving reckless savage demon Venerable's guidance. Memories flashed in Fang Yuan's mind. The image was so vivid, like it was yesterday. But now, times were different. Fairy Li Shan, who had the highest cultivation level, was dead. He Lu Lan and Tai by Yun Sheng had likely been forced to betray him. Only Fang Yuan was left now. His situation was very different from back then as well. Strength Path and Transformation Path Gu Masters can only receive reckless savage demon Venerable's infusion of true meaning once, that is during their immortal ascension. But now, with the killer move Immortal Tribulation Tempering Aperture, I might be able to replicate it again. Fang Yuan thought. He had not done anything like this before. He was not very certain. But after talking with Langya Land Spirit, he realized that there was a high possibility of success. He Lu Lan had the great strength true martial physique. During her immortal ascension, the danger was huge. She lost her immortal Gu to barely pass it. My immortal aperture's calamity is probably far more terrifying than hers. Fang Yuan felt immense pressure. If not for the situation, he would not want to undergo tribulation so early. Although once in a while, calamities and tribulations would occur in the immortal aperture, Gu Immortals had many methods to deal with them. The most common were time path methods to delay the rate of time of the immortal aperture, to stall the arrival of the calamities and tribulations. But this way, the resources inside the immortal aperture would greatly diminish in production. The gains and losses had to be assessed according to the Gu Immortal's situation. Langya Blessed Land had once used time path methods and modified the tributary of the River of Time in the immortal aperture. Thus, the time in the immortal aperture was greatly slowed. But this method was not from Langya Land Spirit. In the past, Longhair Ancestor had requested the help of a time path great expert. I have too large of a tributary of the River of Time in this immortal aperture. I have to undergo tribulation every 2 months in the outside world. Even though my cultivation level rises quickly, and the resources in the immortal aperture grow rapidly, if I cannot endure the calamities and tribulations and die, it would be for nothing. After this calamity, I need to find some time path methods to modify the tributary of the River of Time in my immortal aperture. These were all matters for the future. The important thing now was the impending calamity. Huff! Fang Yuan let out a breath as his body shook. A mystical change was occurring in his immortal aperture. Immortal aperture, fall here. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth. A mystical light shone in his eyes. Following a loud sound, his vision changed. Taking a glance, he was already inside his immortal aperture. 5 regions, 9 heavens. It was vast and empty. There were no cultivation resources, because Fang Yuan had not started managing it yet. Only all sorts of Gu worms were placed in here. At this moment, these Gu worms were flying around Fang Yuan. They were huge in quantity, resembling a giant black cloud. Normally speaking, the immortal aperture was inside the Gu Immortal's body. But now, The immortal aperture was placed in the outside world, and the Gu Immortal's body was drawn inside. At this moment, the situation with Fang Yuan's body was like that of a land spirit. He could move freely inside the immortal aperture, but he could not leave. And the immortal aperture itself could connect to the heaven and earth chi outside and stabilize itself. When Gu Immortals undergo tribulation, they would normally place their immortal apertures in the outside world. There was another situation. That was when Gu Immortal's immortal aperture had too many resources. If the heaven and earth chi inside were too limited in quantity, they would need to place the immortal aperture to take in and replenish the heaven and earth chi. On the spot that Fang Yuan was originally standing, he had already disappeared. The immortal aperture was placed on the ice and entered a point in space. It could not be seen as it was linked to the empty space. The blizzard was still blowing. There were no changes, as if Fang Yuan had never come. Everything was as per normal. But at the next moment, when Fang Yuan opened the entrance of the immortal aperture, everything changed. In an instant, the entire surroundings rumbled, the glaciers shook, endless heaven and earth chi rushed into the immortal aperture through the entrance. Soon, a vast amount of heaven and earth chi engulfed the place. Blizzards and hail were converted into pure heaven and earth chi. The entrance of the immortal aperture was connected to the outside world. By opening it, Fang Yuan's immortal aperture started to connect to the outside world, drawing in heaven and earth chi continuously. It was like a giant monster lurking in the sea, emerging out of the water and opening its mouth to suck in air. The vast amount of heaven and earth chi rushed in, causing a tremor in the entire immortal aperture, but the magnitude was so small normal people could not notice it. At the same time, the tributary of the river of time started to fuse with the river of time of the outside world. The rate of time of the immortal aperture thus slowed greatly. When immortal apertures were placed outside, the rate of time inside would greatly decrease, converging towards the 5 regions time. Langya Blessed Land itself was modified by a time path Gu Immortal and was also placed in the 5 regions. The rate of time inside was very close to that of the 5 regions. Many Gu Immortals would also choose to place their immortal apertures outside and hide inside the immortal aperture in consideration of their lifespan. Out of nowhere, a sensation informed Fang Yuan that the calamity was coming. But because the immortal aperture was placed outside and time slowed down, Fang Yuan could clearly sense that the calamity was approaching at a slower rate. This was normal. Every Gu Immortals would feel this whenever they had calamities and tribulations. It was like the premonition of an earthquake. Animals would growl and go berserk. It was the signifying of an apocalypse. Heaven and earth chi continued to gush in at a slower rate. The waterfall at the start had become a large river. In just a short while, it turned into a stream. The appetite of the immortal aperture was limited. Fang Yuan was calm. He had rich experience. After seeing the heaven and earth chi, he started to organize his Gu worms. Most of the Gu worms in the immortal aperture had already been arranged. The important thing was regarding the outside world. A vast number of Gu worms flew outside of the entrance like swarms of bees. Even though Fang Yuan could not leave, the Gu worms could. Next, he controlled the Gu worms and set up arrangements. In a few minutes, the arrangements were completed. Fang Yuan did not hesitate as he injected his immortal essence, activating the Gu worms. Immortal Gu flew up one by one, shining with bright lights while floating in the sky. The lights weaved together, eventually resonating with the Gu worms in the outside world. Finally, a huge blue-colored image was formed. It engulfed the immortal aperture and even expanded into the outside world, covering a huge surrounding area of the icy plane. Immortal Killer Move, Immortal Tribulation Tempering Aperture. Large amounts of immortal essence were expended, over 10,000 were used, but it was just the start. The core immortal Gu of this killer move were mostly rank 7. Fang Yuan's green grape immortal essence were consumed rapidly. Thankfully, he had already obtained a large amount of immortal essence stones from Langya Land Spirit. He even borrowed heavenly essence treasure Imperial Lotus. 15 minutes later, the killer move was completed, and Fang Yuan's immortal essence was consumed by 60%. This expenditure has greatly exceeded the number that Langya Land Spirit said. But he also mentioned that the expenditure was dependent on the immortal aperture's world itself, changing accordingly. Before undergoing the tribulation, Fang Yuan had already consumed more than half of his immortal essence. However, he had already negotiated with Langya Land Spirit. He could rapidly borrow immortal essence stones if needed. In this tribulation, Langya Blessed Land was Fang Yuan's greatest backer. But it was inappropriate to borrow now. Langya Land Spirit would feel suspicious. They had already prepared enough moving perspective cup Gu to transport things during the tribulation. As for what the calamity would be, it was unknown. He felt that the calamity was close. Fang Yuan collected his Gu worms. He closed the entrance and waited in the immortal aperture patiently. During this period, He checked his Gu worms again. An hour later, the calamity descended. The immortal aperture started to shake. Heaven and earth chi appeared from every direction. This was the heaven and earth chi inside the immortal aperture. In an instant, heaven and earth chi clashed as a blizzard formed. Snow was moving wildly as fierce winds flew. In an instant, the immortal aperture turned into an icy world. Fang Yuan saw this and was overjoyed. Did the immortal tribulation tempering aperture method work? Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The blizzard rampaged in the immortal aperture. Snow monsters formed in the blizzard one after another. Snow monster calamity? Slash. Fang Yuan muttered internally, floating in the air as Gu worms flew around him. Forming a defensive barrier, he shot out Flying Sword Immortal Gu. Swoosh. Flying Sword Gu pierced through a snow monster's head, coming out from the back. In an instant, it flew back to Fang Yuan. The snow monster cried out. The injuries in its head healed on its own as it continued to charge at Fang Yuan. Snow monsters were like mud monsters and cloud beasts. If their core was not destroyed, they were hard to kill. All of these were problematic opponents. Flying Sword Gu alone could not be effective. But what I am using now is a sword path killer move. Fang Yuan smiled coldly. The snow monster ran for a few steps before growling. Its core had been destroyed. As if its bones had melted, the snow monster broke down and became a pile of snow. Sword path killer move. Sword marks targeting death. Fang Yuan was someone who learned from his mistakes. While traveling to northern plains, he encountered the mud monster and cloud beasts, suffering great losses because of them. Now that he was undergoing tribulation, how could he not fix this weakness? Speaking of which, there was a complicated story behind the immortal killer move sword marks targeting death. When Fang Yuan entered Langya Blessed Land, he healed himself while seeking help from Langya Land Spirit to reverse refine Flying Sword Immortal Gu and the other rank 7 Immortal Gu. He was a rank 6 Gu Immortal now. It was very hard for him to use rank 7 Immortal Gu. Langya Land Spirit was very straightforward, because Fang Yuan was a member of Langya's sect. As an external Supreme Elder, he was one of them. He gave good advice. I can obviously reverse refine these Immortal Gu. And to reverse refine them from rank 7 to rank 6 will be much easier than promoting them to rank 7 from rank 6. But don't you find it a waste? Most importantly, reverse refinement would take quite some time. Your tribulation is nearing, there is little time. If you start the reverse refinement now, it will not be done in time. You might as well use this killer move. Langya Land Spirit said this as he handed the killer move, sword marks targeting death, to Fang Yuan. You are very lucky. This killer move was bought by my previous self. It is suitable for many sword path Immortal Gu to use. Fang Yuan felt strange when he heard that. Long Hair Ancestor was purely a refinement path Gu Immortal. Why would the Land Spirit purchase a sword path killer move that he could not use? But after looking at it, he understood why. As it turned out, sword marks targeting death was a killer move that permanently expended the Dao marks in the sword path Immortal Gu to carve them on the target. After the sword path Immortal Gu flies away, the sword path Dao marks would find the target's weak spot and attack it. Like earlier, Fang Yuan used Flying Sword Immortal Gu as the core to use sword marks targeting death and pierced the desolate beast snow monster. This attack was not fatal. The wound caused by the Immortal Gu healed quickly. But the Dao marks it left behind were still in the snow monster's body. It attacked its hidden core, and once broken, the snow monster suffered a fatal blow and died. This way, Flying Sword Immortal Gu could kill targets like snow monsters. It no longer worked with little effect against these enemies. But this killer move had a huge drawback. That was the permanent expenditure of the Immortal Gu's Dao marks. Immortal Gu were large fragments of the Great Dao, the product of countless Dao marks. The higher the rank of the Immortal Gu, the larger the fragment of the Great Dao, and the higher the number of Dao marks. The more sword marks targeting death was used, the fewer the Dao marks in the sword path Immortal Gu. They could not be recovered. This way, the Immortal Gu would get weaker and weaker. At a certain point, a qualitative change would occur, and the rank 6 Immortal Gu would turn back into Immortal Gu, or the rank 7 Immortal Gu would become a rank 6. This weakness was severe. It made sword marks targeting death an unfavored killer move. The previous Langya Land Spirit bought this killer move for a low price because he was interested in the killer move itself. In fact, every usage of the sword path killer move sword marks targeting death was akin to reverse refining the Immortal Gu. Except that the reverse refinement was very minute. A large number of usages were needed to produce a clear effect. Once Fang Yuan understood this, he knew why Langya Land Spirit had bought this killer move. The previous Langya Land Spirit's favorite interest was to refine Gu. Fang Yuan thought over it and accepted this sword path killer move. Without question, this killer move was extremely suitable for him now. Winds howled as snow blew around. Sword light entered the blizzard. The blizzard could not block the sharp sword light. It was easily pierced. The sword light drew a beautiful arc in the sky. It hit a desolate beast snow monster's chest before flying out from its back, turning around and flying back to Fang Yuan. The injuries healed quickly. The desolate beast snow monster laughed. It was about to move when its body scattered, turning into a pile of snow. In a breath's time, dozens of small snow monsters came out of this pile. But these snow monsters were only 10 or 20 feet tall. They were not a problem. Another sword marks targeting death. This move was very effective. Desolate beast snow monsters were destroyed in just one hit. Fang Yuan nodded in satisfaction. At this point, he finally experienced one of the advantages of sword path. When Gu masters cultivate, they use Gu, nurture Gu, and refine Gu. These are extremely profound and deep. It is still flying sword immortal Gu, but I changed the method of usage and received an incredibly different result. Again, Fang Yuan used sword marks targeting death again. In the blizzard, desolate beast snow monsters formed again, but they were quickly killed by Fang Yuan. The strength of the snow monsters were related to their size. 10 or 20 feet tall snow monsters could be dealt with by rank 1 or 2 Gu masters. 60 feet tall snow monsters were desolate beasts. They were on par with rank 6 Gu Immortals. 70 feet tall snow monsters were equal to rank 7 Gu Immortals. These 60 feet tall snow monsters were all killed by Fang Yuan. They were easy targets. Fang Yuan's battle strength was raised greatly. Back then in Gu Immortal blessed land, he had so much trouble facing the swamp crab, but now against an endless number of snow monsters, he could fight calmly and control the situation. But Fang Yuan did not relax. He was staying vigilant. I am having an easy time because I am using the rank 7 flying sword immortal Gu to deal with desolate beast snow monsters, and also because sword marks targeting death is a powerful move that consumes down marks. Furthermore, the swamp crab had brought over gruel mud immortal Gu's effect with it, while these snow monsters have no such immortal Gu. Fang Yuan's expression focused. He observed closely. After those desolate beast snow monsters died, the new, small snow monsters that were formed were growing in size. 10 feet to 20 feet, 20 feet to 30 feet. These snow monsters were growing stronger. If they are allowed to continue growing, would they become 60 feet desolate beast snow monsters? Fang Yuan did not dare to be careless. He stopped using flying sword immortal Gu. As he waved his hands, countless dark vortexes flew out. Bam bam bam. These black bullets rained down like a storm. The snow monsters were instantly faced with a disaster. Countless numbers died. But soon, from these smaller snow monsters' corpses, more of them spawned. Fang Yuan killed dozens of snow monsters, but over 100 came back up. Fang Yuan saw this and frowned. He felt troubled. But he observed carefully. Although the snow monsters that came back were high in numbers, they were much smaller now. Fang Yuan had a guess. At his will, thousands of green wind blades flew out around his body, shooting out. The wind blades arrived like a huge net, engulfing the countless snow monsters on the ground. The desolate beast snow monsters were intact, but the small snow monsters were sliced into pieces. At once, marks from the blades were on the ground as snow splattered. Fang Yuan activated his investigative Gu. His eyes shined brightly as he observed the battlefield. As expected, once 10 feet tall snow monsters die, they cannot produce more snow monsters. After confirming his guess, he relaxed slightly. Soon after, he had a flash of inspiration. Is this because of the blizzard? Splitting his focus, he activated over 100 mortal Gu in a few breaths' time. A domain of darkness formed from under his feet, creating a dark veil. This was Gu Immortal He Cheng's battlefield killer move, Dark Veil. The Immortal Aperture could not normally have battlefield killer moves inside. This was because battlefield killer moves had down marks. They changed the environment. They clashed with the Immortal Aperture's own down marks and would result in damage. But the battlefield killer moves here referred to Immortal battlefield killer moves. Fang Yuan's Dark Veil was mortal level. It was not problematic. He also had Shui Song Zi's mortal battlefield killer move, Snow Domain. But if he used it, it would increase the strength of the snow monsters. It was inappropriate. Once Dark Veil was used, the surrounding blizzard weakened. As expected, the small snow monsters started growing at a slower speed. But this did not last. The blizzard seemed to have been enraged. It rampaged more fiercely. As the snow moved rapidly, Dark Veil was being compressed. It shrunk to Fang Yuan's feet before completely collapsing with a loud sound. Only 20% of the 100 Gu worms that made up Dark Veil survived. They were retrieved by Fang Yuan. Desolate beast snow monsters appear continuously, and small snow monsters appear from their corpses. They would also become stronger at an unthinkable speed due to the blizzard. It is counterproductive to try and isolate the blizzard. Now it seems, I can only get rid of the small snow monsters as well as the desolate beast snow monsters, Fang Yuan concluded. He did not guess wrongly. This calamity was very powerful. This was only Sovereign Immortal Aperture's first calamity, but it had greatly exceeded Gu Immortal Blessed Land's 5th, Blue Charm Lightning Shadow, 6th, Swamp Crab, and 7th, Blood Poison Carrier Flowers, earthly calamities. His immortal essence was continuously expended. As he concentrated deeply, his mind was feeling fatigue. But Fang Yuan was also getting more familiar with using the killer move sword marks targeting death. Time passed. The heaven and earth chi in the immortal aperture continued to rumble. The blizzard formed also was growing immensely. Fang Yuan's expression was grim. He noticed that this earthly calamity was not only huge, it was going to last a long time. It was far stronger than the 10 great catastrophes. Desolate beast snow monsters continued to increase in numbers. Fang Yuan's sword marks targeting death could no longer kill them quickly enough. The newly formed small snow monsters were large in numbers. Fang Yuan had to use mortal killer moves to kill them. He was handling both matters at the same time. It was hard to manage them. Thankfully, these snow monsters cannot fly. I occupy the high ground. Even though I need to deal with the blizzard, the initiative is still with me. The moment this thought flashed in Fang Yuan's mind, the loud screech of an eagle entered Fang Yuan's ears. Fang Yuan raised his head and his expression turned dark. This was bad. In the blizzard, iron crown eagles made from snow were forming. An eagle flapped its wings, charging at Fang Yuan with a ferocious aura. Fang Yuan quickly turned around, using sword marks targeting death to deal with the eagle. But in a short time, 3 more iron crown eagles formed, flying in the air, encircling him. His pressure increased. Danger was approaching. Chapter 1055. Fang Yuan undergoes tribulation, 3/5. 3 iron crown eagles charged at Fang Yuan. Sword marks targeting death. Fang Yuan internally gasped to think that at the crucial moment, this had happened. As the activation of the killer move failed, the backlash caused blood to flow down from the corner of his mouth. After all, he had owned this sword path killer move for too short of a time. In an emergency, when he was not focused, the failure rate of activation would surge. An eagle screech resounded. It could burst eardrums. The iron crown eagle in front of him pounced. Fang Yuan quickly dodged. A phantom image behind him flickered as light illusion bat wings appeared, dodging the eagle's attack. But the shield of wind around him was already broken. The iron crown eagle's claws tore through it in a moment. Fang Yuan squinted. He decided to use sword marks targeting death again, and he succeeded. The sword light was extremely sharp. It easily pierced the iron crown eagle's back and continued to shoot out. Suddenly, cold winds blew behind him as Fang Yuan's heart skipped a beat. He had no time to think further. He used Sword Escape Immortal Gu immediately. Swoosh, he shot out like an arrow, piercing the sky. By rising in altitude, he narrowly avoided the attack of the iron crown eagle behind him. He temporarily escaped danger. Fang Yuan stopped using Sword Escape. Sword Escape Immortal Gu flew straight. It was extremely fast. Fang Yuan flew into the sky and was more than 10 li away from the iron crown eagle. Letting out a breath, Fang Yuan's heartbeat returned to normal. After regaining his composure, he willed and summoned Flying Sword Immortal Gu. Earlier, he could not recall Flying Sword as it had flown away after piercing the iron crown eagle. There was more than 10 breaths of time needed for it to return to Fang Yuan. As for the iron crown eagle which got pierced, it cried out pitifully as it crashed towards the ground. Before landing on the ground, its entire body turned into a big mushy pile of snow and ice, scattering. The remaining 2 iron crown eagles charged to kill Fang Yuan from left and right respectively, as the blizzard roared. Fang Yuan was unwilling to face them head-on. He used Sword Escape and retreated. Even though his body was superb, it was not as tough as his immortal zombie body. Sword Path was good in offense while weak in defense. Sword Escape Immortal Gu allowed Fang Yuan to fly like an arrow, tearing through the sky as he pulled away from the iron crown eagles. The effect was immediate. Even Flying Sword Immortal Gu was not as fast as Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan flew in a circle in the sky before converging with Flying Sword Immortal Gu, retrieving it. Fang Yuan held Flying Sword Immortal Gu in his hand as he injected immortal essence into it. At the same time, he mobilized his Gu worms and activated more than 100 supplementary Gu worms. A profound light was created as it entered Flying Sword Immortal Gu. The 2 iron crown eagles were coincidentally chasing him, with one in front of the other. Fang Yuan stretched out his fingers. He felt a small tremor in his hand as Flying Sword Gu flew out. It turned into an astonishing sword light. It seemed to have the power to pierce the universe. Flying Sword Immortal Gu and the iron crown eagles rapidly approached each other. In the blink of the eye, Flying Sword Immortal Gu flew through the first iron crown eagle and proceeded to pierce the second one without any loss in momentum. 2 birds with 1 stone. The iron crown eagle in front flew for a moment before breaking apart. The one behind was still intact. It continued to fly towards Fang Yuan. as if it had an immense grudge against him. Fang Yuan was about to take back flying sword Immortal Gu when his mind shuddered. Out of nowhere, a burst of true meaning was entering his mind. Fang Yuan's brows raised. He could not conceal his joy. This is Reckless Savage's infusion of true meaning. It seems that my original guess was not wrong. It succeeded. Fang Yuan was purposely undergoing tribulation in the icy plane. It was for the true meaning of Reckless Savage. Because in historical records, when Strength Path and Transformation Path Gu Masters undergo tribulation in the icy plane, they would receive an infusion of Reckless Savage's true meaning, obtaining a growth in their attainment levels. But this gift was only for Gu Masters when they ascended to Immortal. After the Gu Master becomes an Immortal, the calamities and tribulations happen in their immortal apertures. They would not receive any infusion of true meaning. But after Fang Yuan obtained the killer move Immortal Tribulation Tempering Aperture, he wondered if this killer move would be able to cause the infusion of true meaning. Earlier, when he killed the desolate beast snow monsters and small snow monsters, he did not receive any infusion of true meaning. He thought he was wrong. But after killing the Iron Crown Eagle, there seemed to be an infusion of true meaning. Although it was a dangerous situation, he could not confirm it. Now, he could finally feel the infusion of true meaning. A sense of understanding arose in him. He seemed to have turned into an Iron Crown Eagle, from birth, until its first flight, and until it soared the skies. He felt its wings flapping strongly. They had great strength. He clenched his fists like two claws of an Iron Crown Eagle. He looked around, being able to see up to a gigantic distance away. His Strength Path and Transformation Path attainment levels were rising, and his flying attainment level was also rising slightly. The infusion of true meaning was like the guidance of Reckless Savage Demon Venerable, without any withheld information. Undeniably, the rise of attainment levels gave great benefits in all aspects. If he trained normally, his attainment level might rise after decades or centuries. Other than dream realms, only something like the infusion of Reckless Savage's true meaning here could raise the attainment level of someone so easily. In fact, dream realms themselves are the manifestations of emotions, obsessions, and desires. They are the remains of countless wills. Once one succeeds in exploring a dream realm, their attainment level would rise. It is the same as breaking free from the obstruction of emotions in the dream realm. Without losing oneself, one could extract true meaning from these scattered memories and gain a growth in attainment level. Everything, in essence, is still true meaning infusion. Fang Yuan's eyes flashed with bright light. The Iron Crown Eagle approached, but Fang Yuan easily dodged it. There was only one Iron Crown Eagle left. Fang Yuan created some distance from it and used sword marks targeting death to kill it without any mishaps. Looking over his immortal essence, there was still some left. Even though he used multiple sword path killer moves and rank 7 Immortal Gu, Fang Yuan was well prepared. He was not as desperate as the time he was traveling. He had not borrowed from Langyalan's spirit yet. Most of his resources were in fact spent on the killer move Immortal Tribulation Tempering Aperture. There were no enemies in the sky now. Fang Yuan looked at the ground. The snow monsters stood on the ground, raising their heads and growling at him. The number is higher now. Fang Yuan frowned. At the next moment, countless green wind blades and dark vortexes appeared out of nowhere, shooting down. Like surging waves of a river, he unleashed a terrifying attack that covered the entire area, engulfing all of the snow monsters. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions occurred continuously. After dozens of breaths of time, Fang Yuan stopped attacking. The huge number of snow monsters had decreased innumerably. The ground had a lot of empty space now. Only the desolate beast snow monsters were still around, like dozens of huge pillars. He had only used mortal methods. They were not threatened by them. Huff, huff, huff. Small sounds were produced, completely covered by the raging blizzard. More small snow monsters emerged from the snow. It has only been such a short time, but these snow monsters are still persisting. Fang Yuan felt this was quite a headache. He could only use sword marks targeting death to kill the desolate beast snow monsters quickly. At the same time, he used mortal methods to kill the uncountable number of small snow monsters. What made him feel strange was, no matter how many snow monsters he killed, be it desolate beasts or not, he received no true meaning of Reckless Savage. This earthly calamity is very strange. There aren't records of it in history. But at its current strength, it has already surpassed He Lu Land's ascension. At this time, spirals formed in the blizzard as a change occurred. Cranes flew out of the spirals. These cranes had pure white and clean feathers. They were graceful and had beautiful cries. They were desolate beast 9 palace cranes. Fang Yuan licked his lips. He charged forward with bloodthirsty intent. After killing one, there was indeed an infusion of true meaning infusion. Fang Yuan felt very excited. His eyes were shining brightly. Snow descended. Wild winds blew. Fang Yuan engaged in combat with these 9 palace cranes. He moved around rapidly in all directions. He could maneuver agilely as he flew up and down. At first, he fought alone against many enemies. He was pushed back and fell into a passive position. But after killing a few 9 palace cranes, he had more space to move around. He could retreat and advance more easily. As his gains increased, he started to gain control of the situation. He had an easier time. 9 of these 9 palace cranes had appeared this time. They were 3 times the number of Iron Crown Eagles, but they were still killed by Fang Yuan. It just took a longer time. The results were gratifying. Fang Yuan could feel his attainment level rising. He was improving again. This type of feeling towards getting stronger was extremely intoxicating. However, when Fang Yuan saw the uncountable number of snow monsters on the ground, his heart sank again. Earlier, he was only fighting over a dozen desolate beast snow monsters, but now there were 50 to 60 of them. And in the blizzard, more and more small snow monsters were appearing, while the desolate beast snow monsters were progressing to ancient desolate beast level. This situation made Fang Yuan determined to stop it as soon as possible. In this situation, I can only use the 3rd sword path killer move. Immortal killer move, triple layered sword wave. Fang Yuan took in a deep breath. More than 60% of his concentration was on this. He activated more than 500 mortal Gu at once, and even more supplementary Gu worms as time passed. This killer move's difficulty, as well as the time needed to activate it, were far higher than sword marks targeting death. Thus, it could not be used extensively. Finally, Fang Yuan took out Wave Sword Immortal Gu. This Immortal Gu looked like either a blade or water at various times. It expanded in the air, soon resembling a blue circular wave of water. It surrounded the area all around it. Fang Yuan was about to attack the snow monsters, when at this time, a huge figure descended. Fang Yuan raised his head and drew in a deep breath. He saw that a giant ruin bat had formed and filled the sky, covering the surroundings. Oh no! Fang Yuan's heart jumped. This ruin bat was huge. It was an ancient desolate beast, able to fight rank 7 Gu Immortals. At the same time, ruin bats were space path beasts. They had incredible destructive force if they rampaged in the immortal aperture. They could even shatter the walls of the immortal aperture. It is only my first earthly calamity, but there are so many desolate beast snow monsters, and even an ancient ruin bat. Fang Yuan looked up with a bitter expression. The ancient ruin bat was huge. It cast a shadow that loomed over Fang Yuan and countless snow monsters. At once, the blizzard weakened. The snow monsters stopped making cries and roars. They looked up at this ferocious beast in the sky. Before leaving Langya Blessed Land, I had already used luck path killer moves to increase my luck. Since the Tribulation, I have been using dogshit luck Immortal Gu continuously. My luck should have reduced the might of the earthly calamity already. Even so, this earthly calamity is still so incredibly powerful. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth, focusing his mind again. The ancient ruin bat flew in the sky. Its body was huge like a mountain, crashing down on Fang Yuan. At once, aura was bursting out. The air was compressed as a strong pressure could be felt. Sword path killer move, triple layered sword wave. Fang Yuan had no way to retreat. He could only face it and use the 3rd sword path killer move. Rumble. A loud sound. The sword waves around him started moving around. They rumbled as ripples appeared. These waves were shining with a silvery white light. They were extremely sharp and had incredible offensive power. The waves moved upwards in defiance of gravity, splitting apart in the air, as multiple gigantic waves crashed at the ancient ruin bat. The ruin bat did not make a sound. It smashed these waves. Fang Yuan pushed with a hand. Swoosh. Another huge wave was summoned. This wave was larger than the first one. It filled the entire surroundings. There were many ripples at the edge of the wave. They were shining and emitting a dangerous aura. Wherever the sword waves went, everything was cleansed. The blizzard was wiped out, and even air shattered. Evidently, this was an area of effect attack. It used the rank 7 wave sword Immortal Gu as the core, along with several water path Immortal Gu which were borrowed from Langya Land Spirit by Fang Yuan. The second sword wave crashed into the ruin bat. The ruin bat, which was flying down, stopped moving for a moment. At the same time, it screeched out in pain. The sword wave did not last long. After it receded, Fang Yuan could see that there were deep marks left by swords on the ancient ruin bat. In normal situations, ruin bats would avoid danger and would retreat when they encountered danger that threatened their lives. But this ancient ruin bat was not a normal specimen. It was formed from the earthly calamity. After getting injured, it did not rest. It charged at Fang Yuan relentlessly. The ruin bat was a space path beast. Facing it, Fang Yuan's sword escape Immortal Gu had little effect. Because the space around Fang Yuan was affected by the ruin bat's strength. 1 or 2 steps would take several hundred steps to travel in reality. Simply dodging was a terrible idea. Even though the ruined bat flew slowly, its space path powers also restricted Fang Yuan's speed. The only way to resist was by eliminating the enemy, using offense against offense. That was the best plan. Thankfully, triple-layered sword wave could unleash 3 sword waves. Its might grew with each wave. The third wave, the sword wave, was 10 meters tall. It crashed towards the ancient ruined bat with immense might. The sound of the moving wave filled the world. The ripples were sharp with sword light. Even Fang Yuan, who was the user, felt his body shuddering, a feeling of chilliness inside him. Boom! The sword wave and the ruined bat collided. The ancient ruined bat's charge halted. It raised its head and cried out in utter pain. The sword wave struck at its stomach. The wounds from earlier were hit again. Its injuries were deepening. Finally, when the wave was about to run out of water, it pierced through the ancient ruined bat's back. Poof! With a loud sound, a large amount of flesh and blood fell from the ancient ruined bat's body. After being cut by the third sword wave, the ancient ruined bat slimmed down. Its huge body became much smaller. The gigantic mountain, which emitted an immense pressure, had been lifted. Fang Yuan felt his entire body relaxing. The space path power that was restricting him earlier had vanished. The heavily injured ancient ruined bat crashed to the ground, after floating around like a kite with its strings cut. With a huge sound, snow and ice were sent flying on impact. I killed it. Fang Yuan was joyous, but his expression suddenly changed. A huge amount of true meaning entered his mind, like a waterfall from the 9 heavens. This true meaning far surpassed the total gains from earlier. In an instant, Fang Yuan's state of mind was scattered. Fang Yuan forgot himself. He was like a ruined bat, from birth to growing up, until his death. Flying in the sky, he tore through space, traveling freely in the huge world. After a momentary daze, Fang Yuan jolted to awareness. His eyes, which were unfocused, gave off a sharp light. It seems that too much true meaning would be like a snake swallowing an elephant. I would overeat and have a risk of dying from bursting my stomach. Realizing this, cold sweat dripped from Fang Yuan's forehead. Reckless Savage's true meaning was good. It was the fastest way to raise one's attainment level. But there was a limit to everything in the world. Too much of a good thing would lead to harm. With too much of Reckless Savage's true meaning, the Gu Immortal's consciousness would be destroyed. Thankfully, Fang Yuan had a Wisdom Path foundation and had defensive Wisdom Path Immortal Gu that he borrowed from Langya Land Spirit. Otherwise, Fang Yuan's consciousness would be destroyed by the true meaning. After losing his senses, he might think he was truly a ruined bat that had died in the earthly calamity. I have little immortal essence left. Thankfully, the ancient ruined bat is already dead. Fang Yuan floated in the sky, looking down. After the ruined bat's corpse landed on the ground, it turned into snow, breaking apart. But there were 100 desolate beast snow monsters on the ground, along with an uncountable number of small snow monsters. 70 feet tall ancient desolate beast snow monsters were starting to appear. Damn it, it has only been such a short time. Seeing this, Fang Yuan felt terrible. He felt a strong sense of helplessness towards such a huge group of enemies. To clear up these snow monsters, I will need to borrow immortal essence stones from Langya Land Spirit. Fang Yuan was not willing to do it. He had already repaid the debt he owed to Langya Land Spirit, but now he had no choice but to borrow again. The blizzard which had weakened was getting stronger again. Palm-sized snowflakes flew down from the sky. Raging winds rampaged wildly. 2 ancient ruined bats started to form in the blizzard. Fang Yuan's body shook. His expression was ashen as he cursed internally. I might as well die. What sort of earthly calamity is this? Even heavenly tribulations are not this terrifying. This was, of course, just a complaint to vent his emotions. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth. He shot out like an arrow, taking the initiative to attack. The ancient ruined bat earlier had almost killed him already. If 2 appeared at the same time and attacked Fang Yuan, he could not win. The earthly calamity's power was starting to decline. It was going to end. These 2 ancient ruined bats formed slowly. It could not compare to earlier. Fang Yuan wanted to attack before these 2 ancient ruined bats finished forming. But at this time, a new blizzard started to fall from the sky. Several huge snowballs were directed towards him. They were like horse carriages. Thankfully, Fang Yuan had quasi-grandmaster flying attainment. He dodged in time and was not hit. Fang Yuan took a look. The perpetrators were the snow monsters on the ground. After the nurturing of the blizzard, the ancient snow monsters had increased in numbers, growing rapidly. Earlier there were only a few. Now there were 28 of them. These ancient snow monsters clenched their fists as snowballs formed. After growling, they stretched their hands as the horse carriage-like snowballs shot up like meteors towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's heart sank to rock bottom. These 2 ancient ruined bats were hard to deal with. And with these snowballs obstructing his movement, his plan would be delayed. By the time these 2 ancient ruined bats formed, Fang Yuan would fail this tribulation for sure. Just as Fang Yuan was in a dangerous situation while undergoing tribulation in his immortal aperture, someone else was also undergoing tribulation in the icy plane. This was a Gu Master's immortal ascension. The heaven and earth chi was turning into the tribulation. "Master, save me!" The Gu Master cried out. Facing the attack of the frost lightning, he could not retaliate. He could only watch as death descended. Bam! A soft sound echoed. At the crucial moment, a figure stood in front of the Gu Master undergoing tribulation. The frost lightning that was unstoppable against the Gu Master was fragile as paper in front of this person. The frost lightning appeared and disappeared just as quickly. It was useless. It could not even touch that person's clothing. Master's cultivation level is so high. The Gu Master sighed. Ever since the tribulation started, he had been sighing and feeling shocked. He was almost numb now. This is only the flying frost jumping lightning tribulation. It is not even one of the 10 great catastrophes. Gu Immortal Chu Du was expressionless. He felt regret looking at the lingering frost lightning. "Master, from your words, you are not happy with the intensity of the tribulation?" The Gu Master asked. Chu Du answered plainly. When Gu Masters ascend, they draw in heaven and earth chi. During this process, they would mingle with heaven's will. If they ask any questions regarding cultivation, heaven's will would give them an answer. This is also known as natural inspiration. But in the northern icy plane, when strength path Gu Masters undergo immortal ascension, they would trigger Reckless Savage's true meaning. Because of this, the Gu Master does not interact with heaven's will. Instead, they will mingle with Reckless Savage's true meaning, and their strength path and transformation path attainment levels will rise sharply. The stronger the tribulation, the higher the quantity of Reckless Savage's true meaning gathered. I nurtured all of you disciples because I want the true meaning of Reckless Savage during your ascension. Obtaining the true meaning would allow my strength path attainment level to rise. So that's it. The Gu Master realized. So this is what Master meant regarding the need for my help when you made me your disciple back then. Chu Du was about to speak when a huge sound from a great distance was heard. Chu Du looked. He saw that far away. Space was cracked, like a broken mirror. The scene of Fang Yuan fighting with the ancient ruin bats in his immortal aperture could be seen. Chu Du's body shook. His eyes were shining immediately. Chapter 1057. Fang Yuan undergoes tribulation. 5 out of 5. Chu Du, known as Domination Immortal, a legendary person in Northern Plains Gu Immortal world. He was born in a poor family. He was not of the Huang Jin bloodline. He had a lowly start. Even his aperture awakening was by chance. Without any teachers or tribesmen to help him, he cultivated alone. He cultivated strength path, but was not restrained by the flaws of it. With his overwhelming talent, he independently created Jin Strength Gu, Strength of 10 Jin Gu, Jun Strength Gu, Strength of 10 Jun Gu, and others. Using these Gu worms, he grew step by step. Under everyone's shocked gazes, he turned from a mortal to an immortal. But this was not the end of his legend. When he became a Gu Immortal, he went back to his roots and created the human Jun Strength branch. This small branch gave the dying strength path a surge of rejuvenation. It was as if vitality had filled dying trees. Strength path shined again in a different light. After the beast strength phantom branch and atmospheric heaven and earth branch, it was recognized by everyone that strength path had a new human Jun strength branch. With his efforts alone, he changed the future of strength path. Nobody could deny his grand achievement. Now, 9 out of 10 Northern Plains Gu Masters cultivated strength path on the side. They mostly used the human Jun strength branch. Destiny was a mystical thing. Nobody could decipher it. Be it Chu Du or Fang Yuan, they had never thought that they would meet in such a situation. Fang Yuan was undergoing tribulation. Because of the ancient ruined bat's power, his immortal aperture's walls were shattered, connecting to the outside world. And Chu Du was assisting his disciple in his immortal ascension tribulation, absorbing the true meaning of Reckless Savage. The northern icy plain was so huge, but these two people chose their tribulation location so closely. Both of their eyes made contact over the distance in an instant. Chu Du had just destroyed his disciple's tribulation. One of his hands was behind his back, while the other was toying with the frost lightning. He was calm and composed. Fang Yuan was wearing a white robe. He had a sharp gaze. His body was injured. Battle intent rose in him like he was a divine sword. The sharpness in him made even Chu Du frown. Someone is undergoing tribulation here. What is going on? The ancient ruin bat inside has Reckless Savage's true meaning. It manifested using the tribulation. This person has such an amazing method. He can replicate the immortal ascension and obtain Reckless Savage's true meaning to improve himself. Chu Du felt immense shock before it turned into joy. Domination Immortal Chu Du. Fang Yuan was shocked. This person is helping another person with his tribulation. He must be after Reckless Savage's true meaning. Oh no, He saw what is going on here. He will definitely seek me. Fang Yuan had obtained the killer move Immortal Tribulation Tempering Aperture from Land Spirit. This was a huge attraction to Domination Immortal Chu Du. As long as I can get his method, why would I need to bother with raising disciples for immortal ascension? I can undergo tribulations myself and draw in Reckless Savage's true meaning. The tribulations would be stronger, and I would obtain even more true meaning. That would be best. I must get this method. Chu Du screamed in his mind. He shot towards Fang Yuan like a flash of lightning. He was known as the Domination Immortal. In the past, when he was rank 6, an experienced lone immortal came to find trouble with him and was beaten to a pulp. The lone immortal called for reinforcements, but the 3 lone immortals were chased by the newly ascended Chu Du. He chased them for an enormous distance before killing all 3 immortals. 100 years later, Chu Du and a Gu Immortal of Lu tribe had a conflict. After a dozen rounds of fighting, the Lu tribe Gu Immortal lost and begged him for mercy, but Chu Du killed him without hesitation. Next, Lu tribe sent out several Gu Immortals. Chu Du's 2 fists could not rival 4 palms. He was outnumbered. He went into seclusion for decades. When he appeared again, he had rank 7 cultivation level. He went around and destroyed 18 of Lu tribe's resource points in 3 days. 3 of Lu tribe's Gu Immortals chased after him, but he did not run away. Instead, he forced the 3 Lu tribe Gu Immortals to retreat and even nearly attacked their headquarters. Chu Du encircled Lu tribe's blessed land and refused to leave. Lu tribe's first supreme elder emerged outside in anger, fighting with Chu Du for a long time. He was an experienced rank 7 expert, but he could not do anything to Chu Du. He could only let him leave freely. After this battle, Chu Du's reputation surged. The entire Gu Immortal world found out about his domineering style. No Gu Immortal dared to look down on him. Those who tried to find trouble with him had to consider it thoroughly before acting. But after this battle, Chu Du became very low profile. He cultivated in seclusion and rarely showed himself. It was only during the recent Northern Plains auction that he appeared in front of everyone. Now, it seemed that in the past, Chu Du gained a huge growth in strength and defeated Lu tribe because of Reckless Savage's true meaning. He nurtured a few Gu masters and helped them to ascend to immortal. His strength path attainment level reached Grandmaster level, and he created his own immortal killer moves. When the time was ripe, he took advantage of Lu tribe's temporary weakness and challenged them. He not only took revenge for himself, he even created a fierce reputation. These last years, he had been secluded, staying inside the northern icy plain, trying to excavate the huge treasure known as Reckless Savage's true meaning. Chu Du saw Fang Yuan. He not only wanted Fang Yuan's method of drawing out Reckless Savage's true meaning, he even had a feeling of unhappiness because his treasure was being taken by others. Thus, he did not think too deeply. He attacked directly. He wanted to take down Fang Yuan and interrogate the method to lure out Reckless Savage's true meaning. Though the distance was great, it was nothing to Gu Immortals. Their distance was shrinking rapidly. Chu Du stretched out his right hand, pointing at Fang Yuan, who was in the immortal aperture, but a sword light shot at him first. He reacted quickly, but Fang Yuan was even faster. Almost at the first instant, Fang Yuan used sword marks targeting death and shot out Flying Sword Immortal Gu. Flying Sword pierced through the sky, shining in bright silvery light. Chu Du could not look at it directly. Chu Du chuckled. He stretched out his right arm, grabbing at Flying Sword. Boom! An explosion caused the air to burst. A huge strength path phantom in the form of Chu Du's right hand squeezed the air. It was like a rampaging mountain, moving quickly and grabbing Flying Sword Immortal Gu. Surprise flashed across Fang Yuan's eyes. Chu Du's strength path phantom hand was very similar to his giant hand. But evidently, his strength path giant hand was not only stronger than Fang Yuan's, it was even more agile. Chu Du's strength path giant hand moved together with his actual right hand. After grabbing Flying Sword Immortal Gu, Chu Du clenched his fist and directly sealed Flying Sword Immortal Gu. Fang Yuan instantly felt that his connection to Flying Sword Immortal Gu weakened severely. Chu Du frowned in an unnoticeable manner. He opened his clenched fist. He saw a trace of blood at the center of his palm. It was the killer move Sword Marks targeting death's effect. Interesting, he commented lightly, while he said that the injury on his palm has already healed. Hand over the method, and I will spare your life. Chu Du proclaimed, but when he raised his head, his expression changed. At the crucial moment, Fang Yuan chopped off the lower half of his body. He used a certain blood path killer move and refined his lower body into a pool of blood. The blood fused into the immortal aperture's gap and fixed the crack within space in an instant. Chu Du quickly used his strength path giant hand to attack. But it was a moment too late. He had lost his chance. The giant hand failed to hit anything. Like a crashing meteor, it landed on the ground and formed a huge crater of over dozens of meters wide. Chu Du flew to the spot where Fang Yuan placed his immortal aperture with a heavy expression. He did not have any method to break into the immortal aperture. Damn it! Why did I encounter Domination Immortal of all people? Inside the immortal aperture, Fang Yuan only was left with his upper body. He floated in the air. His injuries were severe. His lower body had already been refined and used. Intense pain did not affect Fang Yuan due to the use of Gu worms. Faced with two ancient ruin bats, he kept his composure and calmness. I have to kill these two ruin bats as soon as possible. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth. His expression was ruthless. Triple-layered sword wave. He used this killer move consecutively. The waves crashed against the ancient ruin bats. Ugh! Fang Yuan's 7 orifices spurted blood. His head was dizzy. He was on the verge of fainting. His head was hurting. Triple-layered sword wave was a killer move that used many Gu worms. It was not easy to activate. In order to use so many Gu worms, he had used up all of the thoughts in his mind. His brain was in a state of overuse. And to protect his aperture walls, to prevent the ancient ruin bats from causing more destruction, Fang Yuan had to block all of the ancient ruin bats' attacks desperately. Seconds passed like years. Every time he blocked an ancient ruin bat's attack, Fang Yuan's vision turned dark. He was uncertain about his capability regarding blocking the next attack. He could not think of anything else. All of his newly produced thoughts were used to mobilize all of the Gu worms in his body. Both sides were like warriors in a death match. They attacked with sharp weapons and stabbed their opponents continuously. Whoever was unable to endure it would fall in defeat first. After an unknown period of time, a gust of wind blew. Clarity flashed in Fang Yuan's dazed eyes. Did I succeed? He looked up in the sky, at the falling ancient ruin bat as he muttered to himself. Soon, the thoughts in his mind replenished amply. He could finally think again. He finally killed one ancient ruin bat. There was still another left. Fang Yuan licked his dry lips. His face was pale as paper, but it showed a distorted expression as he charged towards the ancient ruin bat again. It was much easier for him this time. Facing an ancient ruin bat alone, Fang Yuan felt much less pressure. The thoughts in his mind increased in number. He could think of more things. He could attack the ruin bat after making rational decisions in response. But he did not dare to relax. If another ancient ruin bat formed, it would be troublesome. Even worse was if Domination Immortal Chu Du was allowed to come in. If that happened, Fang Yuan's situation would be far worse. It might be even more terrifying than dying in the calamity. But eventually, the heaven and earth chi calmed, and Fang Yuan succeeded in killing the third ancient ruin bat. No more ruin bats formed, and Chu Du was absent. The calamity has ended. I finally survived this. Fang Yuan looked down weakly. This place had already turned into an icy field. Countless desolate beasts, snow monsters were staring at him, growling as they showed ruthless expressions. Thankfully, my immortal aperture is big enough. There are no resources in here yet. I will let these snow monsters stay for now. They cannot break the aperture walls. Fang Yuan flew up to the first layer of the heavens in the sky of his immortal aperture. He was severely injured. He needed to recuperate. While healing his injuries, he also needed to prepare for battle. If Chu Du invaded this place, it would no laughing matter. Chapter 1058, Blood Asset Immortal Gu. 3 days later, inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. The Sovereign Immortal Aperture was extremely huge. Its layout was like the 5 regions and 9 heavens. After Fang Yuan succeeded in passing the Tribulation, he had been staying inside the first layer of the 9 heavens to heal. At this moment, he was at a crucial moment of healing his injuries. Fang Yuan was submerged hundreds of feet under a lake of blood, which filled a wide surrounding range. He was gravely injured. It was a sad sight. His entire lower body was cut away. Only his upper body was in the lake of blood. The lake of blood was full of life force. It entered his huge injury continuously. After 3 days, a blood-colored silhouette could be vaguely seen in the form of his legs and lower body. Suddenly, Fang Yuan opened his eyes. His eyes were blood red. The moment he opened them, it was as if lightning shined deeply inside the dark lake of blood. Blood path body refinement. Restore my immortal body. Fang Yuan cried out in his mind. Countless thoughts were colliding. Tens of thousands of mortal Gu were mobilized with thoughts. They shined with dazzling light. These mortal Gu were placed in various parts of the blood lake. Once connected, the entire dark lake of blood shined in a bright red light. Gradually, the lights from these mortal Gu fused into one. A rank 6 immortal Gu emerged from Fang Yuan's body, floating upwards. This Gu resembled a round pearl. It was as large as a goose egg. The pearl had countless markings on it that were moving around, like the blooming of a field of lotuses or the rumbling of clouds. Blood Path Immortal Gu, Blood Asset. This immortal Gu was not one known to Fang Yuan. This was a Gu innovated by the previous Lang Yalan spirit. He had created this using Blood Path Gu recipes he bought in Treasure Yellow Heaven. Blood Asset Immortal Gu's effect was to protect a portion of the immortal materials or Gu worms during refinement. If the refinement failed, some of these immortal materials or Gu worms could be restored afterwards using Blood Asset Immortal Gu. Ever since he obtained this Immortal Gu, the previous Langya land spirit had saved a huge amount of resources. The previous land spirit treasured this Immortal Gu deeply. He would not exchange it no matter what. But after changing personalities, the new Langya land spirit most wanted to promote the rise of hairy men. He did not have much interest in Gu refinement. When transacting with Fang Yuan, Blood Asset Immortal Gu fell into Fang Yuan's demonic clutches. Fang Yuan obtained it and did not outwardly express any emotions, but he was overjoyed internally. This Gu could only be used in refinement path in the hands of ordinary Gu Immortals. But Fang Yuan was a Blood Path Grandmaster. Not only could he display its full ability, he could also use it in a variety of ways that surpassed its original limits. Like now, Blood Asset Immortal Gu caused the entire lake of blood to boil, like a volcano that was ready to erupt with molten magma underneath. Gu. Large numbers of bubbles floated to the surface of the lake. Streams of life force gushed into Blood Asset Immortal Gu like sparrows returning to their nests. Blood Asset Immortal Gu floated above Fang Yuan's head. It rapidly rotated, like an inexhaustible black hole. It drew away all of the vitality in the lake of blood. Next, after purification, a stream of life force that could be seen with the naked eye, resembling translucent flowing water, poured into Fang Yuan's body. Crack, crack. Fang Yuan's bones were cracking. It was a delightful sound. His withered flesh became enriched, inflating like a ball. The injuries on his skin vanished instantly. His long black hair grew out, covered in a layer of gloss. Most important was the huge injury on Fang Yuan's body. The translucent blood-colored silhouette of his lower body started to gain physical form under the injection of vitality. In the blink of an eye, Fang Yuan's heavy injuries healed, his flesh recovered, and he was whole again. Whoosh! Fang Yuan shot out of the lake of blood like an arrow, appearing in the air. His consciousness swept around the area as he nodded in satisfaction. This body created by sovereign immortal fetus Gu is truly profound and mystical. I have Tao marks of every path, yet they don't interfere with each other. Because of this, I can use healing methods of any path and display their full effect. If not, how could I recover from this terrible injury in only 3 days? Fang Yuan stretched out his arm. Blood Asset Immortal Gu shot out of the lake of blood like a meteor into Fang Yuan's hands. Holding this Immortal Gu in front of him, Fang Yuan took a look of appreciation before placing it on his chest. Blood Asset Immortal Gu lived on Fang Yuan's body, at his chest area, turning into a red pearl tattoo. This type of storage was not safe. If Fang Yuan's body was destroyed, Blood Asset Immortal Gu would also face destruction. Immortal Gu were extremely fragile. Even toddlers could kill rank 9 Immortal Gu. It was safest to keep it in the Immortal Aperture. But now, Fang Yuan's sovereign Immortal Aperture was still in the outside world. He could only do this, but as long as he was careful, there would be no issue. In the 500 years of my previous life, I could not obtain a single Blood Path Immortal Gu even after a long search. I had no choice but to refine Spring Autumn Cicada. If I had this Blood Path Immortal Gu back then, I would have already achieved much more in life. Even if the 10 great ancient sects encircled me, I would be able to fight them confidently. Fang Yuan was not simply bragging. In his previous life, he had battle strength at the peak of rank 6. He had fought against 2 ordinary rank 7 Gu Immortals and won. Even though there were many reasons for the outcomes, like the terrain and other coincidences, defeating a rank 7 as a rank 6 was truly an incredible feat. Of course, compared to Bo Qing and Feng Jiugu, this was a very ordinary achievement. But the important thing was, Fang Yuan defeated the rank 7 Gu Immortals without any Immortal Gu himself. He used Blood Path Mortal Gu and Mortal Killer moves to defeat such strong foes. During that time, Fang Yuan became an immortal using Blood Path. He not only created his own Blood Path Mortal Gu, he even designed many Blood Path Killer moves. They were either high in power, had mysterious effects, or were very bloodthirsty abilities. Fang Yuan's Blood Path attainment level was Grandmaster. He did not lack anything but a Blood Path Immortal Gu. If he had it, he could quickly modify his Mortal Killer moves into countless Immortal Killer moves. His battle strength would surge immensely. In his previous life, or even after rebirth, Fang Yuan did not obtain a single Blood Path Immortal Gu. After rebirth, he advanced rapidly, taking huge risks and facing great challenges. Because of all sorts of reasons, he did not obtain a single Blood Path Immortal Gu. Author's note. Actually, it was the influence of Heaven's will. Until recently, he finally obtained Blood Asset Immortal Gu from trading with Langya Land Spirit. Actually, Fang Yuan did not want to start his blood path cultivation so early. Any blood path Gu Immortal would be detected by Heavenly Court and be listed on the Demon Judgment Board. Blood path was very harmful. Even demonic cultivators did not like them. Everyone wanted to exterminate them. When Fang Yuan obtained blood asset Immortal Gu, he thought, the less I use it, the better. But situations were unpredictable. During the Tribulation, he encountered domination Immortal Chu Du. His life was at stake. He had to use blood asset Immortal Gu to create the Immortal Killer move to seal the gap in the aperture wall. When healing himself, Fang Yuan also used a blood path killer move. Only this healing technique could heal his injuries rapidly and allow him to defend against the huge threat of Chu Du. Fang Yuan did not want to ask for more help from Langya Land. Spirit, the more he exposed, the higher the chances of leaking information. Fang Yuan had reserved some information from Langya Land Spirit. He concealed the biggest secret of sovereign immortal aperture. Fang Yuan was a blood path grandmaster. With his 500 years of deep accumulation, it was easy to modify blood path mortal killer moves into immortal killer moves. It was a natural process. It was unlike He Lu Lan in the past, who faced so much difficulty in elevating self-strength Phantom to immortal level. In fact, he had created many blood path immortal Gu recipes in his previous life. But because his refinement path and wisdom path attainment levels were too low, he could not continue on those deductions. They were very incomplete. After retrieving blood asset Immortal Gu, Fang Yuan thought to himself, 3 days have passed. Chu Du did not attack. It seems he has no methods to break into the immortal aperture. 3 days ago, Fang Yuan paid a huge price of getting heavily injured to seal the aperture wall's gap, causing Chu Du's plan to fail. If Chu Du had any methods, he would have used them already. But 3 days had passed. Even if some methods needed time for preparation, they would not take 3 days. Thus, Fang Yuan surmised that Chu Du had no options. This was not strange. After an immortal aperture is placed in the 5 regions, as long as the entrance was not open, they would shrink into a tiny spot and be undetectable. Outsiders could not break in. Back then, when Immortal Crane Sect attacked Gu Immortal Blessed Land, they had to use Fang Zheng's bloodline as a connection to use blood path methods in sensing where the Blessed Land was. Chu Du was a strength path Gu Immortal, while methods to pierce into immortal apertures involved space path. Fang Yuan guessed correctly, but he did not relax as a result. Even though Chu Du could not break into the sovereign immortal aperture, he could stay behind and guard this area. This was an expected situation. Thinking from his perspective, as the strength path Gu Immortal Chu Du who wanted to obtain Reckless Savage's true meaning desperately, would he ever give up such a huge opportunity? In the past, when facing Lu tribe, a super force, Chu Du did not leave and stayed outside their headquarters until Lu tribe's first supreme elder fought with him. Fang Yuan was alone. How could he compare to Lu tribe? Even if he added in Langya Blessed Land, it could not match Lu tribe. Those hairy man Gu Immortals had negligible battle strength. Furthermore, even if Chu Du could not break the aperture walls, he could find others to help. It seems that I am trapped here for now. If I collect my immortal aperture and use sword escape, can I escape from Chu Du's pursuit? Fang Yuan shook his head. Sword escape Immortal Gu might be fast, but it flies in a straight line. I would need to stop if I want to change directions. This is a major flaw. Against ordinary Gu Immortals, it would work, but against Domination Immortal, it is not enough. I need at least an immortal killer move. While thinking, Fang Yuan flew below the first layer of the heavens. When he got to the part of the sky where he was undergoing tribulation, the snow monsters sensed Fang Yuan and growled at him. Ancient snow monsters even raised their hands, throwing huge snowballs at him. After sighing, Fang Yuan had no choice but to leave. The earthly calamity is over, but these snow monsters are still around. I have to ignore them for now. In any case, this immortal aperture has nothing for them to destroy. I have sword escape Immortal Gu, but my sword path attainment level is too low. There is more hope in blood path methods. Next, I should modify mortal killer moves and create a blood path immortal killer move, using blood asset Immortal Gu as the core for use in movement. Western Desert, on a certain trail. Kill these bastards. The money is all ours. Let's rob them. Guards, defend us. If these goods are lost, the clan will not let us off. Sounds of fighting could be heard. Around a sandy dune, a group of bandits and caravan members were fighting in an intense battle. This bandit group had been committing crimes in the desert for a long time. They were all human Gu masters. They were fierce and experienced in battle. They were quite strong. In the merchant caravan, there were few humans. They were mostly feathermen. A portion of this group of featherman Gu masters were standing on the ground guarding the goods, while some were flying in the sky, fighting the bandits. Waves of fiery attacks were unleashed. The temperature was rising. At times, wind blades were shot out, cutting the trail or directly into people, causing bloodshed. Western Desert was flourishing with Fire Path and Wind Path Gu worms. Gu masters of these two paths were most common. After a moment, the bandits had the upper hand. They suffered little loss. But the merchant caravan was already heavy with casualties. Han Li was lying in a pile of goods. His body was covered in blood. His face was charred. He had been hit by a wind blade earlier during the intense battle. There was a deep and long injury on his chest. It was still bleeding. His face was charred because a fire pellet had exploded around him. The hot debris had slammed into his face. Damn it. Am I going to die here today? The battle scene had Han Li feel despair. He had started his cultivation journey after much difficulties, becoming a Gu master by chance. But he was chased out and could only be a vagrant. To survive, he joined this caravan as a member, but to think that such a merchant caravan would still be targeted by bandits. Run! This merchant caravan is finished. I am not going to die with them. Smart people will run with me. These feathermen are finished. Even if they return alive, they will be executed by the clan. The loss was assured. The merchant caravan members started to escape for themselves. They were all human Gu masters employed to be guards. These fellows. Ignore them. Conserve our primeval essence. Even if we die, we will die fighting. The Featherman Gu masters gritted their teeth, saying angrily, "How can this be?" Han Li was dazed. He was very young and inexperienced. He could not react to the fact that these human Gu masters were escaping. "Why are you not running?" A Featherman Gu master walked over and saw Han Li. Han Li gasped. He did not know what to do. He knew who this Featherman Gu master was. He was the leader of the caravan. Even though your cultivation level is low, in some ways, you are far superior to those escaping humans. The Featherman leader sighed, before patting Han Li's shoulder. His hand flashed with light. He patted Han Li's shoulder 3 times. His injuries healed at once. Amazing. This is the might of a rank for Gu master. Han Li was shocked. He wanted to express his gratitude, but the Featherman leader had already charged into the battlefield. The front lines were in a critical state already. The Featherman leader had to join the fight. Once the rank 4 Gu master attacked, the bandits suffered huge losses. Many fell off their horses. Among the bandit group, there were rank 4 experts too, but they were sitting at the back, watching coldly with icy smiles on their faces. The Featherman leader quickly controlled the battlefield. He killed many enemies. Han Li watched with much enthusiasm, while the other Feathermen praised loudly. But the Featherman leader's state of mind was turning grim. He knew that the enemy was ruthless. They were using cannon fodder to waste his primeval essence. When the true bandit experts appear, he would have less primeval essence. He would be at a disadvantage. Whoosh! At this time, wind could be heard from afar. The wind was huge and grand, like the howling of a desolate beast. Everyone looked over as someone shouted, "Oh no! It is a golden thread tornado." The tornadoes in Western Desert were split into golden thread, silver thread, bronze thread, and so on, in decreasing order of strength. Golden thread tornadoes were the strongest. Even a rank 4 Gu master would perish if they got trapped in them. The Feathermen panicked. The bandits also panicked. Like gunpowder that had been ignited, they shouted loudly as they charged towards the caravan. They wanted to take down the merchant caravan before the golden thread tornado appeared, to take the precious goods and leave. "Hold on," the Featherman leader shouted. Even though the tornado was dangerous, and Featherman Gu masters would still likely die in it, they were able to naturally fly. They would be in a much better situation than the humans. This intense battle reached the climax. Every moment, people lost their lives. Han Li was hiding in between the goods as he defended them. He had low cultivation level. He was not a significant target. The bandits did not think of him as a threat. Han Li was indeed not a threat. When his primeval essence was expended, he was no different from a powerless mortal. Few of the fire pellets and wind blades hit Han Li, because he was near the goods, and both parties did not want to ruin the goods. The tornado moved quickly. It was still far away earlier, but now, it was already close to the battlefield. Winds howled. Sand flew in the air. When hitting against Han Li's body, he felt numb and pain. "Retreat." Even though he was unwilling, the astute bandit leader called out, choosing to retreat. The bandits moved like the wind. Even though they were injured and had blood-red eyes, they left quickly. "Quickly, move these goods away." The Featherman leader had severe injuries, but he still placed his focus on the goods first. The Feathermen quickly saved the goods. Nobody cared about Han Li. The tornado assaulted. Han Li could not save himself. He was sucked into it. Many Feathermen and large amounts of goods followed after him. Han Li was swept into the tornado. His vision was spinning. He could not tell which direction he was facing. He was like a flower, flying along with the raging winds. He was in danger of dying. Bam! He did not know whether he had hit a rock or some goods, but he fainted at once. After a long time, he slowly woke up. "Young man, you are finally awake." An old man was sitting beside him, speaking faintly. "You, who are you?" Han Li was still in a daze. He looked around and realized that he was lying on sand. There were rocks, corpses, and goods scattered around him. The tornado stopped? I survived? Han Li was stunned before bursting out in joy. If I did not save you, how could you survive? The old man smiled. Thank you, senior, for saving my life. Han Li quickly paid respects, sincerely expressing his gratitude. The old man nodded in appreciation. Back in the day, before becoming an immortal, I was just like you. Today, the tornado that you got swept into was caused by me. I lost my bet with Tianjin after all. Before dying, I will impart the true inheritance of my entire life to you. Central Continent. Inside Broken Sword Valley. Where is Sword Chi Gu? Chase. This Sword Chi Gu is mine. Don't think of snatching it away. A group of Gu masters were shouting. They formed into a stream of people as they charged into the valley. Lad, don't block us. Anyone who gets in our way will die. Han Yi was outside of Broken Sword Valley when he saw a group of frenzied Gu masters charging towards him. Among them were rank 3 and 4 experts. Han Yi's expression paled. He quickly escaped as he moved out of their way. A group of Gu masters whipped a dust storm, running past Han Yi's body rapidly. What is going on? Han Yi muttered. His heart was still pounding. Listening to a conversation among some people passing by explained the situation to him. I heard there is a rank 4 Sword Chi Gu. No wonder so. Many people are going after it. Let's go quickly. We might be able to encounter a rank 4 Sword Chi Gu. Wishful thinking. How long has it been since this Broken Sword Valley was created? There might be only one rank 4 Sword Chi Gu. Don't even think about it. Sword Chi Gu rank 4. Han Yi's heart shook. A look of envy appeared on his face. He quickly ran into the valley. He had explored this valley before, but earlier, it was not like this. As it turned out, before the Battle of Etian Mountain, when immortal zombie Bo Qing awakened, he had shot out countless sword lights from under falling heavenly river. One sword light landed here, cutting this mountain into two, creating the shape of this valley. This was the origin of Broken Sword Valley. Initially, people did not pay attention to it, but soon, Central Continent Gu masters realized that this valley was producing wild sword path Gu worms. As it turned out, the sword light was not ordinary. Every sword light contained sword path down marks. After the sword light landed here, sword path down marks were carved into the valley. A special location was created, and many wild sword path Gu worms were slowly produced here. This fact could not be concealed. More and more Gu masters came here to find treasures. Earlier, a rank 4 Sword Chi Gu was found by someone, creating a huge commotion for everyone. Rank 4 wild Gu worms are extremely rare. Even if I encounter one, I would not be able to catch it. It is too dangerous. Han Yi thought as he carefully explored this valley. He moved away from the crowd. In an ordinary-looking location, he saw something shocking. It was a common caterpillar molting. But the thing was, the caterpillar's skin was shining. Han Yi was stunned before recognizing this scene. He was overjoyed. Such luck. I actually came during the moment when the insect becomes a Gu. This aura it is emitting is so strong. Is it rank 4 or rank 5? Han Yi could not wait for the caterpillar to finish molting. He quickly grabbed it in his hands. He immediately moved away to a safer location, activating his primeval essence and refining it. A moment later, he succeeded in refining it. He obtained a very strange rank 5 sword path Gu worm. It was black and palm-sized. It looked like a miniature sword sheath of iron. Rank 5 sword sheath Gu. What's the use of this Gu? Even though I obtained a rank 5 Gu, my primeval essence can't activate it. Han Yi sighed to himself, when suddenly he saw a sword path Gu worm coming out of a bush near him. It flew slowly towards him and entered the sword sheath Gu in his hand. Han Yi was shocked. At once he was speechless. Southern border, on a nameless small mountain. It was nighttime. A huge rainstorm was pouring down. Shang Xinci, your life ends here today. A muscular man walked towards the peak with his arms behind his back. There were 3 Gu masters defending themselves. 1 male, 2 females. 1 female Gu master was heavily injured. She was Shang Xinci's servant, Xiaolan. The other female Gu master had long, silky black hair flowing like a waterfall. Her skin was white like snow. She was extremely beautiful. It was Shang Xinci. Seeing the person approaching, Shang Xinci smiled bitterly. Shang Baishi, to think that it was really you. Why do you need to fight to the death with me? Shang Baishi laughed loudly. Father died. Elder brother died. Chao Feng also died. As long as I kill you, 8th brother will ascend to the position of Shang clan leader. Thus, you must die today. Shang Xinci heard these words, and her body shook. She almost fell to the ground, as if an invisible force had pushed her. She said in a mournful tone, for the position of clan leader, Shang Pu Lao is truly so cold-hearted and cruel? Shang Baishi smiled coldly. Yes, you saved 8th brother's life before, but so what? You want him to repay you with kindness and hand over the position of clan leader? Humph, Shang clan leader has authority over the entire city. You have undue benevolence. How can you compete with 8th brother? Shang Xinci shook her head. When I saved him, I did not think of fighting for the position of clan leader. Exactly. That is why you are in this state right now. Ha ha ha. Shang Baishi continued. Lady Xinci, what's the need to talk to this scumbag? Yi Fan was frowning. His tone expressed his utter hatred and disgust towards Shang Baishi. Young Master Yi, you should leave. He only wants my life. I will give it to him. You are not involved in this. Don't interfere. Quickly leave. Shang Xinci pushed Yi Fan's back, urging him to leave. I will not go. Yi Fan shouted. Lady Xinci, you were the one who saved me. A droplet received in need will be repaid with a whole spring. How can I abandon you? How touching. But you won't be able to leave even if you want to. Today, all 3 of you will die. Shang Xinci, you are still so naive. If I do not kill all of you, wouldn't the survivors tarnish 8th brother's reputation in the future? Shang Baishi said as he got closer. Yi Fan gritted his teeth. Even though he was heavily injured and could not stand straight, he stood in front of Shang Xinci. A brave man. Shang Baishi commented, before pushing as Yi Fan fell to the ground. If you were in your peak condition, I would have to be wary of you. But your primeval essence has been used up. You are no threat. Ha ha. Shang Baishi laughed as he approached Shang Xinci. Shang Xinci shut her eyes, giving up any futile resistance. Before dying, in the depths of her heart, the figure of a man appeared. One thought emerged in her mind. If I could see him one last time before dying, how good would that be? But even after waiting for a while, she did not feel Shang Baishi's attack. Shang Xinci opened her eyes in confusion. She only saw that Shang Baishi was some steps in front of her, not moving at all. He was stiff as a statue. An expression of fear was frozen on his face. For simply some authority and wealth, you disregarded kinship. You are truly a disgrace to Shang clan. A female immortal appeared. You are. Shang Xinci was shocked. The female immortal looked at Shang Xinci with approval, saying warmly, Don't be afraid. I am an ancestor of Shang clan, Shang Qingqing. I have decided, from now onwards, you will assume the role of Shang clan leader. Chapter 1060. Pot River. Luck Inspection. Pot River resembled a long jade belt. It was situated in the eastern area of central continent. The water in Pot River was smooth flowing. Like a beautiful song, it was graceful and harmonious. Ying Wuxia stood on the bank of Pot River as he waited for Feng Chanzi. Meanwhile, He Lu Lan, Shenu, and Tai Bai Yunsheng were hiding nearby, protecting Ying Wuxia's safety. The river water flowed slowly. 2 dragonflies were flying above the river, landing on the pot grass nearby at times. There was a lot of pot grass growing in Pot River. This type of grass was deeply rooted in the soil below the river, drawing in nutrients. They were long and thin. The tip of the grass emerged above the river surface. The tip of one of the stalks of pot grass had a brown fruit. This fruit was still fist-sized. It was not mature now. The fruit was empty inside and was not tightly closed. The tip was open widely. At this moment, a dragonfly followed the smell of the fruit and entered the fruit rashly. It struggled for a moment, but it was captivated by the intense aroma. It did not fly out again. Ying Wuxia watched silently. He knew. In a few months, more fruits would grow, the fruits would get larger, they would attract more insects, and even fish and prawns. As they grow, the fruit would close up eventually, and when they fully mature, the tips of the pot grass would look like brown pots, tightly sealed. And next, Pot River's annual flood season would come. During the flood season, Pot River would no longer be calm. Water would move rapidly, sweeping all of the pot grass away. All these brown fruits would travel in the river, leaving their origins and floating away. On the 2 sides of the river, Gu masters would start to haul up all of these fruits. After smashing them, they could obtain the fish and insects inside, as well as some seeds of the pot grass. There was also a chance of getting Gu worms from them. These Gu worms were sleeping in the pot grass. They could be easily refined. A super force of the 10 great ancient sects, Wind Cloud Manor, was in charge in Pot River. During this time every year, they would hold a festival around Pot River. Countless Gu masters would be drawn here, of all ages and genders, not just Wind Cloud Manor's disciples, but even all the surrounding forces would join in the festive season. As Ying Wuxia looked at the pot grass in the river, his gaze began drifting elsewhere. In order to get the light of the immemorial era, he had already stayed in Pot River for some time. On the surface, he was calm and peaceful, but a lot of frustration was building up inside him, and this feeling was getting stronger as time continued to pass. I have spring Autumn Cicada, but it is sealed now and is unusable. Before I refine it again, I will be watched by Heaven's will. Not only can Heaven's will influence my emotions stealthily, it can even plot and influence others to attack me. I cannot give Heaven's will any time to prepare. I cannot stay at the same spot for a long time. If Feng Chanzi does not show up again, I have to give up on this. Ing Wuxia made up his mind. At this time, a green figure flew rapidly along the surface of Pot River towards Ing Wuxia. It is that rank 6 level grass puppet avatar. Be alert, stay wary of any unexpected surprises. Shadow Sect's immortals transmitted, focusing their minds. The grass puppet avatar saw Ing Wuxia and said arrogantly, "The light of the immemorial era is with me. But Master said that the earlier price will not do. You have to pay an extra 30% on that basis." What? Another 30%? This is extortion. This Feng Chanzi really dares to raise it. The price was already very high. With another 30%, it is exorbitant. Nu and Tai by Yunsheng discussed. Ing Wuxia was also furious, but there was no choice. He needed the light of the immemorial era. To refine fixed immortal travel, the light of the immemorial era was needed. There were no alternatives. After staying silent for a while, Ing Wuxia nodded. "I'll agree to it." The grass puppet avatar snorted. "Then let's trade." Ing Wuxia was already prepared amply. Both sides transacted quickly. The grass puppet avatar counted the amount before showing a satisfied expression. Ing Wuxia suffered a huge loss. He paid a great price, but he had finally obtained the light of the immemorial era. He was overall still pleased with it. He smiled at the grass puppet avatar. "It has been a pleasant transaction. We should trade again some other time." The grass puppet avatar said, "Humph, again? That depends on my master's mood. Actually, earlier, master did not want to trade, but he had lost a bet to Lang Ziqiu some time ago. He wants to recoup his losses, so I came. You must remember this. My master definitely did not give the light of the immemorial era to you." I understand. Actually, your manor has a huge inventory. It is truly a sea of treasure. Just a bit of the light of the immemorial era, what could it affect? Nobody would notice for sure. Ing Wuxia said politely. "Enough, this matter is over. Quickly leave now. We cannot stay here for long." The grass puppet avatar said before leaving. Even without its reminder, Ing Wuxia was already ready to leave. Concealing their traces, after flying for 100,000 li, Shadow Sect's group landed in a nameless forest, resting and recovering. Just now, even though we obtained the light of the immemorial era, Feng Chanzi's price was too high. We paid too much. To refine fixed immortal travel, we still need other supplementary immortal materials. Nu said. Thankfully, the light of the immemorial era is already obtained. The following matters are easier to solve. We can make use of Defy. Tai by Yunsheng suggested. The important thing is, how many refinements can you do with this portion of the light of the immemorial era? He Lulan got to the point immediately. When Gu Immortals refined Immortal Gu, just one batch of immortal materials was not enough. Disregarding the hairy man heaven and earth style, and just looking at the human isolation style, the chances of refining a rank 6 Immortal Gu were often less than 1%. Theoretically, Ing Wuxia and others should have prepared 100 portions of materials. But after experimentation, reality was even more cruel. Because the success rate was not just dependent on the amount of immortal materials. Many times, even with more than 100 portions of immortal materials, one can still fail the refinement. This portion of light of the immemorial era can last for 9 refinement attempts. Ing Wuxia said as he paused. He secretly activated an Immortal Gu in his body. Rank 6 Luck Inspection Immortal Gu. This Immortal Gu originally belonged to Qin by Shang. Coincidentally, because he needed it, Nu obtained it and used it temporarily. After the Battle of Etion Mountain, Shadow Sect failed, and this Luck Inspection Immortal Gu was transferred to Ing Wuxia. This was an investigative Gu worm that could inspect the luck of people. Ing Wuxia's eyes shone as he looked above him. His vision was very different now. A luck pillar, resembling an illusion, appeared in Ing Wuxia's eyes. Ing Wuxia was taken aback. Why did my luck improve so much out of nowhere? He had already inspected his own luck long ago. It was very bad. And because of Spring Autumn Cicada's drawback, his luck was continuing to decrease. But now, it was much better than his initial assessment. Don't tell me. A thought flashed in Ing Wuxia's mind. He thought of Fang Yuan. He also thought of the self-luck true inheritance in Lang Land Spirit's hands. Earlier, Shadow Sect invaded Lang Land Spirit and took a portion of Refinement Cauldron. We even destroyed Dogshit Luck Immortal Gu accidentally. Lang Land Spirit was preparing to refine it once again, and it just so happens that he succeeded recently. Perhaps he has already lent Dogshit Luck to Fang Yuan. Ing Wuxia felt that this was the most likely possibility. A few days ago, he was informed that Fang Yuan had passed his tribulation. Because Shadow Sect still had one hairy man Gu Immortal traitor left inside Langya Blessed Land. That must be it. Originally, Fang Yuan connected his luck to several people, splitting it equally. After the Battle of Etion Mountain, my body is Fang Yuan's. while he still has his soul. Both involve the connected luck. When he uses dogshit luck Immortal Gu to improve his own luck, it will flow down like water, going towards Yi Fan, Han Li, Hong Yi, and He Lu Lan. And these 4 people have luck connected to my body. Thus, I also benefited from it. No wonder I waited so long earlier with no results and slim hopes. But now, Feng Chanzi suddenly lost a bet to Lang Ziqiu and needs capital. Thus he transacted with me, and I obtained the light of the immemorial era. After thinking about it, Ing Wuxie found out about Fang Yuan's immense value. His immortal aperture has to undergo tribulation every 2 months. He must have used dogshit luck to increase his luck and decrease the might of the earthly calamity. This way, I can benefit from it. I do not need to go to northern plains and find longevity heaven to borrow luck. Even though he knows that this would strengthen his enemies, he has no choice. Because the calamities and tribulations of the sovereign immortal aperture far exceed logic, he has to do everything he can to survive every crisis. However, he chose to undergo tribulation in the northern icy plain. It was truly a wise move. Heaven's will is targeting him, trying to get rid of him. It would definitely strengthen the earthly calamity. But undergoing tribulation in the northern icy plain, reckless savage's true meaning replaced a portion of heaven's will. It greatly reduced the danger. I hope you can survive this. I will reclaim your body one day. After staying in the nameless forest for a while, Ing Wuxie and the others moved off on their journey again. Ing Wuxie was moving quickly. He was pressed for time, not only because his main body's remnant soul was stuck in the dream realm, facing great danger all the time. He had to make use of this good luck to refine fixed immortal travel, because the chances of success would be much higher. Northern Plains, Northern Icy Plain. Master, how long must we stay here? The newly advanced Strength Path Rank 6 Gu Immortal asked meekly. Chu Dus stood on the icy plain. He looked at the handprint that he had created on the ground, sighing. He did not answer his disciple. He fell into deep regret. I was too rash earlier. Why did I attack him without thinking? Since he knows the method to draw out Reckless Savage's true meaning, it will not be easy for me to get this method, regardless of whether it is an immortal killer move or an immortal Gu house. Even if I kill him, I need to prevent his soul from self-detonating. Otherwise, it will all be for nothing. I would lose this immense opportunity to gain strength. I needed to act more carefully, at least. I should have been polite before resorting to brute force. Right now, the other party has fixed the gap and is hiding in the immortal aperture. That place is easy to defend but hard to attack. I have no methods to break in. It is not too late to salvage the situation. Maybe I can talk to him, right? I still have his sword path Immortal Gu with me. This is a negotiation chip. Chapter 1061, Blood Torrent Northern Plains. Inside the first layer of the heavens, in the sovereign immortal aperture. Fang Yuan opened his eyes slowly. His pupils flashed. I've spent so many days on deductions, but I'll use its original name. It will continue to be called Blood Torrent. Thinking of this, at Fang Yuan's will, the Gu worms around him moved, scattering around him. Hundreds of mortal Gu flew around him, forming a huge circle. Blood asset Immortal Gu was residing in his chest. Its red insignia started to glow as it emitted burning heat. Suddenly, a dazzling blood-red light shot out of Fang Yuan's chest. The blood-red light rushed into the sky, turning into a huge stream of blood. The stream of blood carried Fang Yuan and charged out. After flying into the sky, with a swoosh, a long red line was drawn. A river of blood-red light was flowing in the first layer of the heavens. Everywhere it went, an intense stench of blood that would make people nauseous could be smelled. In the river of blood-red light, Fang Yuan's entire body was covered, completely concealed. This was good. He could hide himself. Even if enemies wanted to attack, they would not know which part of the river to attack. After flying for a while, Fang Yuan stopped moving. The river of blood-red light vanished. Fang Yuan's figure appeared, all alone. The speed of this river can be even faster. I just need to add in some more mortal Gu. Fang Yuan thought about his experience and concluded. But no matter how many mortal Gu I add, the linear speed cannot match Sword Escape Immortal Gu. Sword Escape Immortal Gu was a rank 7 Immortal Gu. This immortal killer move, Blood Torrent, used only one rank 6 Immortal Gu, and that was the rank 6 Blood Asset Immortal Gu. It was natural that the speed was inferior to Sword Escape. Unless Fang Yuan could raise Blood Asset Immortal Gu to rank 7, the straight-line speed of Blood Torrent could not surpass Sword Escape. But this way, as a rank 6 Gu Immortal, for Fang Yuan to use the rank 7 Immortal Gu, he would face the same awkward situation again. It was not worth it. My linear traveling speed is inferior to using Sword Escape. This was expected. It is not a problem. I deduced this immortal killer move while thinking about traveling while changing direction to make up for the flaw of Sword Escape Immortal Gu. I can use Blood Torrent and Sword Escape Immortal Gu alternately. This way, I can barely deal with Chu Du. Fang Yuan considered it clearly. Blood Torrent was a blood path killer move, while Sword Escape Immortal Gu was sword path. The two were unrelated. If any other Gu Immortal used both of them, they would lose out on both ends. But Fang Yuan was an exception. His body was special. It was formed from sovereign immortal fetus Gu. His Dao marks were of all paths, yet they did not interfere with one another. Fang Yuan could use Blood Torrent and Sword Escape Immortal Gu alternately, without causing them to lose their original strength. Sword Escape Immortal Gu allowed one to fly in a linear direction. Even though it was fast, they could only move in one direction. It was too simple. It could be countered easily. If the user stopped to change directions, the weakness exposed in that instance would be fully used by Domination Immortal. But if he used Sword Escape and Blood Torrent alternately, he would make up for their weaknesses. He would be able to face Domination Immortal. Chu Du was a Strength Path Gu Immortal. Strength Path was a path that focused on offense and recovery. It had the longest sustainability in battle, but it usually lacked in speed. Of course, this was only Fang Yuan's estimation. As for whether it would be effective, he needed to test it. After all, the last time Domination Immortal Chu Du fought openly was 100 years ago. After his battle with Lu tribe's first Supreme Elder, he had concealed his traces and cultivated in seclusion. Fang Yuan not only deduced his blood path killer move these last days, he even collected information on Chu Du using all kinds of methods. But most of the information was from 100 years ago. At this point, Fang Yuan started to miss Fairy Li Shan. Hei Lulan's younger aunt had Mountain Pledge Gu. She had a huge network and was in contact with many people in the demonic and righteous paths, and even lone immortals. If she was still around, he would be able to collect more information regarding Chu Du. Langya's sect might be huge, but it had been in seclusion for so many years before wanting to make contact with the world again recently. In terms of information, it cannot match Fairy Li Shan. Information path. This is one of my weaknesses. I need to fix it. Fang Yuan's thoughts were wandering. He thought of the Battle of Etian Mountain. That was a huge trap. Fang Yuan thought about it, and his heart was still pounding. He could survive because two giants were fighting, and he as an ant had profited from their conflict. He barely survived. A huge portion was attributed to luck. Come to think of it, it was because his information path attainment was too low. He had insufficient intel. If he knew about the hidden details of Etian Mountain, he would have changed his plans. However, even if I had Fairy Li Shan's information path methods, I would not have been able to get any information. Etian Mountain was simply too big of a plot. In the 500 years of my previous life, there was no such huge commotion. Fang Yuan put aside all of his irrelevant thoughts. He had to say, after reviving, his thinking speed was extremely fast. It was completely unlike the immortal zombie body. And with his Wisdom Path Grandmaster attainment level, with the help of many Wisdom Path methods, he was even more perceptive than in the 500 years of his previous life. He could think more nimbly. In this aspect, he had completely surpassed himself. Even though he deduced Blood Torrent, he needed to practice it and continue to modify it as he used it. After creating an immortal killer move, it could not be left untouched. The Gu Immortal needed to modify and improve it, or even revamp it if needed. Back in the day, Dongfang Chang Fan created myriad star fireflies. He had improved upon it multiple times. Even so, he was not personally satisfied with it. Some immortal killer moves were improved upon by the creator for their entire lives. Even their inheritors participated in this process. For example, Peerless Crescent Moon Slash was a signature immortal killer move of Heaven's Envy Manor. Generations of Gu Immortals had improved on it countless times. Precisely so, this move could become famous in Central Continent, and its might was not to be underestimated. Fang Yuan's immortal killer move was only created hastily. It was far from the level of moves like Peerless Crescent Moon Slash. In the following days, Fang Yuan practiced on using Blood Torrent and Sword Escape Immortal Gu. Non-stop usage increased his experience. He gained a lot of insight towards the use of Blood Torrent and Sword Escape. While practicing, he continued to modify the move. Eventually, he stopped adding Immortal Gu to Blood Torrent. Instead, he started taking out certain Gu worms. I need Blood Torrent to work with Sword Escape, because I need it for changing directions. After Sword Escape stops, I need to succeed in activating Blood Torrent in an instant. This is a short window of time. Thus, many mortal Gu makes it troublesome. Not only would it be a waste of time, increasing the difficulty of activation, the gains are also minute with just a small increase in speed. This is almost ready. I should try to gather my immortal aperture and escape. Let's see if I can escape from Chu Du. Even though Fang Yuan could continue to create more blood path killer moves, there was no need to. After getting blood asset Immortal Gu, he had used this Immortal Gu as the core, along with the accumulated mortal killer moves in the 500 years of his previous life, to create 3 blood path killer moves. Life. Staking Blood Print, Blood Healing Lake, and Blood Torrent. At this level, it was enough already. After all, he only had Blood Asset Immortal Gu. If he used one Blood Path killer move, the others could not be used at the same time. As for the other aspects, Fang Yuan could use other Immortal Gu instead. After the Battle of Etion Mountain, he had lost almost all of his accumulated Gu worms. His current Gu worms were of many paths. They were a mess and were not organized to systematically cover all aspects. But he had no choice but to use them now. But if I were given another chance, I would still choose to take Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu. Fang Yuan had no doubts about this. Even though Fang Yuan was inside the Sovereign Immortal aperture, it was easily guarded and hard to attack, but he had to be wary of Chu Dus seeking help from others, or setting up an immortal battlefield killer move on the icy plane. In any case, the longer he stayed, the worse it would be. After making up his mind, Fang Yuan had no more hesitations. At his will, the entire immortal aperture started shaking. The tremors were increasing in magnitude. After a while, the immortal aperture world started to shrink. It was shrinking at an incredible speed. After an instant, Fang Yuan opened his eyes, and he was already in the outside world, the northern icy plain. There was no snow or wind. Pale white sunlight shone on this flat icy plain. It was still very cold. Fang Yuan focused his mind. He looked around with a divine light in his eyes, quickly seeing Chu Du domination immortal Chu Du. As Fang Yuan had expected, he had stayed here and did not leave. But the unexpected thing was Chu Du's attitude. Wait, please wait. Chu Du did not attack. He smiled warmly as he spoke to Fang Yuan in a gentle tone. There was no killing intent in him. Fang Yuan snorted. Are you being polite after resorting to brute force? I am ashamed, truly ashamed. Chu Du admitted his mistake. He apologized. I was too rash earlier. But after seeing your tribulation, it truly had too big of an impact on my future cultivation journey. Thus, I lost my reasoning for a moment and attacked. Now that I think about it, it was truly shameful. Fang Yuan looked at Chu Du vigilantly. He used many methods to probe the surrounding area. Seeing that Fang Yuan was silent, Chu Du initiated. Friend, I do not want to be enemies with you. I just want the method to draw out Reckless Savage's true meaning. I hope we can make a deal. Deal? Fang Yuan's eyes shone with brilliance. He said with a tone of consideration, it is not impossible, as long as you can interest me with your offer. Joy flashed on Chu Du's face. But next, Fang Yuan said, but before the transaction, we have to settle the score for your attack on me, which interfered with my tribulation. I will definitely satisfy you with the compensation. Chu Du said immediately. He had an earnest attitude. Even Fang Yuan was shocked. Was this still the domination immortal? But thinking about it, Fang Yuan's alertness towards Chu Du rose. This person could put down his pride. He was an incredible person. Anyone who looked down on him was a terrible fool. If you want to compensate me, return my flying sword Immortal Gu to show your sincerity. Fang Yuan continued to speak. Chapter 1062. Chu Du's Weakness. Hearing that Fang Yuan wanted to take back flying sword Immortal Gu, Chu Du smiled. He replied, as long as we complete the transaction, not only will I return flying sword Immortal Gu, I will even give you satisfactory compensation. What a joke. Of course he had to keep this flying sword Immortal Gu for now. It was the best bargaining chip to restrain Fang Yuan. How could Chu Du return it now? Chu Du was warm and polite now, but he was deeply aware internally of this. Fang Yuan laughed, but there was no disappointment on his face. When he asked this question, he had already known the answer. His expression turned cold. Chu Du, you have no sincerity. We can forget about this matter. Saying so, he activated Sword Escape Immortal Gu and flew out like a sword. He pierced the air and instantly appeared far away. Friend, please wait. Chu Du's expression changed. He quickly chased. Fang Yuan moved straight ahead, pointing towards the sky. After flying for a while, Chu Du's figure appeared several li behind him. Immortal Killer Move. Fang Yuan looked back and felt that the Gu Worm aura on Chu Du was very complex. It was a Strength Path Movement Killer Move and was at rank 7. It was even faster than Sword Escape Immortal Gu's linear movement. Fang Yuan's heart sank. This situation was bad for him. In fact, he had placed most of his hope on Sword Escape Immortal Gu. After all, it was very fast. Even ancient cloud beasts could not catch up. To think that Domination Immortal Chu Du also had an immortal killer move that could allow him to fly faster than Sword Escape Immortal Gu. I'm afraid that Chu Du has nurtured more Gu masters for their immortal ascension than just this one. In the last 100 years, he must have secretly obtained a lot of Reckless Savage's true meaning. His Strength Path attainment level is unmeasurably deep. This is how he created such Strength Path killer moves. Since Sword Escape Immortal Gu will not work, let's try Blood Torrent. Fang Yuan willed and stopped Sword Escape. His body still flew ahead due to inertia, but it became slower. Next, blood-red light flashed on his body as it surrounded him entirely, turning into a river of blood. The river of blood tore through the sky, moving like a slithering red snake. The smell of blood permeated the air. Immortal killer move, Blood Torrent, activated successfully. Fang Yuan turned around and flew towards his left side. The consecutive use of both moves was very smooth. Even Fang Yuan was satisfied. I reduced the number of Mortal Gu. It was the correct move. This way, the chances of Blood Torrent failing are lower, and I can use it faster. This is all thanks to the practice I did back in the Immortal Aperture. These thoughts only flashed for an instant. His attention was mainly placed on Domination Immortal Chu Du. Fang Yuan had changed his direction. The most important thing was Chu Du's reaction to it. If Chu Du can catch up to me, I will have to stop and debate with him to discuss the matter of transaction. Fang Yuan was planning for the worst-case scenario, but Domination Immortal Chu Du charged forward with an incredible force, flying right past him. Fang Yuan's expression froze. His vision turned to follow Chu Du. He saw the other party move like a bullet train. Chu Du moved forward with great speed. He had such great strength that shock waves could be felt along his path. After flying for more than 10 li, Chu Du's speed slowed down until he stopped moving. Next, he turned around and gradually gained speed, charging at Fang Yuan. His speed became faster and faster. Soon, he reached a speed that surpassed Sword Escape Immortal Gu. Brilliance flashed in Fang Yuan's eyes. He immediately used Blood Torrent and changed his direction. Thus, the same situation happened again. Domination Immortal Chu Du flashily, or rather, brutishly, flew past him. Fang Yuan was overjoyed. He was worried about Sword Escape Immortal Gu because it could only fly in a straight line. Thus he created Blood Torrent to make up for that weakness. To think that this shortcoming was even more serious for Domination Immortal Chu Du. The situation changed suddenly. Fang Yuan's thoughts churned fiercely. He decided to stop moving. It was very easy for him to escape now and shrug off Chu Du. As long as he was vigilant, he would not fail. Interesting, Fang Yuan muttered. Deciding to negotiate with Chu Du saw that Fang Yuan stopped flying and felt great joy. He also stopped moving. So close, so close. It seems that the flying sword Immortal Gu in my hands is very useful. The other party is making considerations for it. Fang Yuan waited for Chu Du to fly to him. After a certain distance, he raised his hand. Stop. Let's talk with this distance between us. Fang Yuan was vigilant. Even though he had the advantage of movement, it was still better to maintain a certain distance. Chu Du immediately stopped. He smiled, looking slightly pathetic compared to before. Fang Yuan said, Brother Chu is really incredible. This was really eye-opening. What killer move is this? It is so amazing. Even my Sword Escape Immortal Gu cannot compare to it. This killer move is called Body Strength Travel. I created it after much effort. It can increase my speed using my immortal body strength path down marks. But there is one weakness. I can only travel forward and cannot change directions while flying. I cannot even move backwards. I have not practiced with it enough. I used it today out while panicking. It was truly shameful. Chu Du said. He candidly conceded his weakness, giving an open-minded disposition that could make people look up to him. Fang Yuan nodded, showing a serious expression. Brother Chu is extremely powerful during normal combat. In Northern Plains, who can make you use this move to retreat? I will thank your praise. Northern Plains Gu Immortal world is extremely deep. I only have a bit of reputation, but the more I cultivate, the more I realize my insufficiency. There are definitely more than 5 rank 8 Gu Immortals in Northern Plains. Among rank 7s, you are one of those experts who can make me feel wary. I am ashamed. I do not even know about your name or background. Chu Du smiled with a bitter expression. His words were not just out of politeness. They were his true thoughts. Fang Yuan did not know much about Domination Immortal Chu Du, but Chu Du knew even less about Fang Yuan. After Fang Yuan used Sword Escape Immortal Gu, his speed shocked Chu Du. After all, in terms of linear speed, Sword Escape Immortal Gu could compare with the similarly ranked Chi Escape Gu. Chu Du was an experienced rank 7 Gu Immortal. He had many movement methods. But compared to Sword Escape Immortal Gu, most of them were inferior. Only this final immortal killer move, Body Strength Travel, could work. Fang Yuan's guess was right. This immortal killer move, Body Strength Travel, was created by Chu Du for retreating. But in Northern Plains, very few people could force Chu Du to retreat. And because Chu Du had been keeping a low profile these last years to raise these Gu masters for their immortal ascension, he did not fight much. It was not that he did not practice this immortal killer move enough, but it simply had too many Gu worms. It was hard to use. The first time Chu Du saw Fang Yuan was undergoing tribulation in the immortal aperture. Chu Du made a move, but Fang Yuan was even faster than him, with more resolution. While Fang Yuan was searching for Chu Du's information, Chu Du was not slacking. He was also trying to find Fang Yuan's information. but he had no gains. In his perspective, Fang Yuan was someone who seemed to have jumped out of a rock. Since when did such a person exist in Northern Plains? Not mentioning anything else, just his aura was very strange. When Chu Du first saw him in the Immortal Aperture, he was rank 6. But now, he had rank 7 aura. However, he was a Northern Plains Gu Immortal, that much should not be wrong. But did he cultivate Blood Path or Sword Path? This was a question that Chu Du was very curious about. These two paths were not related at all. If it were Soul Path and Enslavement Path, or Rule Path and Restriction Path, or Wisdom Path and Emotion Path, then it was understandable. But Sword Path and Blood Path? Wasn't he afraid that they would interfere with one another? But Fang Yuan not only had rank 7 Sword Path Immortal Gu, his Blood Path killer move made even Chu Du gasp in shock. Also, so be it if he cultivated Blood Path and Sword Path, that was none of Chu Du's business, but he actually had a method to lure out the reckless savage's true meaning. Chu Du had racked his brains and made countless attempts before ending in failure. He could only choose a crude method like raising disciples afterwards. What method was actually used? Reckless savage's true meaning. He definitely needed to have Wisdom Path attainment to do it. Did that mean his Wisdom Path attainment was also not low? In this pursuit, even though it was very short, Chu Du could not catch up to Fang Yuan. Seeing that Fang Yuan did not fly away but stopped instead, Chu Du felt like his heart was pounding. He was filled with excitement and joy. Strength decided everything. Thus right now, Chu Du treated Fang Yuan as an equal. Fang Yuan was silent for a moment, before he slowly said again, "Actually, it is not impossible to have a transaction." Chu Du did not speak, he only listened. His eyes were burning with enthusiasm, as if fires were blazing in his pupils. But after a long time, the despicable Fang Yuan did not speak. He seemed to have gone deep in thought. Chu Du could not hold it in anymore, he asked. "I believe that with my wealth, you will definitely be satisfied." Fang Yuan looked at him before saying, "Didn't you attend the Northern Plains auction recently?" Chu Du's expression froze. He said in a probing manner, "So you attended the auction as well?" "That's right," Fang Yuan admitted openly. "During the auction, I even made use of you." Of course, the second line was only in Fang Yuan's mind. "What would you like? You can just say it." Chu Du pursued. "It is hard to say." Fang Yuan sighed. He frowned as he showed a difficult expression. Chu Du was feeling impatient. If this were another person, he would have slapped the other party already. "There is nothing you cannot say. Even if I do not have it now, I can try to get it for you." Chu Du continued. He had already decided to obtain this method regardless of the cost. Fang Yuan sighed again. "I said that because I have not thought of what to trade with Brother Chu yet." Chu Du was furious. "After such a long time, you showed such a difficult expression simply because you have not made up your mind?" Chu Du frowned. His tone became deep and low as he said, "Sir, did you stay here simply to toy with me?" "Brother Chu, don't be angry, of course not." Fang Yuan immediately said, "Any Gu Immortal would have calamities and tribulations looming over them. We have countless needs. I have not thought of what and how to transact with you to obtain the greatest benefit from my cultivation. How about this? Give me some time to think about it. After careful consideration, I will reply to Brother Chu." Chu Du had an ugly expression. He thought about it and nodded helplessly. All right. Chapter 1063, Transformation Path. Seeing Fang Yuan's figure leaving in the horizon, Chu Du watched, staying on the spot. Letting him go like this, was it a correct move or not? Chu Du's gaze was flickering, but soon, he smiled bitterly to himself. Even if I do not want to let him go, what can I do? My methods cannot capture or catch up to him. If I use brute force, with this person's mysterious background, he might be troublesome to deal with. And even if I capture him, he might destroy his own soul. How would I get the method then? However, seeing his attitude, he must be sincere in trading with me. Otherwise, he could have left already. Why did he stay to talk with me? Chu Du recalled the conversation he had with Fang Yuan. He thought about it for a while. He felt that Fang Yuan was very sincere, even though Fang Yuan did not talk about anything significant, and most of the things he said were lip service. But precisely so, Chu Du felt. This was much more sincere than giving empty promises and assurances of benefits. Of course, his greatest confidence was not in Fang Yuan's attitude, but the flying sword Immortal Gu that he had in his hands. This is a rank 7 Immortal Gu. Even a legendary figure like Chu Du did not have many ranked 7 Immortal Gu in his possession. Fang Yuan flew away and did not encounter any more problems. Langya Land Spirit had already arranged for Hairy Man Gu Immortals to set up immortal battlefield killer moves. There were even immortal Gu formations used for teleportation. However, Fang Yuan had an extremely easy time in getting away from Chu Du. Thus, the immortal battlefield killer move to obstruct Chu Du was no longer needed. Retrieving the components of the battlefield killer move, Fang Yuan used the immortal Gu formation and returned to Langya Blessed Land. You had dogshit luck Immortal Gu's protection, yet you still encountered Chu Du. This does not follow common sense. Did anyone scheme against you? Seeing Fang Yuan, Lang Yalan's spirit asked straightforwardly. Fang Yuan frowned. He had considered this question long ago. With dogshit luck Immortal Gu's protection, my luck should not be bad. Was it because the earthly calamity was too fierce? The luck gained from dogshit luck was all used to counter the earthly calamity. Fang Yuan had a guess, but he could not say it to Lang Yalan's spirit. He was a human Gu Immortal after all. Even though he joined Lang Ya's sect, they were still of different races. There was a rift between them. Like earlier, when Fang Yuan rushed back to northern plains from southern border, Lang Yalan's spirit used the opportunity to take advantage of his situation. But if that is the case, then the earthly calamity that I went through was already heavily weakened by luck. Then, what sort of strength would the actual earthly calamity have? Thinking of this, Fang Yuan felt a cold chill. In this tribulation, he had narrowly avoided death. His life was in danger. It was a close call. In fact, this earthly calamity had completely surpassed the level of earthly calamities. Even the 10 great catastrophes could not match Fang Yuan's current earthly calamity. But I have connected luck with many people. Perhaps because dogshit luck's effect was split between many people, it was not effective. Fang Yuan thought, but he said, First Supreme Elder is right. This is not a problem of luck. Someone was plotting against me. The identity of Fang Yuan had already been exposed in the Battle of Tian Mountain. Be it the secret about him being an otherworldly demon or spring Autumn Cicada, the fact that he also destroyed 88 True Yang building was known to all. Shadow Sect, Heavenly Court, and all of the Huang Jin tribes in northern plains were likely to plot against Fang Yuan. Lang Yalan's spirit sighed. Worry was written all over his face. His tone became grim. Maybe no one is plotting against you. Don't forget, you are a member of Lang Ya's sect. And my Lang Ya blessed land is already exposed. We have suffered more than one attack. A while ago, we lost 2 Gu Immortals. The value of this place is enough for many experts and forces to act. Fang Yuan was slightly happy. It was much better for him if Lang Yalan's spirit had such thoughts. Lang Yalan's spirit's gaze was flickering. He quickly changed his words. But if we can use Wisdom Gu as the core to create the Immortal Gu House, secluded residence, not only can we defend ourselves, we can even defend against all of the deductions from almost everyone in the world. Fang Yuan smiled without speaking. It turned out that Lang Yalan's spirit wanted to talk about this. It seemed that he was still coveting Wisdom Gu. But sadly, in the earlier transaction, Fang Yuan did not sell Wisdom Gu. It was all thanks to First Supreme Elder's Gu worms that I passed this tribulation. I will return them to you now. These Gu worms were a great help. Fang Yuan said as a huge number of Gu flew according to his will, out of his immortal aperture. Of course, with their help, simply an earthly calamity is a piece of cake. Lang Yalan's spirit said proudly. Fang Yuan did not say the truth, but he did not lie. He diverted the topic. Especially your killer move, Immortal Tribulation Tempering Aperture. It was really effective. But Chu Du appeared at the end. It was quite scary. Thankfully, I was superior to him in terms of movement, albeit slightly. While listening, Lang Yalan's spirit collected all of the Gu worms. After inspecting each of them, he asked with a tone of regret, Are you really not selling Dang Hun Mountain and Wisdom Gu to me? In the original transaction, Lang Yalan's spirit wanted to use 3 true inheritances in exchange for Dang Hun Mountain, Luo Pa Valley, and Wisdom Gu. But after thinking about it, Fang Yuan felt that even though Refinement Path, Luck Path, and Theft Path were good, they were not entirely suitable for him. They did not quite fit his future plans. If he exchanged for all of them, it was not worth it. However, the Refinement Path Killer Move Immortal Tribulation Tempering Aperture, the Luck Path True Inheritances Dogshit Luck Immortal Gu, and others, they could provide Fang Yuan with huge help. Thus, after thinking about it, Fang Yuan chose his words and urged the land spirit. Do you really want to trade all 3 true inheritances with me? There are many immortal Gu in the true inheritances. If I get them, would Lang Ya's sect not need them later? Lang Yalan's spirit was unwilling to let them go as well. For example, Dogshit Luck Immortal Gu. It had been refined immediately by long-hair ancestor the moment Giant Sun Immortal Venerable died. After that, Dogshit Luck Immortal Gu had been guarding Lang Ya blessed land, providing huge help to the previous Lang Ya land spirit when he refined Gu. At the same time, it protected Lang Ya blessed land from countless disasters and dangers. However, if Lang Ya land spirit did not offer them, these true inheritances would be too low in value. How could they be traded for Fang Yuan's 3 treasures? Thus, Fang Yuan urged again, First Supreme Elder, since both of us are unwilling, why don't we take what we need? Let's deal with a portion of each. Oh, explain clearly. Lang Ya land spirit said. Fang Yuan spoke about his intentions as Lang Ya land spirit rejected. No way, no way. You want the most essential parts of all three true inheritances, but you are only offering Luo Pavali. This is a huge loss, no way. It will not do. Fang Yuan smiled, continuing to negotiate with Lang Yalan Spirit. Lang Yalan Spirit was not good at negotiations. His baseline was quickly identified by Fang Yuan after some probing. Under such a situation, the Land Spirit was simple and easy to deal with compared to Gu Immortals. Eventually, Fang Yuan and Lang Yalan Spirit came to an agreement. Fang Yuan officially sold Luo Pavali to Lang Yalan Spirit, while he obtained Dogshit Luck Immortal Gu, Blood Asset Immortal Gu, and Dark Limit Immortal Gu. These three rank 6 Immortal Gu. His debt to Langya's sect was cleared, and he borrowed a large number of Mortal Gu and Immortal Gu to fix his weaknesses, and most importantly, the Gu worms needed to form Immortal Tribulation Tempering Aperture and Triple Layered Sword Wave. And in fact, Immortal Tribulation Tempering Aperture and Triple Layered Sword Wave were extremely helpful to Fang Yuan during the Tribulation. Even though this transaction was made, Lang Yalan Spirit was still coveting Dang Hun Mountain and Wisdom Gu right now. This time, the Land Spirit expressed his intent to purchase them again. But would Fang Yuan agree? Even so, he could not reject Lang Yalan Spirit too harshly. He thought and said carefully, I have no intentions to sell these two yet, but if I have any difficulties in the future and the situation requires it, I will use them to trade with First Supreme Elder. Lang Yalan Spirit was about to speak. Fang Yuan waved his hand, quickly saying, I will leave these two treasures in Lang Ya Blessed Land. I will not take them with me. I will lend them to the sect for use, as per our previous agreement. Don't worry, First Supreme Elder. Lending Wisdom Gu to Lang Ya sect meant Lang Yalan Spirit would feed it. This solved a huge problem for Fang Yuan. As for Dang Hun Mountain, it was better to not place it in his immortal aperture. Famous mountains or rivers bore a huge burden on the heaven and earth chi. The same applied to secluded domains of heaven and earth. Most importantly, Shadow Sect had clear knowledge of Dang Hun Mountain and Luo Pavali. If they used fixed immortal travel to teleport into Fang Yuan's immortal aperture, that would be a terrible situation. Lang Yalan Spirit was not resigned. He continued to touch on this topic. But who was Fang Yuan? He was someone with negotiation skills honed from over 500 years of life. The simple Lang Yalan Spirit could not compete with him. After a long conversation, Fang Yuan took back a lot of his cultivation resources that were stored with Lang Yalan Spirit. Like the eerie fire dragon pythons, regretful spiders, dragonfish, arrow bamboo forest, they were all from Gu Immortal Blessed Land or Star Form Blessed Land. They were sources of revenue that were only inferior to Guts Gu. From start to finish, Fang Yuan did not ask Lang Yalan Spirit about selling the killer move Immortal Tribulation Tempering Aperture. Chu Du? He was just a backup plan for Fang Yuan. Even though they had exchanged information path Gu worms and could communicate, Fang Yuan had already left. He was not restricted by any information path methods. Wouldn't any future transactions depend on Fang Yuan's mood? As for Rank 7 Flying Sword Immortal Gu. It was just a Rank 7 Immortal Gu, so what if he could not take it back? Ordinary Gu Immortals treasured Rank 7 Immortal Gu, but Fang Yuan owned even Rank 9 Immortal Gu like Wisdom Gu. He naturally had a different perspective, especially when he had lost almost all of his Immortal Gu some time ago to Ingwuxia. Merely Rank 7 Flying Sword Immortal Gu paled in comparison to all those Immortal Gu. Chu Du did not know about Fang Yuan's background. He underestimated Fang Yuan. All in all, there was little chance that Fang Yuan would trade with Chu Du. Reckless Savage's true meaning was much more important to Fang Yuan compared to a Rank 7 Immortal Gu. Because the path that I am going to walk on now is Transformation Path. Fang Yuan had thought about it deeply. He had considered it thoroughly. Transformation Path. This was the most suitable path for him now. Chapter 1064. I am a Transformation Path. Gu Immortal. Why did Fang Yuan choose Transformation Path? After the Battle of Etian Mountain, Fang Yuan had a living body. He had been considering the most important question, what path was he going to choose from now on? In his previous life, he chose Blood Path. That was because Blood Path allowed quick growth and was very powerful. He could grow while fighting, and it had little requirements towards resources. Moreover, during his previous life, this was his only decent fortuitous encounter. His best prospects were in Blood Path. After rebirth, he gave up on Blood Path and chose Strength Path. That was because now was not the 5 regions chaotic war period. The regions were still orderly and Blood Path could not flourish. Another reason was because of his fortuitous encounters. Fang Yuan searched his memories and found the best opportunities for him at certain periods of time. Coincidentally, these opportunities were all related to Strength Path. Actually, be it Blood Path or Strength Path, they had flaws. Blood Path was in poor circumstances. People held animosity towards it. Any Gu Immortal or Gu Master who cultivated Blood Path would be pushed aside by the entire world. Strength Path was declining. Even though domination immortal Chu Du added the human June strength branch, its decline could not be stopped. Truthfully speaking, these two paths were not the best choices. Fang Yuan concluded. Since rebirth, his fortuitous encounters were quite plentiful. Wisdom path, luck path, theft path. These opportunities were also of very high grade. For example, Dong Fang Chong Fan's wisdom path inheritance, or Star-Lord Wanxiang's star path inheritance. Star path and wisdom path. These two paths were much better than blood path and strength path. Having an inheritance and not having one resulted in drastically different outcomes. The former allowed one to use the wisdom of predecessors to advance fearlessly. They could be very confident. The latter explored on their own. In a world of the unknown, they had to experiment and find their way forward slowly. If Fang Yuan had obtained these two true inheritances in his previous life, as long as the situation allowed it, he would have chosen Dong Fang Chong Fan's wisdom path inheritance as the main focus, with Star-Lord Wanxiang's star path inheritance as well as Blood Sea Ancestors' true inheritance to assist him. He would become a wisdom path Gu Immortal. Because in terms of prospects, Dong Fang Chong Fan's wisdom path inheritance was the best. Wisdom path Gu Immortals were few in numbers. They were very valuable in the Gu Immortal world. While being very popular, they were also deeply feared by many. But the path to choose was not just dependent on future prospects. One's immediate needs were important too. Dong Fang Chong Fan's wisdom path inheritance came from a heavenly court rank 8 Gu Immortal. It had been passed down for many generations. The prospects were great. But this inheritance had a weakness. It did not excel in fighting. The biggest advantage of this true inheritance was the proficiency in deduction. In order to make up for this weakness, Dong Fang Chong Fan created the immortal killer move Myriad Star Fireflies. His weakness was alleviated. Dong Fang Chong Fan's route was not suitable for Fang Yuan, because he was facing danger everywhere. Ing Wu Xie, Shadow Sect's remnant forces, Heavenly Court, Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects, the Huang Jin tribes in northern plains. Fang Yuan had many enemies. Especially after the Battle of Etian Mountain, Fang Yuan's secrets were exposed, be it Spring Autumn Cicada, his otherworldly demon status, or the crime of Imperial Court blessed land. He had almost been completely exposed. Thus, Fang Yuan not only needed to consider his future prospects, he had to consider his circumstances. In some aspects, his immediate needs were more important than his future prospects. Without the ability to deal with his circumstances, even if he had huge prospects, it was useless. He could not make use of them. Right now, Fang Yuan needed high battle strength. Metal path, fire path, lightning path, sword path, blood path. These 5 paths were publicly recognized as the paths with the highest battle strength. The first 3 had been mainstream for an extremely long time. The latter 2, be it sword path or blood path, had very short history. They were considered to be new. Sword path had Bo Qing, while blood path had Blood Sea Ancestor. But other than these 2, there were few noteworthy people. Thus, the foundation of these 2 paths could not match the other 3. For Fang Yuan, be it metal path, fire path, or lightning path, his attainment level was ordinary. He had no inheritances for them. In contrast, he was a blood path grandmaster, and even though his sword path attainment level was ordinary and had no inheritance, he had many of Bo Qing's immortal Gu. The attainment level of all of the paths was an important element of consideration. Without an inheritance, if the person had high attainment level, they could innovate and create new methods. But it would be harder to do it without an inheritance. The person needed talent and creativity. Fang Yuan's strength path, blood path, wisdom path, and star path attainment levels were all at grandmaster, with blood path coming from his previous life's foundation. Strength path was accumulated over both lives, while wisdom path and star path were obtained by chance, using the dream realm to raise their attainment levels rapidly. Refinement path was at quasi-grandmaster. It was good even among Gu Immortals. Enslavement path was at master level. It was not impressive among Gu Immortals. Luck path was quasi-master, while most of his other paths were ordinary, like sword path, light path, dark path, and others, or even blank, like phantom path. In terms of attainment level, he should go on the path with the highest grandmaster attainment level, 1 out of these 4. But forget about blood path, or strength path on the decline. Wisdom path and star path were not outstanding in battle strength. Even though he had inheritances of them, Fang Yuan's accumulated immortal Gu were all lost already. If the immortal Gu in these inheritances were not yet refined, Fang Yuan could still slowly refine them in the future. But these immortal Gu were in Ing Wu Xie's hands now. He did not know which ones were already destroyed. In this situation, there was a huge obstacle for his future cultivation. Even if he was willing to take a risk and refine immortal Gu, because there could only be one, he might not succeed. With all of these considerations, Fang Yuan was in an awkward position. After the Battle of Etian Mountain, when thinking about his future path, Fang Yuan felt deeply lost. Only after he gradually realized the profoundness of this body, the confusion in him was dissipating, he could see hope again. He first realized that his body had over 1,000 Tao marks, of all paths. This was not out of the ordinary. When Gu Immortals undergo tribulations, because of the tribulations in their immortal apertures, Tao marks of all different kinds would form. It was only that there would very clearly be one or two types with the highest quantities. The most important thing was, his Tao marks did not interfere with each other. They did not weaken one another. This was simply too amazing. When Fang Yuan first realized this, he could not believe that something this good could exist. This overturned conventional wisdom regarding cultivation. If he told people about it, they would think he was spouting nonsense. But thinking about sovereign immortal fetus Gu, a rank 9 immortal Gu that spectral soul demon venerable and shadow sect had prepared to create for tens of thousands of years, the essence of their work. In this way, it was not strange for it to go against common sense. Next, Fang Yuan was immensely joyful. This benefit was not for others, it was for himself. With just this point, he could cultivate every path. Long ago, Fang Yuan had once planned to cultivate 2 immortal apertures, one for time path and another for strength path. But the sovereign immortal aperture was much more absurd. It could cultivate every path, from the start of history, every single path that had existed. This was simply like a dream. In history, even immortal venerables and demon venerables cultivated one path primarily, with another secondarily. Even if Gu Immortals cultivated many paths, the result was often that they would end up in failure after trying to bite off more than they could chew. Because their Tao marks resisted each other, the more they cultivated, the greater the conflict. It was not worth it. But Fang Yuan did not have this problem. He could cultivate every path. There was zero conflict. His prospects were bright. He surpassed the immortal venerables and demon venerables in history. Fang Yuan quickly calmed down. The possibility was beautiful, but cultivating every path was just a wondrous dream. He had to consider the amount of time needed, resources, effort, and most importantly, a safe and peaceful cultivation environment. Fang Yuan did not have any of these. He had limited effort and resources, and had no time. His enemies were in all 5 regions, including the Northern Plains Gu Immortals who were most skilled at combat, the #1 Gu Immortal organization in the world, Heavenly Court, the 10 great ancient sects who controlled Central Continent, and countless people who were coveting the luck path true inheritance that he had. His prospects were wonderful, but danger lurked everywhere. Forget about creating his own path. Fang Yuan did not have that foundation. He could only choose one path that was available now, and continue on it. At most, he could cultivate a second one. Any more, and the situation would not allow it. His time and effort would be wasted, and he would be seeking his own doom. Among all of the paths, which one could allow Fang Yuan to gain great battle strength and display his expertise, while also considering his attainment level and inheritances. After thinking about it, one path was left in Fang Yuan's mind. That was Transformation Path. Transformation Path was called the path that projected every path. Transformation Path Gu Immortals could transform into existences of Metal Path, Light Path, Sword Light, Light Path, and all other paths. But Transformation Path had a flaw that has lasted until today. That was when Transformation Path Gu Immortals transform into other beings. They needed to get rid of those Tao marks to prevent their Tao marks from interfering with one another. This flaw was non-existent to Fang Yuan. Because of sovereign immortal fetus Gu, his Tao marks coexisted in harmony. When Shizai chased him, he had even thought that Fang Yuan was the owner of Reckless Savage Demon Venerable's secret of unrestrained transformation. It could be said, Transformation Path could display Fang Yuan's advantage the most. It could even be said, Fang Yuan was currently, no, he was one of the only 2 people in history that were most suitable to cultivate Transformation Path. Even more amazingly, once he cultivated Transformation Path, his secret of having Tao marks that did not resist each other would be concealed completely. Fang Yuan could use the immortal Gu of all paths after transforming without attracting any suspicion. And after transforming, he could use the immortal Gu of those paths and receive an amplification effect. For example, becoming a Sword Path beast to gain numerous Sword Path Tao marks, and then using Sword Path Immortal Gu to gain a greater amplification in power. Even though Fang Yuan's Transformation Path attainment level was not high. So what? He had Reckless Savage's true meaning. Even though Fang Yuan did not have any Transformation Path inheritance, it was not an issue. Why? Because Transformation Path killer moves were easy to obtain. Perfectly transforming into another form completely was a killer move of Transformation Path in itself. As for the Immortal Gu of Transformation Path, they were the easiest to refine in all of the paths. To Fang Yuan, he could quickly accumulate them and restart again. Furthermore, Fang Yuan had other considerations, like Langya Blessed Land. This Lang Yalan spirit placed high value on the identity of a hairy man. If Fang Yuan cultivated to fruition, he could turn into a hairy man Gu Immortal to gain his trust. He would get more support. In the future, when he faces assault, he could turn into other things or people to deceive others. If his identity was exposed, and he could not do anything with his original identity, he could conceal himself and continue to roam the world safely. From now on, I am a transformation path, Gu Immortal. Chapter 1065. Refining change form Immortal Gu again Lang Ya blessed land. A few days later. This is the interior rain. Lang Ya land spirit said as he landed a basin of water to Fang Yuan, letting him look. Fang Yuan stretched out his arm to receive it. Be careful, Lang Ya land spirit instructed. This rank 6 immortal material is very special. It is quite heavy. Lang Ya land spirit placed a lot of emphasis on the word heavy. Fang Yuan nodded. Don't worry, I have heard of this immortal material. Saying this, Fang Yuan took this immortal material. Suddenly, he felt a strong gravitational pull. Looking over at it, the water in the basin was clear and transparent. It had traces of green in it. Fang Yuan was holding it stably, but the water surface had ripples for some reason, like the surface was being struck by rain. This was the rank 6 immortal material interior rain. This type of rainwater was very unique. It contained Tao marks. Its actual weight was not high, but it brought a type of burden to the life form holding it. Lang Ya land's spirit emphasized on heavy. He was not talking about weight. He was talking about its psychological burden. Have you really decided to use the third and final opportunity to ask me to refine Gu? Not to refine fixed immortal travel, but to refine change form Immortal Gu instead. While Fang Yuan was looking at the immortal material in the basin, Lang Ya land's spirit asked again. Yes, I have decided. I won't change it again. Fang Yuan nodded. He replied firmly without hesitation. Fang Yuan had thought about it deeply. He had made up his mind to cultivate transformation path. Fixed immortal travel was good, but firstly, the most crucial material, light of the immemorial era, was missing. Secondly, Fang Yuan was not certain that it had been destroyed. And finally, change form Immortal Gu had greater importance to Fang Yuan at present. Thus, Fang Yuan changed his mind and used the final opportunity to try and refine change form Immortal Gu. Immortal Gu were unique. Change form Immortal Gu was the essence of transformation path itself. This Immortal Gu was famous in history. Reckless Savage Demon Venerable had used it and refined it to rank 9. But after Reckless Savage Demon Venerable died, the rank 9 change form Immortal Gu was destroyed as well. From then on, people would refine it again starting from rank 6. In terms of foundation, transformation path was much deeper than sword path and blood path. After Reckless Savage Demon Venerable, there were many Gu Immortal experts in transformation path. These people were like bright stars in the sky. They had left a deep mark in the long history of the world. They were talented and legendary. Future generations revered and looked up to them. Change form Immortal Gu had been a key element. It had also risen and fallen with these experts. Change form Immortal Gu had been destroyed dozens of times and refined again by others. Under most situations, it was rank 6. Rank 7 change form Immortal Gu appeared scarcely in history. As for rank 8 change form Immortal Gu, it was even rarer, almost countable with 2 hands. The higher the rank of the Immortal Gu, the harder it was to refine. And together with the lower chances of success, the refinement materials were also more expensive. For instance, old ancestor Shui Hu, to refine rank 8 Immortal Gu fortune rivaling heaven, had spent almost all of his savings, and even ordered Snowy Mountain Blessed Lands Gu Immortals to find immortal materials for him. From this, one could see the terrifying cost of refining a rank 8 Immortal Gu. Thankfully, Fang Yuan was only trying to refine rank 6 change form Immortal Gu. He had the Immortal Gu recipe, and there was little chance of change form Immortal Gu being refined by others. The immortal materials were mostly prepared. This was thanks to Lang Ya Blessed Land's huge immortal material inventory, and Fang Yuan did not have to pay for them at all. Because of Thieving Heaven Demon, Venerable and Long Hair Ancestors Agreement, Lang Ya Land Spirit would refine Gu for Fang Yuan 3 times. Mortal Gu were guaranteed, but Immortal Gu were not. This was the third and final time. It is a pity. Back then you had the success Tao mark. Refining change form Immortal Gu would have been a guaranteed success. Why did you rebirth at that crucial moment? Lang Ya Land Spirit thought back and felt it was greatly regretful. Fang Yuan had informed Lang Ya Land Spirit of many things honestly. After all, secrets like his rebirth were already exposed. Even if Lang Ya Land Spirit did not know, he could obtain information from the outside world. At that time, I was used by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, but even now, thinking back to it, it is still very suspicious. Fang Yuan frowned. Lang Ya Land Spirit shook his head. Forget it. Let's not talk about this. Even though we do not have a success Tao mark, I have inherited my main body's special hairy man nature Gu refinement technique. This method can use the Tao marks of heaven and earth to assist in the Gu refinement. Even though calamities and tribulations occur, the advantages surpass the disadvantages. Furthermore, my Langya blessed land has used the killer move Immortal Tribulation tempering aperture to pass countless calamities and tribulations. There are a great number of refinement path Tao marks here. Together with the effect of the remaining parts of refinement cauldron, there is a high chance of succeeding in refining change form Immortal Gu on the first try. However, to make it safe, Fang Yuan, you have to participate in this refinement. You are the owner of dogshit luck Immortal Gu. Using your strong luck, you can increase the chances of success. In this refinement process, interior rain is the first problem. In the following days, you have to practice with the interior rain that you have. Luck path had great effect in assisting Gu refinement. Back then, when Giant Sun Immortal Venerable worked with Long Hair Ancestor to refine 88 True Yang building, Luck path played an important role of assistance. But when Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable and Long Hair Ancestor cooperated to refine Space Escape Immortal Gu, it could not be used. After all, Theft path was inferior to Luck path in terms of helping with Gu refinement. Next, Langya Land Spirit taught Fang Yuan some of the secrets behind the hairy man nature Gu refinement technique, including some precious Gu refinement methods and many mortal killer move for Gu refinement. Of course, these were not free. Fang Yuan had to pay with his sect contribution points. Even so, Fang Yuan gladly accepted them. The current Langya Land Spirit was inferior to the previous one in Gu refinement, but it was still Long Hair Ancestor's obsession. Its refinement path attainment far surpassed Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had an amazing teacher now. Many of his questions and problems in refinement path was solved. Those precious Gu refinement methods and killer moves that were long lost benefited Fang Yuan greatly. The hairy man nature Gu refinement technique was an eye-opener to Fang Yuan. He felt that if this method worked, it would be far superior to the human isolation style. Interestingly, while Fang Yuan was researching refinement path, his brother was also researching refinement path in Black Hair Continent, which was under Cloud Cover Continent. Fang Zheng was sitting in a room in the imperial city of Black Hair Continent, holding a three-colored flame in his hands. Fang Yuan's fake will was speaking inside his mind. In the competition tomorrow, the enemy is extremely powerful. Fang Zheng, even though you have rank 5 cultivation level, you severely lack Gu worms. You are also a human Gu master. You are ostracized in Black Hair Continent. You can only refine Gu yourself. Tonight, you must refine the rank 5 Gu river swallowing toad. That way, you will be able to counter the enemy's water path methods. I know, can you shut up? Fang Zheng snorted in his mind. Fang Yuan's fake will stop speaking, but soon, the three-colored flame in Fang Zheng's hands dissipated. Fang Zheng spat out a mouthful of blood. After failing the Gu refinement, he suffered internal injuries. Hee. Fang Yuan's fake will laughed. Oh my stupid brother, you are still as useless as ever. The Gu refinement process has just started, and you have already failed at the third step. Fang Zheng's expression was very ugly, but the truth was in front of him. He had nothing to say. He kept quiet and sat down, using Gu worms to heal himself. Fang Yuan's fake will continued. Being useless is fine. Any person can grow and become stronger even if they are useless and weak. But the important thing is, there is no hope if you cannot recognize your own weakness and uselessness. The materials you prepared can only allow you to attempt the Gu refinement 3 times. This is just the start, and you have already failed. Without my help, how will you refine the river-swallowing toad? Hee. In tomorrow's battle, death is not barred. The other party will not spare you even if you beg them. You are beyond saving. Fang Zheng felt anger from embarrassment. He shouted, if I die, that's my own business. You are too noisy. Shut up. Fang Yuan's fake will said eerily. I am going to keep talking. Can you stop me? You think I care about your life? Little brother, you are still so ignorant. I only want revenge. You are just a tool for my revenge. I can become anyone's tool, but I will definitely not be yours. Fang Zheng replied resolutely. Fang Yuan's fake will laughed. You have no choice, even if you do not want to, so what? After participating in the competition, along your advancement, you killed many hairy man Gu masters. You were taking revenge for me. Tonight, you must listen to my advice in order to successfully refine the Gu. You must accept my guidance, otherwise, you will die tomorrow without doubt. Fang Zheng's expression was dark, but he did not rebuke. He clenched his fists, falling into dead silence. 2 hours later, he started to refine Gu. Fang Yuan slowly gave his pointers regarding the steps. Fang Zheng did not speak, but he followed the instructions without any deviation. Finally, when the sky was turning bright, at dawn, Fang Zheng succeeded in refining the river-swallowing toad. Cloud Cover Continent. Fang Yuan lightly let out a breath of air. The interior rain in front of him had been processed properly. It was like frozen ice, resembling a completely transparent jade. But the truth was, processing the immortal material to this degree was not just as simple as freezing it. There were more than 50 steps involved in this. More than 20 Gu refinement methods were used, and 30 refinement path mortal killer moves. Furthermore, the Gu refinement needed to do all these within several minutes. After wasting 3 basins, Fang Yuan finally succeeded by the 4th basin of interior ring. At this time, a lump of fake wool flew to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's eyes shone. After confirming that it was harmless, he retrieved it in his mind. Soon, an almost indiscernible smile appeared on the corners of his lips. In order to survive, Fang Zheng can only follow my instructions. Even though he hates me to the core, in order to live, he can only obey. Every time he survives using my guidance, he would feel humiliated and angry. But as long as this happens once, it will continue to happen. The more it happens, the less affected he feels. Eventually, he will get used to my existence and rely on me subconsciously. By then, it would be the best time to refine blood deity. But his current mental state is still not good enough. He needs to be trained further. Chapter 1066. Everyone collecting immortal materials, a blood deity, was Fang Yuan's long-term plan. Fang Zheng was the second step of this plan. The first step of this plan was to refine blood deity, Immortal Gu. Fang Yuan wanted to refine this Immortal Gu in his first life. He had even found trouble with Vicious Lightning Fiend for its remnant recipe. Only after refining blood deity, Immortal Gu, and killing a blood-related relative would he be able to create a blood deity. Right now, Fang Yuan might have a blood deity, Immortal Gu recipe, but it was only 70% complete. When he had been an immortal zombie, he did not have the resources and effort to spare in completing this Immortal Gu recipe. Now he had revived, but he could no longer step in the light of wisdom. Even if I can't use the light of wisdom, with my Grandmaster attainment in Blood Path and Wisdom Path, it is enough to deduce the rest of the blood deity, Immortal Gu recipe. It is just that the time and effort used would be far more than using light of wisdom. Even after refining blood deity, Immortal Gu, for killing Fang Zheng and creating a blood deity, I still need to change his point of view first. At least, I need to make him not have hatred towards me. Because refining a hatred-filled relative into a blood deity will create backlash to the owner. They are like a double-edged sword, harming the enemies, but also able to harm myself as well if I let go of my guard. Actually, there were many ways to influence someone's feelings towards other people in the world of Gu Masters. Wisdom Path had countless methods. Emotion Path was even more specialized in this. Fang Yuan had quite a lot of such methods. As long as he wanted to, he could just use one to make Fang Zheng docile and loyal to him. But doing so meant influencing Fang Zheng through external power, altering his true emotions. And when he is killed and refined into a blood deity, the Wisdom Path Dao marks used on him would be cleared completely, leaving behind only pure Blood Path Dao marks. At that time, Fang Zheng's true emotions would return. Fang Yuan could only slowly change Fang Zheng's emotions and perspective, and he would be able to get a blood deity that met his standards. Obviously, changing Fang Zheng's perspective would be a very long process, and the completion of blood deity Immortal Gu's recipe was also a far-off project. At least, Fang Yuan currently did not have the time to do this. Not to mention, after he perfected the blood deity Immortal Gu recipe, he still would have to prepare immortal materials to refine blood deity. However, the last point was much easier than other paths. Blood Path Gu worms had a characteristic. The cost of their refinement was quite low. These many reasons determined that the refinement plan of blood deity could only be a long-term goal. But no matter how long it took, as long as he moved forward step by step, persevering and not giving up, he would finally succeed. Fang Yuan was currently taking out some time from his busy schedule to train Fang Zheng, reaching his goal slowly. A 1,000-mile journey starts from a step. Droplets of water form into river. After understanding Fang Zheng's situation, Fang Yuan activated Gu worms to produce fake wool, which then flew out. This fake wool would fly to Fang Zheng's mind, replenishing the fake wool that had been consumed in his mind. A few days passed. Fang Yuan became very skilled in processing interior ring. Langya Land Spirit then gave him another set of immortal materials to familiarize and gain proficiency in the Gu refinement technique. Fang Yuan's attention was mainly placed on this aspect in preparation for refining change form Immortal Gu. When he was free, he would pay attention to his sovereign immortal aperture, inspect the changes in his immortal aperture, and managing it. Gu masters nourished their aperture, and the aperture produced primeval essence, which was then used to activate Gu worms. But regardless of if it were Gu worms, Gu materials, or primeval stones, Gu masters relied on the outside world for these cultivation resources. At Gu Immortal level, the immortal aperture could not only produce immortal essence, it could also produce countless resources, and they would be extremely safe and reliable. Unlike the resources from the outside world, which would need the Gu Immortal to watch all the time to prevent others from stealing them. To a Gu Immortal, the Immortal Aperture was the safest production base. If it was managed properly, it would be an extremely huge help to the Gu Immortal and be a solid foundation for them to rely on. Because of having the same Dao marks, it could produce the most suitable resources needed for the Gu Immortal and produce food for Immortal Gu. Trading the resources with the outside world could earn the Gu Immortal a lot of Immortal Essence Stones. There was even a chance of the Immortal Aperture having a completely new wild Immortal Gu formed. Fang Yuan inspected his Immortal Aperture. His Immortal Aperture was divided into 10 layers, with the layout like the 5 regions and 9 heavens. Why was there such a layout? Was it intentionally created like that by Spectral Soul, or was it naturally formed? Fang Yuan did not know. After all, he had no role in creating sovereign immortal fetus Gu. He was only a lucky fellow who seized the fruits of success at the last moment. Fang Yuan had conveniently named the layers by referencing the 5 regions and 9 heavens, with just an addition of the word mini in front, like mini northern plains, mini eastern sea, and so on. After making several observations, Fang Yuan had gradually discovered some minor mysteries of the sovereign immortal aperture. He discovered the sovereign immortal aperture's 5 regions and 9 heavens were not only similar to the outside world in layout, their environments were also almost the same. For instance, many northern plains had the terrain of a boundless flat grassland. The wind path Dao marks in the immortal aperture were somewhat more numerous in this area. Most of the fire path Dao marks in the immortal aperture were located in mini western desert. Mini southern border had more earth path Dao marks, and also some poison path Dao marks as well. After discovering this, Fang Yuan had distributed his accumulated cultivation resources accordingly. He placed the eerie fire dragon pythons in mini western desert, dragonfish in mini eastern sea, regretful spiders in mini southern border, arrow bamboo forest, star fragment grass, and so on in mini blue heaven. As for mini northern plains, there were large numbers of snow monsters in there. These monsters remained behind from the first earthly calamity, and they included large numbers of desolate beast snow monsters, and even ancient desolate beast level snow monsters. Fang Yuan did not have the time or energy to deal with these snow monsters for the moment, and so he left them aside. Anyway, mini northern plains was empty, with no precious resources, and was quite large, so these snow monsters could move about freely. After all, they were unlike ruined bats which could pierce through the aperture walls. Air bubble fish, shark fin wolf, literature carps, desolate beast giant horned sheep, worldly sand gull, oil water, rockmen, bloodgy forest, mirror willow trees, and so on were also arranged properly. While Fang Yuan was training his Gu refinement skills, he was also taking out some time to look after these resources. Arrow bamboo forest, star fragment grass, and so on might have been moved into mini blue heaven, but their Gu worm production had fallen terrifyingly. Meanwhile, eerie fire dragon pythons and dragonfish experienced minor decrease in their reproduction. Only regretful spiders had similar production rate to beforehand. There was nothing to be done. The sovereign immortal aperture might have broad prospects and unlimited potential, but currently it had only gone through one earthly calamity. Although it possessed Dao marks of every path, but there were only about 100 Dao marks of the majority of the paths. The growth of regretful spiders relied on wisdom path Dao marks, dragonfish on food path and water path Dao marks, while the living environment of eerie fire dragon pythons had more fire path Dao marks. The production of star path mortal Gu in arrow bamboo forest and the star fragment grass fields depended on star path Dao marks. He had previously placed these resources in Gu Immortal Blessed Land or Star Form Blessed Land. The former had passed 6 or 7 earthly calamities and had a lot of Dao marks. Its fire path and water path Dao marks passed the numbers in the sovereign immortal aperture. While Star Form Blessed Land itself focused on star path, the sovereign immortal aperture simply could not be compared to it on this aspect. However, not all the paths in the sovereign immortal aperture had only around 100 Dao marks. Chi path Dao marks were far higher in number. This was because Fang Yuan had killed the Chi path Gu Immortal Chi Zai in southern border's 5 regional mountain range and obtained his accumulation of Chi path Dao marks. However, Chi path Dao marks were still not the highest in number. The highest were snow path Dao marks. Fang Yuan had passed his first earthly calamity with difficulty. Actually calling it an earthly calamity was not appropriate. It was so terrifying that it far surpassed the 10 great catastrophes. Calamities and tribulations had a rule. That was the balance of fortune and disaster. The stronger the might of the calamities and tribulations, the more benefits the Gu Immortal could receive after passing them. The benefits here were referring to Dao marks. Fang Yuan obtained huge numbers of Dao marks from his first earthly calamity. Among them, Snow Path Dao marks were the highest in number. Following afterwards were Strength Path and Transformation Path Dao marks. The latter two paths Dao marks were lower in quantity to Chi Path. After all, Fang Yuan's Qi Path Dao marks were the lifetime accumulation of the rank 7 Gu Immortal Qi Zai, while the Strength Path and Transformation Path Dao marks were obtained just from the first earthly calamity. These Dao marks were already beginning to influence Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture. It was still not noticeable in the other 4 small regions, but in many northern plains, there was already a large patch of snowy plain, and its boundary was still slowly expanding. This environment was good enough for Fang Yuan to plant many kinds of cold-resistant vegetation. Like when Gu Immortal blessed land's environment changed after experiencing a few earthly calamities, and Gu Immortal was able to plant blue degree grass, chestnut grass, 6 divine grass, milk tea flowers, and so on. One main principle of managing immortal apertures was to act according to the environment. To refine change form, Fang Yuan was preparing with all his effort, and in Central Continent, Ing Wuxie's group was also not idling. They had obtained the light of the immemorial era and started gathering other immortal materials listed in the Gu recipe. They were able to resolve a small portion of the items from their own inventories, but there were still many that required them to buy from the outside world or exchange with others. Ing Wuxie had inherited the remnant forces of Shadow Sect and was the boss of Defy, so his first choice was to trade for the resources from the organization. Negotiations, bargaining, and finally transactions. Gu Immortals chased after profits, and with the loose structure of Defy, it was not easy to transact immortal materials. Ing Wuxie and He Lulan almost ran their mouths dry while negotiating. Shanu and Tai Bai Yunsheng were not adept at negotiations. After great pains and effort, Ing Wuxie was finally able to gather 3 portions of Gu refinement materials. Yumu Chun is already dead. I have no choice but to give up on the hairy man heaven and earth style and use human isolation style to refine fixed immortal travel. This method's success rate is quite low. Just 3 portions of immortal materials are not enough. Ing Wuxie did not stop purchasing the materials. Moreover, to refine the Gu, he and the other 3 immortals took the risk of returning to Earth Abyss. Shadow Sect had arranged a super Gu formation in Earth Abyss, which could provide huge help in Gu refinement. When Ing Wuxie barely gathered 6 complete portions of immortal materials through Defy, a mishap occurred. A member of Defy, demonic Gu Immortal Gong Sun Liang, who had been hiding in Mingtang Valley, was ambushed and captured by Heavenly Court's Gu Immortals. Gong Sun Liang sent a request for help to Defy. The whole of Defy had immediately fallen into a huge turbulence. Gong Sun Liang, who had hidden himself very well, was actually captured. More importantly, Heavenly Court had personally made a move. This was truly shocking. Most of the members of Defy were those that were suppressed or excluded by Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects and had secretly allied for survival. Meanwhile, the 10 great ancient sects were no more than subsidiaries of Heavenly Court. Facing the colossal Heavenly Court, everyone in Defy was feeling insecure and feared Gong Sun Liang revealing clues that would implicate them. Damned Heavenly Court! Ing Wuxie could only curse at this. Because of this event, other members of Defy went into hiding and no longer dared to communicate with him, let alone trading immortal materials. Ing Wuxie knew they not only feared Heavenly Court, more than that they were doubtful of him, this boss. After all, previously, Gong Sun Liang had lent his immortal Gu to Ing Wuxie, and he was the one who met with disaster while the immortal Gu remained with Ing Wuxie. Was it the greed for immortal Gu that the boss intentionally did not save Gong Sun Liang? This suspicion had caused the power and prestige of the boss name to take a huge hit. Gong Sun Liang was captured, cutting down Ing Wuxie's optimal source of gathering immortal materials. With no choice, they could only take help of Treasure Yellow Heaven. This was the biggest market in the 5 regions. But the service charge was high and the transactions were not secret. They could easily be tracked down by those that had the intention. In short, the risk was high. If not for there being no other way, Ing Wuxie would not have used this method. Gong Sun Liang is captured. Heavenly Court will sooner or later find out about this place. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord is dead, but Fairy Zi Wei has awakened. I must refine fixed immortal travel as soon as possible. Ing Wuxie was feeling more and more hurried. His circumstances were also worsening by the day. Shadow Sect had emptied out almost all their treasuries to refine sovereign immortal fetus Gu, even using Zombie Alliance as immortal materials to refine into the 10 extreme formation. Shanu might be rank 7, but his immortal aperture was not managed properly. He Lulan and Tai Bai Yunsheng had advanced to Gu Immortal not long ago and had limited accumulations. Although Treasure Yellow Heaven had a superb collection of immortal materials, Ing Wuxie suffered from poverty and had to spend his remaining wealth very carefully. He had to haggle over the smallest details, who would want to transact immortal materials with him. Finally, by the time Ing Wuxie was able to gather 10 portions of Gu refinement materials through Treasure Yellow Heaven, he had almost reached the point where he shed tears of bitterness, his expression one of misery. A tiger without strength gets bullied by dogs. If now was before the Battle of Etion Mountain, there would be 10 or 20 entire portions of rank 6 immortal materials, which could be obtained from just a fraction of Shadow Sect's treasury. Even if the materials were not in the treasury, with just one order, Zombie Alliance over the 5 regions would mobilize large numbers of immortal zombies to gather the immortal materials. Why would he get into this state? To gather the immortal materials, the current Ing Wuxia and the rest had almost already emptied out their pockets. I must succeed in refining fixed immortal travel. I must succeed, Ing Wuxia inwardly cried out. His situation was filled with difficulties, while Fang Yuan was progressing smoothly. Fang Yuan had already discussed with Langya Land Spirit. Even if the first Gu refinement did not succeed, they would still continue. As for the immortal materials required for the second or the third time, Fang Yuan would have to bear all the costs. He had ample money on hand, or rather, he had extremely ample money on hand. The production of his major resources had decreased, but Fang Yuan's earnings had instead multiplied by several times. The reason? The Time Path Foundation in Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture was extremely abundant. The rate of time inside was as high as 60 times that of the outside world. What did that imply? One day in the outside world was 2 months inside the sovereign immortal aperture. With such an increase in time, there would be more resources produced, completely making up for the reduction in the production rate. However, only a part of these resources would be sold by Fang Yuan. When negotiating with Langya Land Spirit, Fang Yuan had intentionally mortgaged Dang Hun Mountain. In any case, Fang Yuan was able to pay the debt. But this, however, gave Langya Land Spirit plenty of motivation. Langya Land Spirit was slightly worried that the Gu refinement would succeed in one go. Wouldn't that mean he would be unable to take the chance to obtain Dang Hun Mountain? Chapter 1067. Both sides refined Gu several days later, in a deep part of Central Continent's Earth Abyss. Shang came back from the outside, reporting to Ing Wuxia, Master, I have already investigated clearly. Because of the huge cave-in, there was a massive commotion. Ancient Soul Sect sent out 3 Gu Immortals to investigate. According to your instructions, I have already lured several ancient desolate beasts and 5 desolate beast groups to them. Because there seems to be wild immortal Gu in them, the 3 Gu Immortals from Ancient Soul Sect will be kept busy. Shang was a rockman. He was born with Earth Path Dao marks. Shang's Earth Path cultivation was extremely useful in an environment like Earth Abyss. Ing Wuxia nodded. You did well in this matter, but Heaven's will is everywhere. Do not be careless. When I am refining Gu, Heaven's will might influence these Gu Immortals to cause them to come here and ruin our plan. Shang thought for a moment before speaking. Master is right, but in this direction, we have already arranged 3 groups of desolate beasts to obstruct them. Even if they get past the desolate beasts and arrive here, we will have enough time to react. Ing Wuxia shook his head slightly. You have not seen the true power of Heaven's will. Not only can it influence Gu Immortals, it can also affect desolate beasts and desolate plants. At the crucial moment, these desolate beast groups might charge at us. Shang's expression changed. If the desolate beast group charges here, what do we do? What he meant was, were his earlier preparations of luring the beast groups simply shooting themselves in the foot? No need to worry. My confidence does not lie in these desolate beast groups or ancient desolate beasts. It is in this super Gu formation, Ing Wuxia said as an insightful light flashed across his eyes. Here was the safest place in Central Continent. This super Gu formation covered all aspects. It not only hid them from Heaven's will, it prevented the deductions of Wisdom Path Gu Immortals, and also had incredible offense and defense. It could even assist in refining Gu. When Spectral Soul was in the door of life and death, he devoured souls and gained the memories and cultivation experiences of countless Gu Immortals. When he was alive, he was Spectral Soul, Demon Venerable. His talent was top tier even throughout history. Experiences of Formation Path and Refinement Path were all absorbed by Spectral Soul. He saved a lot of time and effort because of this. He raised his Formation Path, Refinement Path, and other paths' attainment levels to Great Grandmaster. And this Super Gu formation was designed by Spectral Soul in the door of life and death. One could imagine how powerful it was. Ing Wuxia was relying on this Super Gu formation to refine Gu. It was an ingenious idea. Even if desolate beast groups or ancient desolate beasts came charging, he could use the Super Gu formation to kill these desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts, using their souls to fuel the Super Gu formation and increase its might. Thus, there was no issue of creating trouble for themselves. Shang's worry was undue. Even though he had lived here for a long time, he did not know the true power of this Gu formation. I did not destroy Spring Autumn Cicada. Heaven's will resides inside this Gu. Thus, the location of the Super Gu formation is known by Heaven's will. But it is not a problem. Even if Heavenly Court's rank 8 Gu Immortals attack us, I can defend us for some time. With Heaven Overseeing Tower destroyed now, even though they have fake Gu, the chances of Heavenly Court getting here are low. Ing Wuxia did not give up on Spring Autumn Cicada after careful consideration. Fang Yuan could use Spring Autumn Cicada to destroy Shadow Sect's plan of 100,000 years. Then why couldn't Ing Wuxia also use Spring Autumn Cicada as his final trump card? Heaven's will was vast. It only cared about balance. It did not bear grudges. Anyone who threatens this world or threatens the life forms in this world would be targeted by Heaven's will. Right now, Heaven's will's main target was Fang Yuan, not Ing Wuxia. Thus, even though Spring Autumn Cicada was full of Heaven's will, it was still useful to Ing Wuxia. And in Ing Wuxia's plans, he was going to re-refine Spring Autumn Cicada to clear out the Heaven's will inside, making this legendary Gu his own. But these were future plans. Right now, Ing Wuxia's mind was on refining fixed immortal travel. This immortal Gu was the key to resolving his problem. With this immortal Gu, he could go anywhere. He would regain the freedom he needed. There is no time. We should refine fixed immortal travel now. Shang, don't resist. I will activate the Gu formation and send you to the formation core. You will assist me with refining the Gu. Ing Wuxia ordered. Yes, master. I will do my best, even if I have to stake my life. Shang quickly responded. After moving Shang, Ing Wuxia also came to the most central formation core. As for Tai Bai Yunsheng and He Lu Lan, they were moved to 2 other formation cores. Even though it was only a rank 6 fixed immortal travel, this Gu refinement was very significant to Shadow Sect's future, and even the situation of the 5 regions. The Gu refinement began. Half a month later, Northern Plains, Langya Blessed Land. The first refinement attempt of change form Immortal Gu was about to begin. Fang Yuan stood in Cloud Cover Continent. He was looking at Langya Land Spirit with a serious expression. Langya Land Spirit was no longer so sagely. He was muscular and brawny. He had black hair on his body as he floated in the sky like a demonic god. He growled. His voice filled the scene. Clouds scattered upon his action. Dao marks seemed to have lit up due to his voice. The surroundings were full of them. These Dao marks are mostly refinement path Dao marks. They are exceptionally good assistants in Gu refinement. Langya Land Spirit introduced proudly. He growled again. While growling, lumps of light shined in the entire sky. They shone with beautiful and vibrant lights. It was a dazzling sight. What is happening in the sky? Quickly look. An immortal miracle has occurred again. Not long ago, there was a rainbow beam, and now there are rainbow stars in the sky. This is such a grand sight. At once, in Black Hair Continent, Yellow Hair Continent, and White Hair Continent, there were huge commotions as all sorts of people, from beggars to royalty, looked up with enthusiastic gazes at the stars in the sky. Each star is oozing with immortal Gu aura. These are the components of the immortal Gu house, refinement cauldron. Fang Yuan asked in a questioning tone. Langya Land Spirit nodded, saying regretfully, "You guessed right. It is a pity that most of the core immortal Gu are gone. If refinement cauldron was intact, the chances of refining change form immortal Gu are 60%. But forget it if it's lost. I am not going to repair refinement cauldron anyway. What can the complete refinement cauldron do? True strength does not lie in immortal Gu. It depends on the Gu immortal themselves. Pay attention. I am about to start." At this time, the Dao marks in the surrounding 100 li lit up. The sky was shining in rainbow colors. Langya Land Spirit was high in the sky. Countless Gu worms were flying around him. Large numbers of mortal Gu materials were instantly refined by him. The speed was so fast Fang Yuan could barely keep up by looking. In a while, Langya Land Spirit growled, "Your turn." In an instant, Fang Yuan's vision changed. He replaced Langya Land Spirit in his position, floating in the air. As for Langya Land Spirit, he was standing on the ground, watching Fang Yuan. As it turned out, Langya Land Spirit had assessed the situation and decided that this Gu refinement was going to use a dual immortal Gu refinement method. Langya Land Spirit was going to use the Hairy Man Gu refinement method, while Fang Yuan was going to process the important immortal materials. They held equal importance in this. Fang Yuan was amply prepared. After appearing in the sky, he waved his hands as he took out a large basin of interior rain. Langya Land Spirit saw this and nodded, feeling slightly pleased. Fang Yuan was calm and collected. He had deep foundation in the basics. His methods also had an indescribable essence of profundity. This lad is worthily a reborn individual. With his previous life's experiences, his refinement path attainment level is reaching Grandmaster. But to take this final step, it will not be easy. Langya Land Spirit assessed. The Gu refinement proceeded smoothly. All of the steps were meticulously followed. Even if accidents occurred, they were small and negligible. Fang Yuan and Langya Land Spirit made ample preparations. And because Fang Yuan and Langya Land Spirit were not unskilled in refinement path, it was a cooperation of 2 experts. It was not strange to have such progress. For 3 days and nights, Lang Yalan Spirit and Fang Yuan worked without rest. Their hard work paid off in the form of an incomplete immortal Gu. Lang Yalan's Spirit saw this and was overjoyed. It seems that this first Gu refinement is likely to succeed. As long as the last few steps have no issues. Before he finished his words, the sky rumbled. Thunder resounded as lightning flashed. The immortal Gu was about to form. Tribulation descended. Fang Yuan's expression changed, but his hands were still stable, manipulating the mystical icy flame, tempering the incomplete immortal Gu. Don't worry, it is merely a rank 6 immortal Gu's tribulation. It is no what. Lang Yalan's Spirit's pitch became extremely high, like a rooster held by its neck. His eyes were staring wide at the rumbling tribulation lightning in the sky. Before the tribulation descended, the intensity and aura had already far surpassed the standards of rank 6 in Lang Yalan's Spirit's memories. In fact, even rank 7 immortal Gu would not result in such tribulation lightning. Why did this happen? Lang Yalan's Spirit growled angrily in confusion. First Supreme Elder, take care of the Gu refinement. I will deal with the tribulation. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth. No. At the crucial moment, you cannot leave. Your dogshit luck is protecting the immortal Gu. Let me deal with the tribulation. Everyone, form the ancient battle formation. Lang Yalan's Spirit shouted. As he said that, close to 10 hairy man Gu Immortals flew to him. As silvery light flashed, a huge silver giant appeared again. The second-ranked battle formation in the olden antiquity era, Heavenly Giant Solar. Central Continent, Earth Abyss. Huff, huff, huff. Ing Wuxie breathed roughly. His eyes were red. He was like a gambler who had lost almost all his money and was desperate to recoup his losses. Since half a month ago, he had been trying to refine fixed immortal travel. Up until now, he had already failed 8 times. Damn it, I only have 2 chances left. I have the Gu formation to help me, but I still failed 8 times. The human isolation style truly has lower success rate compared to the hairy man heaven and earth style. However, even if Mu Chun were still alive, I would never use the hairy man heaven and earth style. Heavens will want to get rid of me. If I give it this opportunity, it will use the tribulations to attack. If a tribulation that counters the super Gu formation destroys it, there will be trouble. Fang Yuan does not know about heaven's will. He is using the hairy man heaven and earth style. Hee, good luck to him. Chapter 1068. Success and Failure. Boom, boom, boom. Loud sounds resounded non-stop as the entire sky of cloud cover continent shook. This is the heavenly drum thunder tribulation. Lang Yalan's Spirit said inside the ancient battle formation Heavenly Giant Solar. His face was showing shock and confusion. With this heavenly drum thunder tribulation, every time thunder booms, formless astral lightning would form in the Gu Immortal's body, destroying their intestines and organs. The force can blow up mountains and crack boulders. This is a sound path and lightning path tribulation. Normal Gu Immortals cannot defend against it easily. They are also sure to die in this tribulation. However, Fang Yuan, you do not need to fear. This place is surrounded with refinement path down marks. It is the best defense. Furthermore, I have methods to resist it. As long as Heavenly Giant Solar is around, you will be safe. While feeling anxious, Lang Yalan's Spirit transmitted this to Fang Yuan. He was afraid that Fang Yuan would be distracted by the tribulation, causing the Gu refinement to end up in failure. Even though Lang Yalan's Spirit wanted to get Dang Hun Mountain, and Fang Yuan failing to refine the Gu would help in this, he was a land spirit that had to follow his promises. This was an agreement made by thieving heaven demon Venerable and long-hair ancestor. He had to do his best to help Fang Yuan without scheming against him. Fang Yuan floated in the air, completely unaffected by the rumbling thunder outside. His expression was calm. His mind was also ice-cool. Lang Yalan's Spirit's worry was excessive. Fang Yuan had undergone so many battles. The 5 regions chaotic war, the Battle of Etion Mountain. He had experienced all of these chaotic scenes. He was immune to such interference. He was composed. His fingers moved quickly, like flowers blooming. He stably proceeded with the Gu refinement. Boom, boom, boom. Every thunderous sound would cause the giant silver body of Heavenly Giant Solar to shake. The hairy man Gu Immortals who formed the battle formation felt agitated. Their hair was standing on end, as if an apocalypse was coming. Lang Yalan's Spirit snorted coldly. I have a move that counters sound path. Behold my immortal killer move, Silent World. The silver giant shone with boundless brilliance. The silvery light was sharp, like shards of the sun. Fang Yuan shut his eyes in time, as he activated several defensive killer moves. The silvery light flickered and vanished without a trace. Silent World. No more thunder was heard. In the sky, dark clouds loomed as countless bolts of lightning flashed in the clouds. But the thunder that accompanied every flash of lightning was gone. After a long time, the sounds of thunder returned, from soft gradually to loud. With just this heavenly drum thunder tribulation size, even if it expands by 10 times, it cannot interrupt the Gu refinement. Lang Yalan spirit had just said this smugly when the dark clouds in the sky transformed. Numerous blue light lumps shot down from the dark clouds. Each light lump was a blue charm lightning shadow. This was a lightning fiend. Its battle strength matched rank 6 Gu Immortals. When Gu Immortal underwent tribulation, she died because of a blue charm lightning shadow. And now, Fang Yuan had to face 20 of them. Lang Yalan spirit's eyes were bulging. He yelled, "What is going on? Why is there a second blue charm lightning shadow tribulation? And the size is actually 20 times of the usual." Even with Lang Yalan's spirit's long life and countless experiences, he was visibly fazed. Fang Yuan's heart jumped. This was so similar to the situation when he was undergoing tribulation. During my first earthly calamity, it surpassed a heavenly tribulation. This time, during change form Immortal Gu's refinement, the same thing happened. There are actually 20 blue charm lightning shadows. If I encountered this during my earthly calamity, I would have died without question. During Fang Yuan's first earthly calamity, the heaven and earth chi turned into some iron crown eagles, 2 ancient ruin bats, and countless ancient snow monsters, desolate beast snow monsters, and others. In terms of size, his first earthly calamity was larger, but Fang Yuan barely passed it. If he encountered this earthly calamity with 20 blue charm lightning shadows, he would not be able to live. During his earthly calamity, the ancient ruin bats had just formed when Fang Yuan resolutely attacked them with his full power without hesitation, destroying them. Fang Yuan had high offense and low defense. This was making use of his advantage. But if he fought against 20 blue charm lightning shadows, it would be different. Blue charm lightning shadows were fast. Their battle strength matched rank 6 Gu Immortals. Even if Fang Yuan used triple-layered sword wave, he could not hit them. Fang Yuan had rank 7 and 8 Immortal Gu, but they were not defensive Immortal Gu. Fang Yuan had strong attacks, but weak defensive methods. He was countered by the blue charm lightning shadows. The underlying problem is, I developed too quickly, my foundations are unstable, I have too many weaknesses now. Fang Yuan had a thought. Actually, he had discovered this problem long ago. But since the Battle of Etion Mountain, he had been pressed for time. He had no free time to make up for these aspects. 20 blue charm lightning shadows charged at Fang Yuan together. They were so fast, like lightning. Fang Yuan only saw several blue traces before they all got near him. Lang Yalan's spirit shouted in panic, using another immortal killer move. The silver giant's body was shining in light. Within the pure white light, the silver giant's body expanded until it multiplied a dozen times in size. The original silver giant was already huge. With this transformation, its feet stepped on cloud-covered continent, while its head extended up towards the heavens. The silver giant's mountain-like body shook intensely. It used another immortal killer move. The blue charm lightning shadows were already at Fang Yuan's left and right. They crashed into a sudden wall of light that appeared and were bounced back. After saving Fang Yuan, the silver giant raised its hands, clasping them together to form a circle, with Fang Yuan inside. Its arms were huge. They covered the surrounding space around Fang Yuan. The situation is bad. Even though my killer move can defend against blue charm lightning shadows, your refinement is still being interrupted. You need to be careful now. Stronger attacks might be coming at you. If you fail to hold firm, the Gu refinement will fail. Lang Yalan's spirit transmitted again. Fang Yuan nodded. He did not speak. His expression was heavy. While refining Gu now, there were countless refinement path Dao marks helping him, and even the remaining portion of refinement cauldron was in the air assisting him. But the silver giant's battle with the blue charm lightning shadows would disturb the Dao marks, causing countless tremors. These were all problems for Fang Yuan. If he made a mistake, his hard work would be wasted. Bam bam bam. Loud clashing sounds entered Fang Yuan's ears. The blue charm lightning shadows were like blue bees, surrounding the silver giant and attacking at its 2 hands. They were moving quickly, while the silver giant was moving clumsily. You bunch of fools. Lang Yalan's spirit scolded. He had to protect Fang Yuan and keep his arms stable. He could not be distracted. Thus, the matter of resisting the blue charm lightning shadows was left to the other hairy man Gu Immortals. But these hairy man Gu Immortals had low battle strength. They were unskilled in controlling the giant. Even though they did their best, the immortal killer moves they used either failed, or even if they succeeded, in the outside world, they created flashy effects but had little impact. After a long time, they only killed 1 blue charm lightning shadow, and that was because of a lucky hit. Lang Yalan's spirit did not even have the energy to yell at them. Right now it is really bad. He was full of worries. The silver giant was created with heavenly giant solar. It had expanded by more than 10 times, with less defense than before. It could only take a beating while the blue charm lightning shadows attacked. It was getting more transparent, fading with time. Even though Fang Yuan's situation was stabilized, because of the outside interference, his speed fell drastically. Lang Yalan's spirit estimated that with this speed, the silver giant could not last until the end. He was already occupied now. While Fang Yuan was focusing on the Gu refinement, they could not fight. Without external help, this refinement was bound to fail. Thankfully, this is my first try. It is okay if it fails, I have funds. Fang Yuan's attitude was actually rather good. He had a positive mindset. When refining Immortal Gu, who could expect to succeed on the first try? Fang Yuan could bear the failure, but over in Central Continent's Earth Abyss, Ing Wuxia had no alternatives left. This is the final chance, the final set of immortal materials. I cannot fail again. Ing Wuxia's forehead was covered in sweat. He gritted his teeth. He was like a wolf that was forced to the edge of the cliff. Once he failed, to gather another batch of immortal materials, it would be extremely difficult. In this situation, I can only use my trump card. I can't care less about the backlash. I need to get through this crisis first. Ing Wuxia made up his mind and activated a certain immortal killer move. An intense pain assaulted the depths of his soul. Under the effect of the immortal killer move, his entire soul turned into fuel and started burning. At the same time, his luck rose gradually. My main body had explored 88 True Yang building and created this move. Luckily, I obtained rank 7 Soul Hal Gu earlier. Together with some Mortal Gu, I can use this move. Determination flashed across Ing Wuxia's eyes. He was going all in, using a huge amount of luck to help himself in refining fixed immortal travel. I can definitely succeed this time. He screamed internally. Inside Langya blessed land, there was great danger. The silver giant was extremely weak. It was on the verge of collapsing. The hairy man Gu Immortals and the giant suffered severe injuries. Some of them had burst arteries. They were spitting out blood. Some had fainted while others were trembling intensely, throwing up frothy saliva. They had assembled the ancient battle formation. Now that the formation was damaged, the injuries were reflected onto them. There were 11 blue charm lightning shadows left. Be it Fang Yuan or Lang Yalan spirit, they were in despair. The next time I refine Gu, I will definitely not use the hairy man heaven and earth style. Fang Yuan swore to himself. At this moment, he felt that the human isolation style was very wonderful. I am actually going to fail this time. My Langya blessed land's reputation is ruined. It is the fault of these tribulations that increased in strength so ridiculously. Lang Yalan's spirit was furious. All right, it is almost time to stop. Gu Immortal's sixth hair thought to himself. He was the spy that Shadow Sect had placed in Langya blessed land. There were 3 of them formerly. Now he was the only one left. He was the one communicating with Ing Wuxia, giving him the information about Fang Yuan and the blessed land. While resisting the blue charm lightning shadows, he did not help much. In fact, he was doing sabotage. From Shadow Sect's perspective, they were unwilling to see Fang Yuan refine change form Immortal Gu. For the final attack, let's use killer move one-arm sacrifice. Sixth hair thought as he almost laughed out loud. Even though this move was powerful, it would greatly weaken the silver giant. Now that the silver giant was on the brink of breaking apart, once this move was used, it would definitely collapse. If I use this move, the ancient battle formation would collapse. Not only would Fang Yuan's refinement fail, the backlash of the ancient battle formation would also kill many of the hairy man Gu Immortals. After surviving, I would be given even greater responsibilities. This is perfect, simply perfect. Cold light flashed in his eyes. The traitor's sixth hair used one-arm sacrifice resolutely. One of the silver giant's arms left its body. As it fell, a bright light was emitted. Oh no, which idiot? Lang Yalan's spirit's expression changed. He was about to scold. Suddenly, this severed arm was hit by an immortal killer move and erupted with incredible strength as it flew far away. Boom. With a loud crash, an intense explosion occurred. It happened to hit the surrounding blue charm lightning shadows. These blue charm lightning shadows were flying around everywhere. At that moment, coincidentally, most of them were gathered together and were hit by this explosion. They all died at once. Stunning results. Fang Yuan was dazed. Sixth hair was shocked. This actually worked? Lang Yalan's spirit was also in a daze. He shouted after a while. Good attack. With this change, the silver giant collapsed, and the hairy man Gu Immortals were all injured. But there were only 3 blue charm lightning shadows left. The situation turned around quickly. Just Lang Yalan's spirit alone could deal with these blue charm lightning shadows. Sixth hair was in regret. He wanted to attack, but Lang Yalan's spirit ordered him to take care of the other hairy man Gu Immortals. An hour later, Fang Yuan held the newly refined change form Immortal Gu as he stood in disbelief. The first refinement attempt succeeded? Central Continent, Earth Abyss. Puff. Ing Wuxia spat out blood as he fell backwards. His expression was pale. He fainted at once. The final attempt at refining fixed immortal travel failed. Chapter 1069, Heavenly Court. The butterfly fluttered its wings. It flew up and down, as jade-green light scattered below its beautiful wings. Eventually, it landed on the tip of Fairy Ziwei's slender white finger. Fairy Ziwei looked at this jade butterfly deeply, smiling as she said, "This is fixed immortal travel?" "Precisely." An old female Gu Immortal beside her said expressionlessly. This old woman had a hunched back. She was bending down. Her hair was yellow like wheat. Her face was wrinkled and her eyes were blurry. She wore a brown-yellow robe. There was a ring of sand around her waist. Fairy Ziwei turned around, expressing her gratitude sincerely. Merely a rank 6 immortal Gu. It actually needed a refinement path great grandmaster like Granny Sha to refine. This was truly its honor. This old female Gu Immortal was a member of Heavenly Court. She had recently woken up. She had rank 8 cultivation level. She was several thousand years old. There were no records about her age, but there were such antiques in Heavenly Court, except that her refinement path great grandmaster status was very rare. Fairy Ziwei knew a bit more. She was a wisdom path Gu Immortal. She could deduce many secrets from small clues. She knew that this Granny Sha had little lifespan. She had to sleep in Heavenly Court to delay the arrival of her death. But she and Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord were from the same generation. They were even in a relationship during their younger years. During the Battle of Etion Mountain, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord sacrificed himself and died. This alarmed Granny Sha. She took the initiative to end her hibernation and woke up. Granny Sha looked at fixed immortal travel in Fairy Ziwei's hand as she sighed deeply. "I am an old woman with half my body inside the coffin. What honor is there? By refining fixed immortal travel this time, can I really help you to capture that Fang Yuan?" Refining fixed immortal travel needed the crucial immortal material, the light of the immemorial era. By this era, it could no longer be found by normal Gu Immortals, but Heavenly Court was an exception. This was the #1 Gu Immortal organization in the world, present since the remote antiquity era. It had been in a leading role throughout history, arrogantly looking down on all 5 regions. Wind Cloud Manor was only a sect under Heavenly Court, but they already had the light of the immemorial era in their inventory. Heavenly Court's own treasury undoubtedly had more. Thus, Granny Sha could rush to refine fixed immortal travel without lacking immortal materials. This was the foundation of Heavenly Court after being around for 3 million years. Towards Granny Sha's question, Fairy Ziwei smiled. "This is the result of my deduction. I have 60% assurance." Surprise flashed across Granny Sha's eyes. "You and Tower Lord are Wisdom Path Gu Immortals on par with one another. With 60% assurance, there is a need to try." Fairy Ziwei nodded lightly. "To speak the truth, I was able to deduce because of luck, as I had gotten some crucial information. Fang Yuan having fixed immortal travel and spring Autumn Cicada is no longer a secret. Some time ago, we captured a demonic path Gu Immortal, Gong Sun Liang. We learned about the boss who had borrowed Gu from him. Next, we investigated several areas that Fang Yuan might have appeared in. One of them was Pot River. At Wind Cloud Manor, Gu Immortal Feng Chan Z stole the light of the immemorial era from their treasury and sold it to an outsider. Thus, you deduce that Fang Yuan's fixed immortal travel has already been destroyed, right?" Granny Sha asked. "That was a possibility, but looking at the result, we were right." Fairy Ziwei answered. "That Fang Yuan has many immortal Gu. Spring Autumn Cicada has already been sealed, while fixed immortal travel is with us. This way, it is much easier to capture him," Granny Sha said. Fairy Ziwei shook her head. She sighed lightly. "Actually, fixed immortal travel is not a problem. It is merely a rank 6 immortal Gu. There are too many ways to deal with it." "That's right," Granny Sha agreed. "It is almost impossible to raise fixed immortal travel to rank 7 or 8. The light of the immemorial era needed is too much. Even in Heavenly Court's treasury, we can only try to refine the rank 7 version 3 times. As for rank 8 fixed immortal travel, it is consigned to history. During the immemorial antiquity era, there was an unlimited amount of light, but now, it was an extinct immortal material. But fixed immortal travel required the light of the immemorial era to refine. Rank 6 fixed immortal travel could not transport rank 7 Gu Immortals, not to mention rank 8s. These Gu Immortals had plentiful Dao marks in them. To transport them using fixed immortal travel was like asking a baby to carry an elephant. Unless there was a Gu Immortal specialized in space path, or if a special immortal killer move was used. But such a situation was extremely rare. In general, fixed immortal travel was capped at rank 6, even though it had a great effect. It had little use to rank 7 and 8 Gu Immortals. Granny Sha continued. Actually, in Heavenly Court's history, we have owned fixed immortal travel multiple times. In most situations, we gave them to the lower sects for use, and because of tribulations and others reasons, they were lost. Once, fixed immortal travel was in the hands of Heavenly Court Gu Immortal Liang. He raised it to rank 7. This person cultivated space path alone, but during the rampage of immemorial desolate beasts, he battled and died. The rank 7 fixed immortal travel was destroyed during that time. Rank 6 fixed immortal travel was treasured by Fang Yuan, but in the Heavenly Court Gu Immortal's eyes, it was almost an unnoteworthy object. It was unusable. Thus, in many situations, it was given to the 10 ancient sects so that they could display its greatest worth and control the situation in Central Continent. To think that Fang Yuan relied on fixed immortal travel to create so much trouble in the world. It was still the same saying, there was no strongest Gu worm, only strongest Gu master, Gu Immortal. The effect of a Gu worm not only depended on the Gu worm itself, the more important reason was the user, the Gu master. Fairy Z Wei continued. Rushing to refine fixed immortal travel and sealing spring Autumn Cicada merely cut Fang Yuan's wings. The true problem is finding his hiding spot. Now, I will deduce with my full strength and find him in Central Continent. Granny Sha, I will need your help to refine Immortal Gu and restore Heaven Overseeing Tower. Granny Sha nodded and said in a heavy tone, Tower Lord is dead. I couldn't save him. But I can rebuild Heaven Overseeing Tower. I am sure he would rest in peace behind the door of life and death if he knows this. Goodbye. Granny Sha said this as Fairy Z Wei summoned another Gu Immortal, Myriad Tidal Dragon. Feng Chanzi almost made a great blunder through this selfish use of public assets. It seems that Central Continent has been peaceful for too long. The sects are all complacent and rotting. How can such scoundrels be allowed to tarnish the reputation of Heavenly Court? Punish him to guard Hidden Dragon Cave and Dizong Shang for 20 years. If that evil dragon manages to move even a bit, he would be failing his duties. We will take his life as punishment. Fairy Z Wei said as cold light flickered in her eyes. Myriad Tidal Dragon nodded as he frowned slightly. What about Old Man Bei Feng? Feng Chanzi was Old Man Bei Feng's grandson. He was very doted on. Most importantly, with Old Man Bei Feng's accumulated achievements and battle strength potential, he could already rise to Heavenly Court and become one of its members. Among the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent, not all rank 8 Gu Immortals can ascend to Heavenly Court and become members. One had to be exceptional. Fairy Z Wei smiled. If Old Man Bei Feng wants to come to Heavenly Court, I will personally welcome him. But his grandson will now be guarding Hidden Dragon Cave. With Feng Chanzi's rank 6 cultivation level, he cannot deal with it. Since nobody in Heavenly Court is willing to take care of that mess, we will let Old Man Bei Feng handle it. After pausing for a while, Fairy Z Wei continued. I called you here today because I deduced many identities of Defice members. I want you to go personally and capture a number of them, so that I can get more clues. Understood. Myriad Tidal Dragon accepted the order. Now that Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord was dead, as the only remaining Wisdom Path Great Grandmaster, Fairy Z Wei was tasked to lead Heavenly Court. A Wisdom Path Gu Immortal was most suited for this job. Of course, she was only leading Heavenly Court temporarily. Heavenly Court Gu Immortals had equal status. Not one of the rank 8 Gu Immortals had absolute authority. They had to discuss matters between all of them. Unless there was an immortal venerable leading them, that would be a different story. Granny Sha is rebuilding Heaven Overseeing Tower. Myriad Tidal Dragon is outside capturing the members of Defy. Wei Lingyang is internally investigating Heavenly Court and modifying our investigative methods. Times are different now. We cannot let more traitors come in. Now, I will go all out to deduce Fang Yuan's location. We cannot stall this. Thinking of this, Fairy Z Wei's brows rose slightly. It seemed from the result from her last deduction that the more she targeted Fang Yuan, the more Fang Yuan and Shadow Sect would cooperate. From Heavenly Court's perspective, Spectral Soul was the main target. They could not rest until he was dead. Right now, Spectral Soul's main body was trapped in Southern Border's Super Dream Realm. Heavenly Court did not, and could not, act. They could only watch as Spectral Soul died slowly in the Dream Realm. Thus, Heavenly Court's focus was on Fang Yuan and Shadow Sect's remnant forces. To prevent them from saving Spectral Soul, Shadow Sect's remnant forces, like Zombie Alliance, was already facing the assault of people sent by Fairy Z Wei. Fang Yuan was her current focus. Fixed immortal travel was not an issue, but Spring Autumn Cicada was different. If Fang Yuan went back to the past and rewrote history, what would happen? Central Continent, deep in Earth Abyss. Ing Wuxia woke up slowly. What happened? Ing Wuxia was in a daze. Gradually, clarity returned to his eyes. He remembered everything. Damn it. I failed in refining fixed immortal travel. After using my trump card, my luck rose immensely, Why did I not succeed? Now, I have lost everything, and my soul's injury is severe. Ing Wuxia had a pale expression as he clenched his fists. He was upset, and also lost. He did not know what to do now. Suddenly, the surroundings shook. Ing Wuxia's Super Gu formation started to activate rapidly. Oh no, this is the deduction of a wisdom path great expert. The Super Gu formation's automatic defenses has been activated. Ing Wuxia gasped in his mind. His face turned even more pale now, without a trace of rosiness. Chapter 1070. Sacrifice a Rook to save the king in Central Continent. Who would deduce Ing Wuxia? Ing Wuxia's first thought was Heavenly Court. The #1 Gu Immortal force in the world since the remote antiquity era. The Heavenly Court that 3 demon venerables could not take down. The Heavenly Court that had 3 generations of immortal venerables leading it. Even when Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was invincible in the world, he did not attempt to attack Heavenly Court. The Supreme Heavenly Court. As the Super Gu formation continued to run, resisting the wisdom path deductions of the mysterious great expert, the entire Gu formation was shining in dark eerie light. It was cracking under the pressure. In just a short time, who is it that has made the Super Gu formation so overworked? Only Heavenly Court's wisdom path great expert can do it. Ing Wuxia's expression was pale, his back was covered in sweat. After Spectral Soul Demon Venerable died, and he returned to the door of life and death, Shadow Sect had existed, having been developed over 100,000 years, achieving its peak due to immaculate planning. But after the Battle of Etion Mountain, the losses were terrible. Only some remnant forces were left. Now, Spectral Soul was stuck in the dream realm. Only Ing Wuxia was left as the final hope. Ing Wuxia knew deeply how heavy the burden on him was. If he was deduced, without fixed immortal travel to teleport and escape, he would definitely be assaulted by a large number of Heavenly Court Gu Immortals until he died. Never mind if I die, but my main body will fall into a desperate situation. I, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, will die for real. I will become history. I am not resigned to that fate. Ing Wuxia howled. He struggled to get up. He invested his attention and immortal essence into the Super Gu formation. The Gu formation started to become more stable. The eerie light flowed like water. Moving in the formation, the cracking sounds also became softer. With a Gu Immortal controlling it, the Gu formation could display a completely different level of power. Earlier, this Super Gu formation did not have Ing Wuxia controlling it, but it could still defend against Fairy Z-Wei's deductions. With Ing Wuxia's support, its might rose by more than 10 times. The situation was under control. But Ing Wuxia's situation was becoming worse. He had just woken up, his condition was not good. Because the Gu refinement failed, and he used his trump card killer move to increase his luck, his soul was severely injured. After waking up, he controlled the Super Gu formation without rest. He did not even have time to heal his injuries. Ing Wuxia controlled the Super Gu formation for a while. He felt dizzy and saw stars in the air. His body was shaking as he almost fainted again. No. This Super Gu formation is hard to control. We have to defend against the wisdom path deduction. My mental energy is severely drained. I cannot continue resisting it. Ing Wuxia's heart sank. Sure knew. Hey Lulan. He called, left with no choice. He told these two the secret method to manipulate the Super Gu formation and let them control it. A while later, he could not endure it anymore. He fainted. Master. Sure was very loyal. After being able to control the Super Gu formation, he found that Ing Wuxia's situation was bad and quickly used the Gu formation to heal Ing Wuxia. He Lulan was in charge of defending against Fairy Z-Wei's deduction. The situation was stable again. Ing Wuxia finally woke up again. He was in a better state. Once he woke up, he asked, "How long was I unconscious for?" Sure replied, 2 days and 3 nights, Master. Did they stop the deduction? Ing Wuxia asked again. Not even once. He Lulan transmitted. Ing Wuxia's expression was grim. His heart sunk to rock bottom. 2 days and 3 nights of deduction without stopping. The other party is indeed a wisdom path great expert of Heavenly Court there. Wisdom path attainment can match heaven overseeing Tower Lord. Sigh, Heavenly Court. Heavenly Court's foundation was too deep. It had been under the rule of 3 immortal venerables, with countless rank 8 Gu Immortals joining throughout history. Shadow Sect had developed for 100,000 years. It had a huge force, but compared to Heavenly Court, its foundation was too shallow. Shadow Sect had researched for tens of thousands of years. They found an opportunity coincidentally and paid a heavy price to send the traitor Lian Shang into Heavenly Court. But Lian Shang could not get much intel after joining Heavenly Court. Most of Heavenly Court's Gu Immortals were sleeping. They rarely were active. However, just the small amount of information obtained, showing a portion of Heavenly Court's power, made Shadow Sect feel great trepidation. The biggest concern was Heavenly Court's rank 9 fake Gu. This immortal Gu was only damaged during Red Lotus Demon Venerable's time. It was not completely destroyed. Using rank 9 fake Gu as the core, the rank 9 immortal Gu House Heaven Overseeing Tower had incredible might. It could truly oversee everything. Its range of detecting fate escapees spanned over the whole 5 regions, along with White Heaven and Black Heaven. It was a shocking scope. The second concern was that Heavenly Court's Grotto Heaven was free from tribulations, seemingly because it had devoured large numbers of fragments of the 7 broken immemorial heavens. Finally, Heavenly Court's Gu Immortals had unfathomably deep research regarding immortal apertures. In this regard, even Spectral Soul could only gasp in amazement. Any rank 8 Gu Immortal who joins Heavenly Court would first have to contribute their immortal aperture and combine it into Heavenly Court's Grotto Heaven. When they go outside of Heavenly Court, they would be given a mystical phantom aperture for storing immortal essence and Gu worms. This method was among the deepest secrets of Heavenly Court. It was the work of primordial origin Immortal Venerable. After rank 8 Gu Immortals fuse their immortal apertures into Heavenly Court's Grotto Heaven, they would be free from tribulations. They could also sleep and slow down the loss of their lifespan. Heavenly Court was created 3 million years ago during the remote antiquity era. By now, it had the Grotto Heavens of 3 immortal venerables, along with countless rank 8 Gu Immortals Grotto Heavens. They were all fused into Heavenly Court. Thus, the size of Heavenly Court's Grotto Heaven was unbelievable. The amount of resources in immortal materials inside was immeasurable. With just these resources, Heavenly Court was self-sufficient. It did not need anything from the 5 regions. It was unknown just how many rank 8 Gu Immortals were sleeping inside Heavenly Court, or even how many members there actually were in Heavenly Court. But just by thinking about it, one could understand the terrifying might lurking in Heavenly Court. However, since ancient times, lifespan Gu had been the traditional way to gain lifespan. For the Heavenly Court Gu Immortals to use sleep to extend their lives, there was definitely a drawback. But Lien Jiusheng had never uncovered what this drawback was. It was among Spectral Soul's greatest regrets. Compared to Heavenly Court, Shadow Sect with 100,000 years of foundation was too weak. Shadow Sect was like an iceberg. Zombie Alliance, which was scattered over all 5 regions, was just the tip of the iceberg. Old Man Yanshi, Bo Qing, and Purple Mountain True Monarch were hidden under the iceberg. As for Heavenly Court, it was the sea that carried the iceberg. The sea was unfathomably deep. Even though the iceberg floated on the sea, nobody knew what was hiding inside the sea, or what ferocious creatures were dwelling below. Maybe the Gu Immortals were already dead, but nobody knew the truth, and they were not going to find out either. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord, Lien Jiusheng, Bai Qintian, Fairy Ziwei, Granny Sha, they were all rank 8 Gu Immortals who joined Heavenly Court in the last thousands of years. The depths of the sea was not explored yet. These were just huge waves on the surface. Master, what do we do now? Shirnu asked. Ing Wuxie fell into deep contemplation. He racked his brains, thinking hard. At the moment, Fairy Ziwei's deduction was like a long spear forcing Ing Wuxie and the rest to raise their shield and defend against the Super Gu formation. Even though it was powerful and could block Fairy Ziwei's deduction, this way, by controlling the Super Gu formation, Ing Wuxie and the rest were restricted from doing anything else. And just defending themselves was too passive. They were going to lose eventually. It was not a wise decision. Heavenly Court targeted me not only to deal with Shadow Sect, but also because they want to pursue Fang Yuan. My body is originally Fang Yuan's. In a way, I am shielding him from this disaster. It is very strange that I failed to refine fixed immortal travel this time. I had 10 chances and extremely high luck in the final one. Even if my luck was split, the chances of success are still very high. Fang Yuan could succeed his refinement even in that situation. My situation was far better than his, yet I still failed. I am afraid fixed immortal travel has already been refined by someone. If that is so, it is likely Heavenly Court. At this time, over in Langya Blessed Land, the traitor's 6th heir had already sent a letter of apology to Ing Wuxie. Thus, Ing Wuxie had a clear understanding of Fang Yuan's situation. It seems I can only sacrifice a Rook to save the king. Ing Wuxie had a resolute expression. He decided to abandon his subordinates to obtain a chance to escape. Using the Super Gu formation, his aura could be concealed for some time. Fairy Ziwei's deductions would be drawn to the Super Gu formation. This way, Ing Wuxie could escape in the meantime, going through the regional walls and leaving Central Continent. Central Continent was a tiger's den. There were too few remnant forces of Shadow Sect. Leaving this place and going to any of the other 4 regions would be a huge help to Ing Wuxie. I failed to refine fixed immortal travel, but I am only a rank 6 bottom-tier immortal zombie. It is far easier for me to pass the regional walls compared to rank 7s and 8s. Now, I can only work hard to travel the 4 regions and gather my remnant forces. Even if Heavenly Court has the rank 6 fixed immortal travel, those rank 8 Gu Immortals cannot use it. Heaven Overseeing Tower has been destroyed. They cannot locate me as well. I can only abandon this place. And to control the Gu formation, at least 2 rank 6s or 1 rank 7 are needed. Wu Xie thought about it and decided to give up on Nu, bringing Tai Bai Yun Shang and He Lulan with him. The loyalty of these 3 was not an issue, especially He Lulan, followed by Nu, and finally, Tai Bai Yun Shang. The more important reason was that he had to pass the regional walls many times. The lower the cultivation level, the better it was when going through them. Nu's rank 7 cultivation level was a burden instead. Wu Xie made his decision and executed it. Nu had no objections. He was utterly loyal. He even passed all of his accumulated Gu worms and the Rockman tribe in his immortal aperture to Wu Xie completely. Wu Xie's immortal aperture was a dead land. He kept the Gu worms while passing the Rockman tribe to He Lulan, letting them live in her immortal aperture, bringing He Lulan and Tai Bai Yun Shang. With Nu left to draw the attention, Wu Xie retreated. His target was the closest regional wall. Boom, boom, boom. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Rocks were sent flying. Within the dust cloud, Wu Xie opened his mouth, growling. His growl could not be heard by ears, but the 3 central continent Gu Immortals attacking them shook. Their souls were also shaking intensely. Oh no, this is a soul path immortal killer move. The 3 central continent Gu Immortals quickly put up their defenses. Retreat. Using this prime opportunity, Wu Xie called this out as he led Tai Bai Yun Shang and He Lulan to fly away. The central continent Gu Immortals soon regained their senses, but Wu Xie and the rest were nowhere to be seen. What soul path killer move is this? Amazing. At that moment, I felt that my soul was going to dissipate from the tremors alone. These 3 Gu Immortals are from Northern Plains based on their aura. They are so secretive and mysterious. Who are they? They actually appeared in Earth Abyss, the territory of our ancient soul sect. Are they related to the giant cave-in that happened earlier? The 3 central continent Gu Immortals had grim expressions as they communicated while healing their injuries. I have already sent this information to the sect. We are sending reinforcements now. Chase. They are all hit by my immortal killer move. I can sense them. They cannot escape. The 3 central continent Gu Immortals stabilized their injuries and quickly chased after them. After chasing them for a while, the sensation vanished. The leading central continent Gu Immortal was troubled. Strange. My immortal killer move was created several years ago. It can trace people. Few know about it. How did they dispel it? There are many types of immortal Gu. Through different combinations, killer moves are created. Gu Immortals have many different methods. They are uncountable in number. Maybe the other party happened to have a way to counter your immortal killer move. This is possible but unlikely. In my opinion, it might not be dispelled, but only temporarily suppressed. Maybe they used a certain method to conceal themselves. The leader of the 3 immortals said, "We chased them here, but the immortal killer move's connection vanished. There must be a reason. Did they enter someone else's immortal aperture?" An immortal aperture was a small world independent of the 5 regions and 9 heavens. When fate escapees live in blessed lands and grotto heavens, they can avoid heaven overseeing towers detection. If Wu Xie, who was hit, entered someone else's immortal aperture, the investigative method of the leader of the 3 immortals would not work. But entering someone else's immortal aperture was very rare in the Gu Immortal world. Firstly, the immortal aperture was extremely important in a Gu Immortal's cultivation. Few would allow others inside. Secondly, there was a drawback to this. The immortal apertures of Gu Immortals had their respective Dao marks. By entering another person's immortal aperture, their Dao marks would clash. They would interfere with, obstruct, or even reject and consume each other. The actual expenditure would depend on the situation itself. Normally speaking, a larger aperture storing a smaller one was more stable. Even if a smaller one was storing a bigger one, as long as their strengths were not far apart, the immortal aperture could contain Gu Immortals. But they would suffer losses in one way or another. If the immortal aperture was placed outside and was connected to the heaven and earth chi, they would be a part of the 5 regions world. The immortal aperture would be far more stable and could contain much more or even higher cultivation level Gu Immortals. If the person entering the immortal aperture had too high of a cultivation level and too many Dao marks, they might cause the immortal aperture to detonate. Like the fragment worlds of the immemorial 9 heavens, only people of a certain cultivation level could explore it. If they were too strong, they could not enter. Forcefully going in would just destroy the small world. There was also a special situation. It was regarding apertures of immortal zombies. Everyone knew that an immortal zombie's immortal aperture was a dead land. The time inside was the same as the outside world, and the space inside was constantly crumbling. It could be seen as the down marks in the immortal aperture breaking apart. It was the process where they returned to the body. Thus, even if an immortal zombie's dead aperture enters a Gu Immortal, there would not be any down mark resistance. The only problem would be that the dead land would crumble more quickly, and the down marks would return to the zombie body at a faster rate. The leader of the three immortals had anticipated this situation. Thus, he made Ing Wu Xie, Tai Bai Yun Shang, and He Lulan all afflicted by his immortal killer move. No matter who entered which immortal aperture, one person would be left, they would be detected. The leader of the three immortals suddenly had a thought. Don't tell me. Someone placed their immortal aperture while the other two entered the immortal aperture along with them? It is easy for a Gu Immortal to regather their immortal aperture, but placing it down takes time. There would be a commotion. How can they do it so quickly without making a disturbance? But Gu Immortals have countless methods. There are all sorts of geniuses in this world. They might have a certain method to quickly place down the immortal aperture. This central continent Gu Immortal thought a lot, but could not discern anything relevant. But this did not affect his actions. My connection was severed here. Rather than chasing them endlessly, I should stay here and investigate, maintaining the area and letting our wisdom path Gu Immortals in the sect deduce. The central continent Gu Immortal said. His suggestion was well received. The other two nodded without objecting. They are not leaving. It seems they are staying here. Inside the Super Gu formation, Tai Bai Yunsheng looked outside and sighed. These 3 rank 7 Gu Immortals are from Ancient Soul Sect, sent here to investigate the huge cave-in. Master, it was fortunate that you could escape. Please heal your injuries. Shanu urged. He Lulan sank into silence. Ing Wuxie's expression was very ugly. He said in a hoarse voice, "To think that 3 Gu Immortals are waiting here for me." He had decided to make a sacrifice to protect his major interests, but to think that shortly after leaving, these 3 Ancient Soul Sect Gu Immortals appeared and fought with them. Ing Wuxie and the rest were outmatched. They could only return to the Super Gu formation. With the concealment of the Super Gu formation, the immortal killer move that was used on He Lulan and the others became temporarily ineffective. The 3 rank 7 Gu Immortals from Ancient Soul Sect were flying above the Super Gu formation. But because the Super Gu formation was extraordinary, it not only concealed them, but also concealed all their aura. Being in phantom form, it did not have any physical state. The 3 Central Continent Gu Immortals could not detect anything. What do we do now? He Lulan thought to herself, looking at Ing Wuxie with an inquisitive gaze. Ing Wuxie turned his face around. His gaze flickered uncertainly. After thinking about it, he made up his mind. He gritted his teeth. In this desperate situation, I can only do this. A moment later, in Treasure Yellow Heaven, one pillar of treasure light shot into the sky. It was thick and large, attracting countless gazes the moment it appeared. What kind of treasure can lead to such amazing treasure light? Immortal Gu. It's an immortal Gu. Someone is using Treasure Yellow Heaven to transport immortal Gu again? So extravagant. Countless wills and Gu Immortals who happened to be around were talking about it. This familiar scene made them think of earlier, when Lang Yalan's spirit used Treasure Yellow Heaven to send Fang Yuan his sword path immortal Gu. But soon, the commotion exploded among the people. The Gu Immortals will publicly announced. This immortal Gu was to be sold openly. Anyone could buy it. But they had to use immortal Gu to exchange for it, or collect enough immortal materials provided in the list to trade. All of the Gu Immortals were shaken. Exchanging immortal Gu for immortal Gu was normal. It was also nearly the only way of transacting immortal Gu. But to think that this transaction could also be done using immortal materials. This was shocking and surprising. At once, the whole of Treasure Yellow Heaven went into chaos. Central Continent, Eastern Sea, Western Desert, Northern Plains, Southern Border, Gu Immortals from all 5 regions revealed deep interest towards this immortal Gu, especially when they realized that the immortal materials on the list were not absurd. As long as they collected the immortal materials and exchanged for this immortal Gu, they would profit without fail. As time passed, a sudden immortal Gu transaction caused a huge commotion in Treasure Yellow Heaven. More and more Gu Immortals heard about this and placed their attention here, asking for the price. The price was very fair. Countless Gu Immortals were moved. Ing Wuxie smiled coldly as he saw this. The seller of the immortal Gu was none other than him. Immortal Gu were usually not sold, because refining Gu was hard, and immortal Gu were unique. Even 100 portions of immortal materials might not successfully refine the Gu. But Ing Wuxie was forced to his wit's end. He had no choice but to choose to sell immortal Gu. He had immortal killer moves and immortal Gu recipes in his mind. They were all given to him by spectral souls while within the Red Lotus in the River of Time. Because the will carried in spring Autumn Cicada was limited, this information was chosen carefully and given to Ing Wuxie. All of it was precious and had great value. He could not sell these. They were all useful in saving his main body. If they were sold, his secrets would be exposed. They could not be sold. He could not sell these things, and his cultivation resources had been exchanged for immortal materials, which were used up when refining fixed immortal travel. Then, Wu Xie had only one choice left. That was to sell Immortal Gu. He had quite a number of Immortal Gu. They were mostly from Fang Yuan. He was selling one of Fang Yuan's Immortal Gu, Iron Crown Eagle Strength Gu. In the current Gu Immortal world, even though Strength Path Gu Immortals were rare, this Immortal Gu still drew a lot of attention. Because its price was not high, many rank 6 Gu Immortals without Immortal Gu could bear the cost. As I expected, by selling this Iron Crown Eagle Strength Gu first to cause a commotion, I can raise the prices later when I sell other Immortal Gu. Wu Xie snickered internally. Central Continent, Heavenly Court. Fairy Ziwei, do you know about the situation in Treasure Yellow Heaven? Granny Sha used Gu worms to transmit and ask Fairy Ziwei. Fairy Ziwei had been trying to deduce the location of Fang Yuan, but she did not know that Fang Yuan's soul and body were separated. Most of her deductions were focused on Wu Xie, who was closest to her. Fang Yuan was inside Langya Blessed Land, and they were separated by 2 regional walls. Her capability in deducing him was minimal. After getting Granny Sha's reminder, Fairy Ziwei smiled, stopping her deduction. Selling Iron Crown Eagle Strength Immortal Gu in Treasure Yellow Heaven? And he wants to use Space Path Immortal Gu like fixed immortal travel in exchange? It seems that Fang Yuan has been pushed into a corner. He has no choice but to do this. It is a pity. If it were anyone else, Treasure Yellow Heaven cannot be disrupted. But Heavenly Court is an exception. Open the treasury. I am going to make a transaction with Treasure Yellow Heaven's Heavenly Spirit. Treasure Yellow Heaven's Heavenly Spirit was extremely proud and rarely showed itself. It ignored even Heavenly Court and had once resigned itself to death rather than giving in to a venerable's threat, making them helpless. The huge Heavenly Court could not force Treasure Yellow Heaven to stop Wu Xie from making transactions. That was impossible. But Fairy Ziwei was very confident in this. Southern border. Shangliang Mountain. The sun was high in the sky, shining brilliantly. There were lots of people on Shangliang Mountain. The atmosphere was lively. Rank 4 Peak Stage Gu Master Shang Buli stood at the mountain peak, attracting almost everyone's attention. Even though Shang Buli was an experienced veteran, at this moment, he was feeling anxious. Because right now was Shang Clan's ceremony, it had huge significance. All sorts of people were attending: Tai Clan, Yi Clan, Wu Clan, Ho Clan, and all the other representatives of Southern Border's super forces. Even experts from the demonic path and lone cultivators were here. The elites of Southern Border were all gathered for this. It was a grand event. Shang Clan was different from the other super forces. That was because of Shang Clan's battle stage policy. The other super forces' battle stages were meant for their clansmen, while Shang Clan's battle stage could also take in demonic cultivators and lone cultivators. Shang Clan's foundation was in trading. Its main base was Shangliang Mountain. Deals could be made with anyone. It was the biggest connector of the righteous path, demonic path, and lone cultivators. This was not just among the Gu Masters. The same applied to the Gu Immortal world. Shang Clan's Gu Immortals were usually the middlemen of righteous path and demonic path transactions. Seeing that Shang Buli appeared, the countless Gu Masters on Shangliang Mountain realized that this ceremony of Shang Clan was about to begin. The entirety of Shangliang Mountain became quiet. Shang Buli felt his pressure intensifying. He took in a deep breath. He forced himself to calm down as he declared loudly, "Shang Clan Leader's Succession Ceremony, begin." At the next moment, grand music was played. Countless birds and peacocks flew around. Golden flowers were raining down from the sky. It was a glorious scene. From the interior of Shangliang Mountain, a long clear rainbow road extended outwards. A splendidly dressed girl walked on the clear rainbow road, appearing in front of everyone. She had silky jet black hair draping over her shoulders. Her eyebrows were thin like smoke, her eyes as clear as the moon. Her skin was snow white, and her hair was tied up. Wearing a beautiful dress, she walked slowly. It was Shang Xinci. At once, countless Gu Masters held their breaths. So beautiful. This is Shang Clan's next clan leader? This woman is so beautiful. She is truly like a fairy. Who is she? Everyone was discussing and clamoring. But these noises were all drowned by the elegant music that was being played. The esteemed guests on the mountain peak from all the super forces, as well as experts from the demonic path and lone cultivators, were all looking at Shang Xinci as she walked in, transmitting their thoughts to each other. This woman is Shang Yin, Fei's illegitimate daughter. She does not have high reputation, her aptitude is low, and her cultivation level is also low. But in the end, she actually became Shang Clan's new clan leader. Fate truly toys with people. Incredible, incredible. During the Battle of Etian Mountain, countless heroes and conquerors died. The forces in Southern Border were all heavily affected. much of the power balance shifted. And Etion Mountain has also become among southern border's greatest mysteries after that battle. Shang Xinci slowly walked on the clear rainbow road. Under everyone's watchful gazes, her clothes fluttered in the air. She ascended slowly, walking towards the sky from Shangliang Mountain's peak. Clouds gathered in the sky. Light was shining brightly, gathering into a throne. Everyone raised their heads to watch. Shang Xinci had an unmatched and elegant disposition right now. Today, in Southern Border's Gu Master World, you are the sole main character. Shang Qingqing muttered. As a senior female immortal of Shang clan, she was the one who single-handedly supported Shang Xinci to become the leader of Shang clan. Shang Xinci became Shang clan leader. In order to prevent any chaos, Shang Qingqing had concealed herself and watched in the background to control the situation. After the Battle of Etion Mountain, Southern Border has fallen into its biggest commotion in several hundred years. Can this girl really lead Shang clan and maintain stability, or even expand? Shang Tenmo asked. He had the appearance of a youth. He wore a blue robe and was skinny. He was looking at Shang Xinci with a deep gaze of doubt and inquisitiveness. Shang Qingqing smiled. All of the generations of clan leaders were nurtured through gaining experience. The reason why I chose Shang Xinci is not because of her ability, but her heart and magnanimity. Her characteristics are an advantage that gives her an unspeakable charisma. It is extremely rare in the current world. Look at the mountain peak. Her subordinates are all tearing up from joy. They are so loyal and trusting towards Shang Xinci. But actually, these people that she took in had varied backgrounds. They were a chaotic bunch, but now they are all on the same side. Oh, Shang Tenmo heard this and was moved. He knew that Shang Qingqing chose this girl to be the clan leader not just because of her personality, but because she had also made some observations and considerations over time. He followed Shang Qingqing's indication and looked down. To think that my lady would become Shang clan leader one day. Sob sob sob. Missy, we finally did it. Xiao Dai was weeping in happiness. She was Shang Xinci's trusted servant. When they were in Zhang clan, they were inseparable. She followed her in the caravan to Shang clan city. They had gone through thick and thin. Her loyalty was unmatched. Master, if you learn about this inside the door of life and death, you must be very happy. Young Miss is completely different from your other children. She can definitely give a new future to Shang clan. The servant Xiao Lan had teary eyes. She was an orphan, adopted by Shang Yanfei when she was young. She was capable and was given to Shang Xinci by Shang Yanfei. Now that Shang Yanfei died on Etion Mountain, her loyalty towards Shang Yanfei was all transferred to Shang Xinci. Zhou Quan was silent. He was Zhou clan's leader. He had an arrogant attitude and thought highly of himself. After Zhou clan was destroyed, he was a vagrant, surviving by opening a shop in Shang clan inner city. Afterwards, Fang Yuan forced him to go under Shang Xinci as a subordinate. Seeing that Shang Xinci was sitting down on the cloud throne, Zhou Quan's gaze was in a daze. At this moment, he thought of Fang Yuan. A complex smile appeared on his face. Black and white demons, should I be thanking you? Now that the young miss is Shang clan leader, my Zhou clan has hoped to rise up again. But soon, Zhou Quan thought again. No, reviving the clan will have to wait. Even though the young miss is a clan leader, the internal threats are huge. Her situation is not stable. How can I leave her now when she needs the help of her subordinates the most? Zhou Quan was not overwhelmed by this huge ceremony. He looked around at Shangbu Li and Wan Qianshan. When Shang Yanfei was Shang clan leader, he had 5 capable subordinates. They were called the 5 great generals of Shang clan. After the Battle of Etion Mountain, among the 5 great generals of Shang clan, only 2 were left. They were Shangbu Li and Wan Qianshan. The former controlled Shang clan's slave trade, while the latter was in charge of resource gathering, like mining, herb gathering, hunting, and others. The one with Shang's surname was the representative of Shang clan. The other with Wan's surname was an external elder. He represented the benefits of Shang clan's external Gu masters. With these 2 experts, young Miss' internal situation in Shang clan is truly bad. She is weak while they are strong. There is even a possibility that they could make her a puppet leader by taking over secretly. Young Miss' status makes her unable to obtain the support of every clansman. She is an illegitimate daughter after all. The internal problems are alarming, but the external problems are worse. Danger is lurking everywhere. In the Battle of Etion Mountain, too many leaders and experts died. Everything is changing. Resources without owners are being contested for again. Young Miss has too few resources available, be it human resources or actual goods, compared to her siblings. And she also has to deal with affairs outside the clan. And at this critical moment, Lady Wei is leaving her too. Thinking of this, Zhou Quan looked at the female Gu master beside him, Wei Da Xian, feeling very unhappy. He was the chief steward of Shang Xinci. He knew a lot of information. Wei Xian was the wife of Wei clan leader. She was skilled at training guards and was pregnant. Her motive was to protect her husband's only bloodline. Because Fang Yuan targeted her weakness, threatening her, she eventually went over to Shang Xinci's side and helped her nurture a band of elite guards. At the same time, she became the leader of Shang Xinci's guards. But now, she had already given birth. She had successfully carried on her husband's bloodline. Because she was always out in the open, her brother Wei Xinjing found out. He sent a letter and urged Wei Xian to go and serve Wu clan with him. Wei Xian was moved. After all, she was not loyal to Shang Xinci. She was threatened by Fang Yuan and had no choice back then. But Zhou Quan did not know that. While he was worrying about the situation, Wei Xian was also very worried. Zhou Quan was once the leader of a clan. He had a good perspective of the big picture. Wei Xian was the same. She was a clan leader's wife. She could see further than Xiao Lan and Xiao Dai. Shang Yin Fei is already dead. My enmity with Shang clan has faded. Even though I was forced by the Black Demon back then and had to serve the young miss, after this long period of time, I have come to understand her. Young miss is a good person. There are too few good people in this world. Little brother, I will have to disappoint you. I cannot go to help you. You are a hidden elder in Wu clan. Even though you are ostracized, your life is safe. But here with young miss, danger lurks everywhere. Wei Xian sighed internally. But no matter what, as the young miss steward, I need to think for her sake. Right now, she needs manpower. The three demonic path brothers, Xiong Tu, Xiong Hua, and Xiong Feng, must stay. We cannot let them leave. Zhou Quan looked at three people as brilliance flashed in his eyes. No matter what, as the young miss personal guard, I need to think in her interests. Shang Yin Fei is dead. Shang clan only has 2 generals left. We need to prevent them from making her a figurehead. We need to draw in new blood. Xiaoyan is a great choice. Not only does he have outstanding battle strength, he idolizes Wei Yang. Because of the black and white demons, Wei Yang had a good relationship with young miss, and Xiaoyan was also close to them. Wei Xian looked at Xiaoyan, who was among the crowd as she planned. In the sky, Shang Xinci began to speak publicly for the first time. Her speech was succinct, but there was deep meaning in it. People were pondering over it. This was not prepared by her, of course. Wei Xian and Zhou Quan had written her script. After the speech ended, a huge wave of applause and cheers erupted. Shang Xinci slowly left the center of attention. But the succession ceremony was not over yet. What followed would be a day and night of celebration, wine and food with songs playing, to sweep away the sadness and dejection from all the heroes' deaths. After vanishing from the sky, Shang Xinci directly appeared in the inner city's mansion. So tired, with no one watching her, she relaxed as she felt deep fatigue in her mind. But she knew that now was not the time to rest. She used her Gu worms to summon her aides. Xiao Lan, Xiao Dai, Wei Xian, Zhou Quan, Xiong Tu, Xiong Hua, and Xiong Feng. Shang Xinci had arrangements to make. Yi Fan walked on the road. His eyes were shining brilliantly. He walked with an imposing aura. Ever since he defended Shang Xinci while refusing to retreat in danger, he obtained the female immortal Shang Qing's approval. He was given a superb inheritance and many Gu worms. Yi Fan was troubled because he had no cultivation guidance. After getting this inheritance, his horizons expanded. He no longer lacked Gu worms. His future was bright. He was considered Shang Xinci's life benefactor. He could enter her mansion without anyone stopping him. To think that Lady Xinci became Shang clan leader, but it will not be easy as a clan leader, not to mention the leader of Shang clan. How can I, Yi Fan, abandon her? Thinking of Shang Xinci, Yi Fan's heart beat quickly. He was developing feelings for Shang Xinci, but he did not know what she felt about him. He knew that Shang Xinci was inside her mansion. He came without an invitation. Close, he was close. The final door was right in front of him. He could see Lady Xinci again. Yi Fan's footsteps became faster. He stood at the door. He straightened his back as he patted his clothes. He was about to knock. He heard Shang Xinci voice from inside. Everyone listen to me. After becoming clan leader, there is one thing I want to do first. This has been weighing in my heart for a long time. I want to use Shang clan's power to remove Black Demon, Brother Fang Zhang's arrest warrant. Of course, that includes Sister White Demon as well. Yi Fan was dazed. His finger that was going to knock on the door froze in the air. Shang Xinci was talking to her subordinates, while Shang Qing and the other Gu Immortals were discussing Southern Borders matters in Living Treasure Blessed Land. Living Treasure Blessed Land was Shang clan's public blessed land, their base camp. It was situated in the main world of Southern Border. It was very stable and could allow Gu Immortals to go in. The door of this blessed land was the Living Treasure door. Its favorite activity was digging its nose. The Battle of Etion Mountain has ended. Southern Border's Gu Immortal world will be in turmoil and unrest for the next few decades. Shang clan's first supreme elder spoke. He looked around, continuing, "Right now, our clan has 3 matters. First, zombie alliance have vanished mysteriously over the 5 regions. The same goes for Southern Border's zombie alliance branch. They occupied many resources. Shang clan can take them over. Second, Etion Mountain has been covered by the giant Dream Realm. Us righteous path forces are joining up and blockading this place, doing research while preventing demonic path or lone immortals in. Third, Etion Mountain's shocking gambling contest ended without result, but there are huge amounts of cultivation resources left inside Treasure Yellow Heaven. The sole participant of this gambling contest who is still alive, Gu Immortal Gualao, is the only person to inherit the resources. We have to take control of him." Shang clan's Gu Immortals all nodded. The 3 matters mentioned by First Supreme Elder were the biggest matters in Southern Border's Gu Immortal world now. Countless people were concerned. "I have been paying attention to Treasure Yellow Heaven. To speak the truth," Shang Qing was about to speak, when suddenly her expression changed. She said in shock, "What happened?" Treasure Yellow Heaven closed. Chapter 1073. Wisdom is hard to use. Treasure Yellow Heaven came from Taoist countless treasures. In the medieval antiquity era, a rank 8 Gu Immortal, known as Taoist countless treasures, acquired a fragment of Yellow Heaven by chance. He fused the fragment into his grotto heaven and formed Treasure Yellow Heaven. After a Gu Immortal's immortal aperture absorbs a fragment of the immemorial 9 heavens, it would be placed in the outside world of the 5 regions and could not be moved anymore. Treasure Yellow Heaven was the same. Ever since it was placed in its location 300,000 years ago, it had not moved. But where was Treasure Yellow Heaven's exact location? This was a huge mystery. People did not know. Wisdom Path Gu Immortals had tried to deduce it over the years without finding the answer. Treasure Yellow Heaven's original owner was Taoist countless treasures. After him, there were no successors. Even the many immortal venerables and demon venerables could not find the exact location of Treasure Yellow Heaven. Treasure Yellow Heaven has existed until today. It is the #1 open market in the 5 regions Gu Immortal world. Why did it close suddenly? Shang clan's Gu Immortals were shocked and suspicious. Ever since Taoist countless treasures created Treasure Yellow Heaven, it had been open for 300,000 years. It had unknowingly become the biggest help towards Gu Immortal's cultivation. It had an important place in the mind of every Gu Immortal. For the longest time, Gu Immortals had gotten used to the existence of Treasure Yellow Heaven. Now that it was closed, everyone was caught off guard. Why do you think that Treasure Yellow Heaven closed suddenly? Oh no, we are after the resources gambled in Etion Mountain. Now that it is closed, that huge bet is stuck in Treasure Yellow Heaven. Don't tell me, Treasure Yellow Heaven's heavenly spirit is trying to steal this huge amount. Shang clan's First Supreme Elder shook his head. He denied that idea. Treasure Yellow Heaven's heavenly spirit does not care about that bet. If it was corrupt, Treasure Yellow Heaven would not have its reputation and status. There had never been a case of corruption in Treasure Yellow Heaven in history. But regarding the closing of Treasure Yellow Heaven, there have been a few instances. Is that so? We would like to know. Shang Qing quickly asked. Shang clan's First Supreme Elder spoke slowly, revealing a secret. As it turned out, there were some instances recorded of Treasure Yellow Heaven closing in history. They were due to the same reason. It involved fragments of immemorial Yellow Heaven. The immemorial 9 heavens were red, orange, yellow, green, azure, blue, purple, white, and black. Right now, only White Heaven and Black Heaven remained. Yellow Heaven had shattered long ago. Back then, Taoist countless treasures knew that he could not survive a coming tribulation. He used his own immortal aperture to absorb a small fragment world of immemorial Yellow Heaven, forming Treasure Yellow Heaven. Even though he was trapped inside Treasure Yellow Heaven and lost his freedom, he no longer faced any tribulations. After Treasure Yellow Heaven absorbed the immemorial Yellow Heaven fragment, it could only continue to expand by absorbing other Yellow Heaven fragments. There were several transactions recorded in history. Certain people had sold a fragment world of immemorial Yellow Heaven to Treasure Yellow Heaven's heavenly spirit. After the heavenly spirit obtained it, it closed Treasure Yellow Heaven and focused on absorbing the Yellow Heaven fragment to expand itself. This time, if there are no unexpected surprises, should also be this case. Shang clan First Supreme Elder finally surmised. He was right. In this world, it might be that the only thing that could move Treasure Yellow Heaven's heavenly spirit were Yellow Heaven fragments. The immemorial 9 heavens had shattered long ago. Yellow Heaven fragments were nearly non-existent. At this point, only those with immense luck and opportunities could obtain them. But Heavenly Court had a long history. Its treasury was beyond imagination. It could take out a fragment of immemorial Yellow Heaven, and the size was quite large too. If the amount was little, Treasure Yellow Heaven's heavenly spirit would not need to close Treasure Yellow Heaven. It could absorb the fragment easily. Now, Treasure Yellow Heaven closed. The Yellow Heaven fragment had to be so huge that the heavenly spirit had no choice but to focus entirely on the absorption. Treasure Yellow Heaven had been impartial all along. It did not side with anyone. It was mysterious, and Heavenly Court could do nothing to it. If Heavenly Court asked the Heavenly Spirit to reject Wu Xie's transactions openly, the Heavenly Spirit would not respond to them, and Gu Immortals from the other 4 regions would not care either. With the 5 regional walls, Heavenly Court's influence and control was mostly limited to Central Continent. But Heavenly Court was extremely affluent. It tossed out one large Yellow Heaven fragment. This way, Wu Xie's plan to save himself was thwarted. Damn it, Heavenly Court actually did this. Wu Xie's face was ruthless. He clenched his fists. Veins were popping. He was gritting his teeth until a grinding sound could be heard. He was furious, but with the heavy-handed method used by Heavenly Court, he could not do anything but watch helplessly. Guh. Suddenly, Wu Xie felt a rush of blood as he spat it out, falling backwards. Hatred and anger filled his heart. Other than that, he also felt bone-chilling coldness. Heavenly Court directly sold the Yellow Heaven fragment cheaply. They were paying such a huge price to eliminate Wu Xie. This showed their firm determination in this aspect. It was a desperate situation. Heavenly Court's move had blocked Wu Xie's final way out. They were too ruthless. Without Treasure Yellow Heaven, even if Wu Xie wanted to sell Immortal Gu, they were stuck with him. And even more disgustingly, his Immortal Gu Iron Crown Eagle Strength was still stuck inside. Without the immortal materials from transactions, how can he continue to refine Gu? One couldn't cook a meal without the ingredients. Without Immortal Gu, how could he get out of this situation? Treasure Yellow Heaven closed. The Heavenly Spirit was absorbing the Yellow Heaven fragment. This was not going to end quickly. In history, the shortest period was just over 2 months. There was no way out. He could only allow Heavenly Court to deduce while he and the rest defended and stalled for time, until finally, strong foes came to find them personally, and they failed to resist them. Langya Blessed Land. Fang Yuan's appearance had changed. He became an immortal zombie again. He had once modified Nirvana Fire and created a Strength Path Immortal Killer move to alternate between life and death. He could be a living Gu Immortal or a dead immortal zombie. But now, he was not using this method. His Strength Path Immortal Gu were all lost. He could not use that Strength Path Killer move. Fang Yuan's plan was simple. His soul flew out and left his body, entering the corpse of a Strength Path Immortal zombie. The corpses of these Strength Path Immortal zombies came from Blazing Heaven Demoness. After rebirth, Fang Yuan had still asked for these to make preparation for the Life and Death Immortal Aperture as a failsafe. He had obtained many Strength Path Immortal zombies from Blazing Heaven Demoness. These bodies were all placed in Star Form Blessed Land. After Etion Mountain, he had gotten them back from Langya Land Spirit. Other than these immortal zombie bodies, there were also large amounts of precious immortal materials. Most of the quasi-rank 9 immortal materials were obtained from the Gu Formation in Earth Trench. Some of the rank 7 and 8 immortal materials were picked up from Falling Heavenly River. He had benefited greatly from Bo Qing's awakening when his sword lights traversed Central Continent. Fang Yuan did not have much immortal essence or immortal essence stones, but he did not lack Gu refinement materials. But the value of these immortal materials were too high. It was inappropriate to use them now. Immortal materials were not the key point. Wisdom Gu was more important. Fang Yuan was staring at Wisdom Gu for a long time, but it did not move at all, let alone emit the light of wisdom. Using other immortal zombie bodies in place of myself did not work. I cannot draw out the light of wisdom. Fang Yuan was not surprised at this. He had already made similar experiments long ago in Gu Immortal Blessed Land. Wisdom Gu had never been refined by Fang Yuan. He had only made an agreement with it back then because of the winds of assimilation. Survival was the instinct of all living beings. But Wisdom Gu seemed to only respond to Fang Yuan as a whole. His body and soul were both needed to draw out the light of wisdom. If one was missing, if he only had his soul and not his body, it would not work. That means the most direct way is to just take back my original body. Fang Yuan thought. His original body was still an immortal zombie. There was no need to change anything. It was suitable to bathe in the light of wisdom. But this method, although it would work, was impractical. Wu Xie has already vanished. He could possibly have Spring Autumn Cicada, fixed immortal travel, and other immortal Gu. Other than that, He Lulan and Tai by Yun Sheng might be helping him. Earlier, Fang Yuan had no time because of the calamity. Now, every time he thought about the problem called Wu Xie, he felt a deep headache. Thus, I all the more need to refine Fang Zheng into a blood deity. Fang Yuan's current body was created from sovereign immortal fetus Gu. He had no parents. He had no bloodline relationship to anything in this world. But Fang Yuan still wanted to refine Fang Zheng into a blood deity. The blood deity refined using Fang Zheng could counter Fang Yuan's body. Even if the immortal zombie body could not be taken back later, Fang Yuan could use the base of Fang Zheng's blood deity to modify it. Or possibly, he could combine it with his soul to regain Wisdom Gu's acknowledgement. Of course, this was purely Fang Yuan's intuition. But intuition was not to be underestimated, especially when Fang Yuan's blood path attainment level was at Grandmaster level. When Fang Yuan was testing Wisdom Gu, Lang Yalan's spirit was also observing. Seeing the results, he sighed and felt much regret. Fang Yuan looked towards Lang Yalan's spirit in concerned fashion. Does First Supreme Elder have any methods to use Wisdom Gu? Lang Yalan's spirit stared at Fang Yuan, replying petulantly. The simplest method is to raise your cultivation level to rank 9 and directly refine this Wisdom Gu. Fang Yuan smiled bitterly. I know this method too. I am asking if there are other methods? Sigh, there is a method that isn't a method. I can feed it with Lifespan Gu continuously. After feeding it for some time, I might obtain Wisdom Gu's acknowledgement. If this method works, Wisdom Gu would be mine. By then, you would have to give it to me no matter what. Lang Yalan's spirit thought about it and smiled to himself. Fang Yuan's eyes drooped. Is it really fine to directly say it? You think I want to? Lang Yalan's spirit was stomping his feet. Land spirits cannot lie. Damn it. Why did I tell you about my motives again? You accursed fellow. Chapter 1074. Spy exposed. Fang Yuan shook his head, sighing. The price of feeding Wisdom Gu was too high. Only Lang Yalan's spirit was willing to pay it. Fang Yuan used sovereign immortal fetus Gu to revive. His age was about 16 now. Humans in this world lived 100 years on average. That meant that Fang Yuan had about 84 years of lifespan left. It was a long time. But even so, Fang Yuan knew that if he obtained Lifespan Gu, he would use them all on himself. Even if he did not use them, he would save them for the future in case of emergencies. Lifespan Gu were mortal Gu. But Lifespan Gu were among the strongest forms of currency in Gu Immortal transactions. Almost nothing could compare. There were two obstacles in a Gu Immortal's cultivation. One was calamities and tribulations, the other was lifespan. Even if one was as strong as an immortal venerable or demon venerable, they would still be challenged by these two problems. In fact, back then when Giant Sun Immortal Venerable set up 88 True Yang building, one of his most important goals was to ransack the Lifespan Gu in the whole of Northern Plains to extend his lifespan. As for feeding Wisdom Gu, it was secondary. During Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's later years, for a long period of time, Wisdom Gu was in constant hunger. It had to go into deep sleep and could not be used. Later, when Spectral Soul Demon Venerable explored 88 True Yang building, he also found Wisdom Gu. But he could not use it, or afford to feed it. Lifespan Gu were hard to find. He did not have enough for himself. However, with his soul path attainment level, he could make use of aspects of other paths using his own as a foundation. He did not have much need for Wisdom Gu anyway. After Spectral Soul Demon Venerable died, his era ended. Thereafter, the world started to produce Lifespan Gu again. And after that, another huge figure appeared in the world. That was Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. He had already searched for Lifespan Gu during his later years, but Lifespan Gu's demand far exceeded the supply. It became rarer until it vanished. After Paradise Earth died, a new cycle started. As the world recuperated, Lifespan Gu appeared again. Every 10 years, 88 True Yang building conducted the Imperial Court contest, ransacking Northern Plains Lifespan Gu. Wisdom Gu was slowly fed and recuperated, until Fang Yuan destroyed Imperial Court Blessed Land. And later, due to its survival instincts, Wisdom Gu left with Fang Yuan and went to Hu Immortal Blessed Land. After a long series of events, it ended up in Lang Ya Blessed Land now. During Three Kings Blessed Land, I used 2 Lifespan Gu to refine Second Aperture Gu. But that could not be helped. In this life, I had obtained a Lifespan Gu from Blazing Heaven Demoness. But after rebirth, I lost this opportunity and have no Lifespan Gu with me now. Since Blazing Heaven Demoness could give me a Lifespan Gu, she definitely had more than one in her possession. But she died in the 10 Extreme Formation. Her Lifespan Gu were also destroyed. No, Fang Yuan thought as he recalled something. Lifespan Gu is hard to find. Even an Immortal Venerable or Demon Venerable would need and desire it. Blazing Heaven Demoness was plotted against by Spectral Soul and died. Her accumulated wealth must have been taken by Spectral Soul already. Even though Spectral Soul's plan failed, the remnant forces of Shadow Sect and Zombie Alliance remain. Their wealth is still immense. As for Lang Yalan Spirit, he also had a number of Lifespan Gu. It was quite the sum. These Lifespan Gu were all produced inside Lang Ya Blessed Land. Lang Ya Blessed Land had a long history of over 300,000 years. It had lived through the era of 2 venerables. Langya Blessed Land was originally Langya Grotto Heaven. It had an incredibly huge space. After intentionally being dropped to a blessed land, because Refinement Cauldron was fused into the immortal Aperture world, Langya Blessed Land's space increased. Instead, it was larger than even many Grotto Heavens. There were an immense number of hairy men living here. They were split into 3 countries. The life forms in here procreated and had generations after generations of offspring. Lifespan Gu was produced from life forms. Wherever life forms lived, Lifespan Gu could be naturally produced. With a huge space, countless inhabitants, and a long history, together with Langya Land Spirit's absolute control over the blessed land, whenever a Lifespan Gu appeared, he could collect it immediately. With all these reasons, Langya Land Spirit's Lifespan Gu accumulation increased continuously. Fang Yuan did not know the exact number, but he could easily guess that the number was not small. Ordinary Gu Immortals would need Lifespan Gu, but Langya Land Spirit did not. Activating Wisdom Gu requires the Gu Immortal's lifespan to be expended, and feeding Wisdom Gu also requires Lifespan Gu. For now, I should let Langya Land Spirit feed it. Fang Yuan knew about Langya Land Spirit's motives even without any probing. This could not be helped. Fang Yuan had no Lifespan Gu. He could not feed it. He was in deep trouble himself. When Gu Immortals went through tribulations, they become stronger and stronger each time. Fang Yuan was worried about the next earthly calamity. He had no time to care about Wisdom Gu. Ever since Wisdom Gu was brought away by him, Fang Yuan had not fed it once. The truth was, Langya Land Spirit was helping Fang Yuan. In any case, even if Wisdom Gu acknowledges Langya Land Spirit, it is a good thing. With my current status, I can use Langya Land Spirit's methods to use Wisdom Gu. I will only need to pay some sect contribution points. All Gu worms were tools. All of his hard work was targeted towards that illusory goal. For this goal, Fang Yuan had given up too much. There was nothing he could not discard. The experiment with Wisdom Gu ended in failure. But Fang Yuan felt no disappointment. Before leaving, he asked for one thing from Langya Land Spirit. An information path Mortal Gu that recorded the scene of when he refined change form Immortal Gu. This Gu refinement was very strange. The tribulations became so strong. We were lucky that we succeeded. Fang Yuan, if you find out anything, you have to tell me. Langya Land Spirit instructed Fang Yuan before he left. First Supreme Elder did not manage to find out anything. Neither could I. I will do my best. Fang Yuan answered. He had a vague guess that the tribulations gained strength due to the sovereign immortal fetus Gu. But he would not tell Langya Land Spirit this guess no matter what. Other than researching the tribulations, Fang Yuan had another goal. He wanted to investigate Langya's sect and see if there were any traitors left. All along, Fang Yuan had been mindful of this. Shadow Sect had sent 2 traitors into Langya Blessed Land, unexpectedly having hairy man Gu Immortals. When Shadow Sect attacked Langya Blessed Land, these 2 spies played an important role. But other than them, are there other spies in Langya's sect? This problem was extremely important to Fang Yuan. After all, he had already joined Langya's sect. For a long time in the future, he would need to depend on Langya Land Spirit to undergo tribulations and cultivate. He had just started this investigation. He did not have the time or energy until now. After flying for some time, Fang Yuan was already close to his new accommodations. This was a grand city. Pure white city walls stood up proudly. At the peak of tall towers, flags were hanging. This was a cloud city. On Cloud Cover Continent, there were 12 cloud cities. Each of the cities was a mortal Gu house. When activated together, they could form the 12-wave Cloud Confusion Formation. It could cover the entirety of Cloud Cover Continent. These 12 cloud cities were created from the former 12 cloud buildings. The current Langya Land Spirit liked grand appearances. He was different from the previous one. The Cloud City in Fang Yuan's vision was given by Langya Land Spirit to be the place where he defended and lived. The other hairy man Gu Immortals, including Langya Land Spirit himself, each occupied one cloud city. There were few residents in the city, but soon, there would be more and more. Because in Langya Land Spirit's plan, he was going to trigger a war between the 3 continents and pick outstanding Gu Masters, moving them to Cloud Cover Continent for nurturing. Fang Yuan flew down to the Cloud City and landed. Several hairy man Gu Masters quickly welcomed him. They were elite hairy man Gu Masters. They were chosen by Langya Land Spirit and sent to Fang Yuan. On one aspect, they were to take care of Fang Yuan's daily affairs, but there was also the intention for them to receive Fang Yuan's guidance and cultivation. Fang Yuan was not concerned about these hairy men, but the leader of the hairy man Gu Masters respectfully told Fang Yuan that the 6th City Lord has visited Fang Yuan. He had already been in the guest room for a long time already. The 6th City Lord was Gu Immortal's 6th hair. He was guarding the 6th Cloud City. Why is he here? Fang Yuan felt uncertain. He came to the guest room and met with this Gu Immortal, 6th hair. I am 6th hair, Greetings to Second City Lord. I am here today to seek guidance from you regarding combat. Sixth Hair paid his respects as he said this. Fang Yuan's expression did not change, but his gaze had turned ice cold. As it turned out, although Sixth Hair said that out loud, he was secretly transmitting a different message to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan, I am here representing Lord Ing Wuxia to make a deal with you. Ing Wuxia. Shadow Sect. Sixth Hair was the spy. At once countless thoughts flashed across Fang Yuan's mind like lightning. Too polite, too polite. We are all from the same sect. Don't talk about guidance. We can definitely spar. Fang Yuan smiled as he showed a warm expression. He first moved away and invited Sixth Hair to sit down, before getting to his own seat. These few steps were not far, but countless thoughts flashed in Fang Yuan's mind. Sixth Hair is the spy. Is he the only spy in Langya Blessed Land? He is representing Ing Wuxia to make a deal. What transaction does he want? Over on Ing Wuxia's end, what is going on? He wants a transaction? Is he sincere? Is this a trap? Is this Langya land spirits probing? After all, I joined Langya sect and have an information path alliance agreement on me. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan sat down. His expression changed. His eyes were sharp like daggers. He looked at Sixth Hair with deep killing intent. He transmitted coldly. Sixth Hair, what guts? Is what you just said true? If it is true, I will hand you over to First Supreme Elder for judgment. Chapter 1075. Simple words can turn a snake into a dragon. Sixth Hair looked at Fang Yuan as he laughed, feeling no fear. If he wanted to snitch, Fang Yuan would have attacked the moment Sixth Hair exposed himself. But Fang Yuan did not. He sat down and said some empty threats. As for the reason, Sixth Hair knew clearly. He said, I was originally in charge of the 12 Cloud Cities. Before you came here, I had already set up an immortal Gu formation. Not only can it conceal us to prevent Langya land spirit from finding out, it can also suppress the alliance agreement. You can test it out. Fang Yuan had joined Langya's sect. He was bound by the alliance agreement and could not act freely. Especially when talking with the spy Sixth Hair, it was against the alliance agreement. But hearing Sixth Hair's words, Fang Yuan tested it. As expected, there was no backlash from breaking some small alliance agreement rules. Fang Yuan's gaze was deep. He said after a while, it seems you are indeed a spy in Langya's sect. What transaction do you want? Sixth Hair felt great relief. He was afraid that Fang Yuan would take him down without any further discussion. The first hurdle had been passed already. However, he could not be careless. Fang Yuan was unscrupulous and shameless. He was a devious person with no bottom line. Even though he took a risk and exposed his own identity, danger was still extremely high. There was no choice. Ing Wuxia was out of ideas over there. He could only try this. Having a transaction with Fang Yuan was the same as plotting with a tiger. It was too dangerous. Only after the transaction was over and the evidence was firm, they would be tied together and he would have a hold on him. By then, Sixth Hair would be safe. But how could he achieve his aims without losing too many benefits? Sixth Hair felt troubled. He was on the weaker side now. Ing Wuxia and I have deep enmity. They are suddenly approaching me and even exposed their spy's identity. They have something to ask of me. Interesting. I want to see what he is up to. Fang Yuan had such a thought in his mind. To speak the truth, Lord Ing Wuxia has already reached a desperate situation. His survival is at stake. Otherwise, I would not have appeared to talk to you. Sixth Hair said. Oh. Fang Yuan's brows rose. He looked at the other party again. Sixth Hair was so honest. Fang Yuan felt shocked internally. Why would one expose their own weaknesses before the deal? Fang Yuan's eyes shined. He sensed the ingenuity of Sixth Hair's purposeful reveal. Even if Sixth Hair did not say it, Fang Yuan would have noticed. By saying it, he could show that this was a last-ditch attempt that was filled with determination. It seems that after interacting with Langya land spirit for a long time, I have let down my guard. Even though the other party is a hairy man, he is a spy from Shadow Sect. How can he be as simple and easy to bully as a land spirit? Fang Yuan raised his alertness. Thinking about it, Fang Yuan spoke slowly and calmly. Ing Wuxia has all of the accumulated Gu worms in my body. He even has the help of Tai by Yun Shang and He Lu Lan. How can he reach such a stage? I refuse to believe it. Sixth Hair shook his head. Fang Yuan, why the need to probe further? You set up the special will and caused your Gu worms to self-detonate. You really gave Lord Ing Wuxia a huge surprise. He tried to preserve the Gu worms, but only 30% remain. Once he said that, Fang Yuan was fully certain that Sixth Hair was a spy lurking inside Langya's sect sent by Shadow Sect. Fang Yuan's thoughts churned. His words earlier were not completely true. After Sixth Hair answered him, he obtained a lot of precious information. To think that Ing Wuxia is really controlling He and Bai. He Lu Lan is a formidable person. She was not easy to control, but after her aunts died, it is much easier to deal with her. She has the great strength, true martial physique. If used well, she is an excellent pawn. And Tai Bai Yun Sheng is a kind man. Even though he is hesitant, and timid. He has 2-time path Immortal Gu. He can help out a lot. To think that they are both controlled by Ing Wuxia, what a shame. Fang Yuan sighed internally. Fate worked in mysterious ways. After the Battle of Etion Mountain, he and Ing Wuxia had swapped places. He obtained sovereign immortal fetus Gu, while Ing Wuxia obtained his accumulated wealth. He was able to use He Lu Lan and Tai Bai Yun Shang. As a split soul of spectral soul demon venerable, he had incredible methods to keep these two under control. Ing Wuxia has my immortal Gu and He and Bai to help him. Now, he is initiating a transaction with me. I just make him pay a high price. Fang Yuan thought to himself harshly. However, next, after Sixth Hair exposed their weakness, he changed his words. Before the deal, let me show you our sincerity. Think of this as free intel. This intel is extremely important. It concerns your future cultivation greatly, or more accurately, it has to do with your life and death. Fang Yuan snorted. He said coldly, you do not need to brag about the value of the intel. I can assess it myself when I see it. Fang Yuan, do you know what Heaven's will is? Sixth Hair asked. Heaven's will? Fang Yuan asked in confusion. Sixth Hair looked at his expression before nodding in understanding, saying, you indeed forgot a lot of things, Fang Yuan. What do you mean? Fang Yuan's brows rose slightly. Sixth Hair said, you had once used Heaven's will's guidance to swap souls with Lord Ing Wuxia, disguised as the pure dream reality seeker physique, and finally taking away sovereign immortal fetus Gu. But what you did not know was, this 11th extreme physique was created by Old Man Yen Shi. It had a huge flaw. Any soul which resides in the pure dream reality seeker physique body will fall into deep sleep and lose its memories. Even though Old Man Yen Shi tried to remove the weakness, he only eliminated the weakness of falling asleep. The pure dream reality seeker physique still caused the soul to lose memories continuously. As time passed, more memories would be lost. Precisely because of this, Lord Ing Wuxia was constantly losing memories and could only use the immortal killer move lead soul into dream. Saying this, Sixth Hair took out an information path Mortal Gu. He moved this Gu around with his finger as he sighed internally. This Gu worm has little to no value to him. But to Fang Yuan, it was immensely valuable. If not for the situation, why would he pass this to Fang Yuan? In Ing Wuxia's original plan, he was going to use this weakness of Fang Yuan to deal with him. To think that there would be a time where he personally helped Fang Yuan fix this flaw. This letter Gu records the details before and after Etion Mountain. Take a look. Sixth Hair said as he tossed the Gu worm to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan received it and inspected it. There were no problems. He activated the Gu worm and the scenes of Etion Mountain appeared in his mind. He found that he was indeed lacking many crucial memories. No wonder I have been feeling something weird, but I did not know what. I lost my memories. This was true amnesia. By completely losing one's memories, they could not realize it themselves. If they knew that they forgot something, that would not be true amnesia, they could still remember it eventually. However, the scenes in the information path Mortal Gu gave Fang Yuan a familiar feeling. Of course, there was still a chance that they were deceiving him. After checking it several times, Fang Yuan had a calm expression. His gaze was deep as he said, I seem to have lost my memories, but how can I know that this is real? This can possibly be made up too. Sixth Hair gritted his teeth. He knew that this was the hard part of this transaction. Fang Yuan and Ing Wuxia were enemies. They had deep enmity. There was little trust between them. The problem was how to express his sincerity and make Fang Yuan believe them. If this problem was tackled, the transaction would proceed smoothly. Sixth Hair's thoughts moved rapidly, colliding continuously in his mind. He was considering his words carefully. He had to, because Fang Yuan could kill someone without even blinking. If he said something wrong, so be it if he died, but Ing Wuxia had the mission to save his main body. This could not fail. After a long time, Sixth Hair spoke. Fang Yuan, you possess spring Autumn Cicada. You have experienced rebirth. Everyone knows this. But the truth is, even if you have many secrets, you have less of a clear understanding than us. Heaven's will is vast. It is everywhere, all over the 5 regions and 9 heavens. It spans across the past, present, and future. The way of heaven is to take away surpluses while replenishing deficits. It emphasizes on balance. And the way of humans is exactly the opposite. It is to reduce the deficits and build up the surpluses. The two are complete opposites, and they are in conflict with each other. Thus, the previous venerables, and any legendary figures, are the targets of heaven's will suppression. Calamities and tribulations, lifespan Gu, they are 2 of heaven's will's trump cards. Fang Yuan, you have experienced 2 tribulations already. One was the earthly calamity, and the other was the creation of an immortal Gu. The 2 of them had incredible power beyond reason. It was because you had revived using sovereign immortal fetus Gu, and your new body and immortal aperture have unlimited potential. Once you grow, you will surpass previous venerables. Because of this, Heavens will feels extremely wary of you and wants to kill you before you grow any further. Fang Yuan's heart shook. Since the tribulations, he had been considering this question. And now, Sixth Hair gave him the answer. Heavens will. Fang Yuan muttered internally, thinking about this phrase. Sixth Hair sighed. He continued. My main body, spectral soul, created shadow sect, zombie alliance, and refined sovereign immortal fetus, preparing for 100,000 years, ending up in failure. This is the work of Heaven's will. Not only were there grand tribulations and myriad tribulations, we even had to face countless enemies. Heavenly Court with Heaven overseeing Tower Lord as the leader was its representative. And you, Fang Yuan, were the hidden assassin of our human tribulation. What do you mean? Fang Yuan squinted as his eyes shone. He felt deep interest. He could acutely sense that Sixth Hair's words were going to cause a huge transformation in his situation. Sixth Hair hesitated. He knew, once he said the following words, Fang Yuan's greatest weakness of not knowing Heaven's will would be fixed. In fact, it might even cause Fang Yuan's uncontrollable rise to the top. Fang Yuan was like a python stuck in the swamp now. This python's eyes were covered by a black cloth. It did not know its directions. It was rolling around in the mud. But once the information was given to Fang Yuan, the python's cloth would be removed, its vision would return, it would be able to see the huge world and realize that the swamp trapping it was very tiny. With an accurate direction, knowing its circumstances, the python would raise its head towards the sky. It would cause huge storms. It would even become a dragon and roam the world freely. These might just be some words, but to Fang Yuan, they were a qualitative transformation. The value was immeasurable.